to, to this game, and we're finally going to date Mr. Canus Espada. I'm doing good, Cole. Sorry we started a little late. I was making a promo pic and I was whoa! Whoa! PC notifications. Give me a second, yeah. Alrighty. But yes, we are finally playing Cafe Enchanté. But give me a second. I'm actually typing my go live message right now. So we'll start very shortly. At least for Twitter. Sorry about that, Cole. Anxious? You're good? Okay, good. It's okay. Deep breathing exercises, Cole. I might make a video on that. So I hope that'll help you in the future. First, yeah, I gotta get I gotta update the pictures I just made. Give me a second. Live promos. Yeah. I think the promo is gonna play again, but we're starting very soon. Yeah. Hi, Wrigley. Hi. We're playing, we're romancing Mr. Dullahan today. Hi, Wrigley. How are you doing? First, I should probably make that into a command. Oh, wait, I'm posting on Twitter right now. Alright. Cause I made a little promo pic. And I'm like, alright. But it's taking forever for when you post it, so I'm doing it right now. Ha! Ready! 4 months! Toronto says hi, his phone is very comfy. Thank you. Yeah, Pyro, hello, Ink, hello. I saw your lion drawing earlier. It's very nice. Alright. Okay, time to set my profile to live and then we can start. Taking my sweet time on this. Sorry, everybody. We start soon. But yeah, so we finally made it to the romance chapters for this game. Because it took so long. Like, every week we've been playing like one chapter, okay? So it's been taking forever. So today, our challenge is to go through all his romance chapters in a day, okay? Let's try that. It's gonna be a fairly long stream, I think. Yeah, regulars here. But yeah, we are going through Candace's route. A big cat. Oh no. Okay, so I think my sound. Sometimes my sound effects are a little bit glitchy. Give me a second. Since you redeemed it and it didn't play, I'll play it for you, Wrigley. I can't really roll my R's, but... There you go. You getting purrs for me. Yeah, posture check. I'm sitting up straight, Goal. Thank you so much. And Akira, posture check. I'm sitting up straight. Thank you. Hi. Alright. We are romancing the sky right now. And also, let me just check my sound alerts. Because sometimes they glitch out. They should play. Oh no, is everything breaking again? hold on. Yes. Logging in with Twitch. Alright, everything should be connected. I hope it's not broken. I'm sorry if it is. I was getting there with rolling your eyes. Y'all. Sometimes I mispronounce my R's and L's still. That's just the thing. Say, Canus is your favorite? Really? Oh, he is Mr. Buff Boy. And we're playing his route first. Oh no! The first thing that happens when we log in is... load this up is now. Oh no, the fairies are being... Uh-oh. No! Oh no. What's going on? The pale hand of death knocks on the door. All equals when it calls. Be it the impoverished living in a shed, or the king living in a palace, and both sinful fairies and innocent fairies, with not a single discrimination. What game are we playing? We're playing Cafe Enchanté. It's like dating sim where you can romance monster boys. It is over. Your main character, you are a girl who runs who inherited a coffee shop from her grandfather that is a portal to different worlds, or has a portal to different worlds at the coffee shop, and so these otherworldly guys kind of hang out there, and then you kind of get to know them more. Time to be gay, yeah. It is over. It is truly over. And what I do usually is I will voice act the English lines out loud because the voice acting is in Japanese. Yeah. Canus uttered to himself as he looked up at Yggdrasil, the world tree. It can't be helped. This was the best decision. Those who witnessed this tragedy would all agree. However, was this our only option? He can't help but to be disturbed by it, even if this was the right answer. This sin will never be forgiven. The spirit must never be lost. A raw sensation remains in his palms. The final grasp of the fairies that have been seared into his memory. However, because they are fairies, their death leaves nothing behind. They simply disappear. Hey Bryce, hi. Lexington's at work? Okay, really good, thank you for alert. That's right. Not a single proof of one's sins are left behind. Not a single one. Gentle autumn breeze blows, not discriminating what it runs into as it traces above the fire. The reason why I was born a headless knight, perhaps, is for times like this. Because I don't have a face. These tears and this sorrowful face will go unnoticed. Oh, that's really sad. So you guys, for those who missed it, for Canus, he has a face, but it's like invisible. So in the lore, the Dullahans in this game, or more like specifically Canus, he has a face, but you can't see it. So you can touch it, it's there, but it's invisible. Yeah. Knock knock. I slowly regained consciousness. It was awfully vivid. As long as you can feel it, be happy. Aw, yeah. For a dream. So much that the awful feeling is still in these palms. I wonder why I dreamt of that day. Perhaps I am being punished, as I could never forget that tragic day. And with those thoughts, just as I tried to awaken from my drowsiness and wipe the sleep from my eyes. Canus, are you really sleeping? I, I am speechless. For some reason, Taiyo's face is right in front of mine. Oh, whoa. Very close in front of mine, in fact. Daydreaming, perhaps? If you're going to sleep on the chair, you might as well sleep on the bed. Oh, why is Taiyo in my room? Oh, wait. I think I've been hearing someone likely knock for about a minute now. I will be grateful if she came to check on me out of concern, but... Hello? While calling for me with a light voice, Taiyo wavers her hand in front of my face. She's too close. So close that I hesitate to speak up. Then Taiyo tilts her head at my lack of response. I dare. Hi, Vicky. Hello? What should I do? Did he really forget about our promise to replace the flowers today? Good thing I don't have a face, or perhaps it is a misfortune. It seems like she does not realize that I'm fully awake. Oh! It's because he doesn't have a face. So MC thinks that he's sleeping. Wexel, I'm doing good. Yeah, blush is happening. ... It is not like I have any reason to pretend to be asleep. However, I hesitate to casually say good morning at such a close proximity. If only she would take a few steps back. But I suppose I'm not that lucky. His flames are pink. I think so. So Terry, he has a face. It's just invisible, apparently, and you can see the flames. Yeah. Rather than stepping away, she came even closer and curiously peeked at my face. It's rare to see Canus napping like this. Since I can't see his face, I can't be sure if he's actually sleeping. I wonder what his sleeping face looks like. Perhaps this too is a side effect of my facelessness. She continues to observe my face from all angles and detail without considering my personal space. Yeah, it's his paw. Y'all, we're finally romancing Helmet Bro. He's dead asleep. Just as always, Candace is still sleeping like a rock. I love to leave him alone in his peaceful sleep. But I'm planning to go shopping today, and if I can, I want to finish replanting the flowers by sundown. Okay, Freddy, I'll see you later. Hydrate. Thank you, Sobi, for the hydrate. Hello. After some thought, I've made up my mind. Oh. I'm gonna try poking his cheeks. How about that? He won't respond to my voice. Just to double check. I wave my palm in front of his face to confirm that he's sleeping. Then poke. Using my soft voice as a trigger, I reach my fingers to poke at Canus's cheek. Dot dot dot. Or so I thought. But oh what? No, touch air. I thought. For like expected, my fingers simply touch the air where his face should be. Oh wait, I think he can feel it. He can feel it. It's just not there, cause in the earlier chapters, you kind of touched his face once. So it said that it's there, but not really. Okay, I'm not sure anymore. Yeah, see, that happened. You might maybe surprised to hear that I'm referred to as the Headless Knight. Yeah, there. But in reality, it is just invisible. My head does in fact exist right here. There. Does that mean we can touch the area with where his brain would be and he'll still feel it within his skull? I don't know. I'm not an expert in Dullahans yet. Touch his cheek and gets burned. Oh no, you're right. I think it's the flames like on Ponyta and Rapidash in Pokemon, where it won't actually burn people unless they want it to burn people. My eyes, ears, nose, to see or touch them is not possible, but it does in fact exist here. I now remember Canus mentioning this previously. And now I once again try and reach for it, but the outcome was obvious. My hands touch nothing. Oh, that's sad. I thought you could touch it. I touched nothing and going back and forth through his head. Dot dot dot. Without so much as a physical sensation, I begin to slightly doubt if his head really does exist. It does feel a bit warm though. I guess it's just not visible in the slightest. Anyway, I still have work to do. I'll need him to wake up regardless. So, Mr. Dullahan, please wake up for me. Alright, at this point, I'll just shake him. He's so romantic here. Cozy hi! Cozy hi. Can we get a shout out for Cozy, please? Good morning audio? Yeah, I guess I'll play him my audio. Hi, Cozy. Yeah, thank you. You guys, if you like my streams, I think you'll probably enjoy Cozy's too. Ah! Yeah, she lives. Yeah, I see her wearing clothes again. Ah! Ah! What? Hold up! Wait! What? Cozy? Oh, I mean, I guess you're right. I'm naked in my lion form, huh? Yeah. Yeah, that's true. As I place my hands on Canus's shoulders, oh, Karya walks in. Yeah, oh, woo, you guys, Cozy's right. Every time y'all make me transform, I lose my clothes. Ah! Oh, hey, Karya. It's odd to see you upstairs. What's wrong? Nothing. We received an order for coffee, so I just came to call you over. After explaining himself, Karya continued with slight reluctance. Can you guys save the flirting for when the store closes? But I'm not flirting. Wait, Triggered by Karia's remarks, I quickly distanced myself from Canus. But it was true that from his perspective, we were physically very close. I can understand why he thought that. Yeah, finish your homework, but I'll do it with you soothing voice in the background. Okay, thank you, Kosi. Good luck with homework, okay? You can do it. Gamba. Right. Yeah, pretty monster voice again, JC. Well, since Candace was sleeping, I just came to wake him up, and we promised to replant the flowers today. I point to Candace with my gaze. Candace, he just won't wake up. Wait. Canus. Why do I always end up saying Canus when it's Canus? Canus. Okay. Karia immediately responds. I'm not flirting, they say, right? Huh? Oh yeah, Karia. Okay, for those of you who missed it, but like Karia is also part of the fairy tribe. Like he's also a fairy, so he probably could see his face. Precious, thank you so much for the follow, and welcome to the Pride. I hope you enjoy your stay here. Hello. Yeah, so he could see it. Yeah, Candace is wide awake. Uh-oh. What? What? As Karia points it out with squinty eyes, the brave knight, who was napping, pretending to be asleep, suddenly got up, making a grandiose noise. He got up. A few minutes later. I will now read the charges. The defendant, Canus Espada, stole his agreement with the plaintiff, lured her into his room, and observed the plaintiff for a lengthy period of time while she assumed that he was asleep. I see, so the defendant, Canus Espada, was savoring the moment, staring at the plaintiff's innocent face. It is a misunderstanding. I'm not such a degenerate. Do you hear? A warning to the defendant. Please do not speak out of turn. Next we have attorney Ignis. Give him the worst penalty, will ya? Are you not supposed to be my lawyer? Jail. Hi, Dora. Is this some sort of comedy sketch? As the owner, you can stop this, right? Well, this is just the usual. Why don't we just let them continue? An amateur court session takes place inside. Karia and Rindo were there, listening to them with me. I thought surely he was asleep, which is why I was looking at him so closely, but I didn't think that he was watching the whole time. What's happening in the story? Okay. So Dora, to catch you up, we were just in Mr. Canus Espada's room. He's Mr. Dullahan, and he doesn't have a head. So main character thought that Mr. Dullahan was sleeping. And so she like poked his face and everything. And turns out he was pretending to be asleep. Because he was wide awake, but she couldn't see his face, and it was really awkward. Because Karya walked in on them, and Karya is also like a fairy kind of monster species, so he could see that Canus was awake. Yeah, that's okay, no problem. We do have VODs up. I'll be uploading onto them to YouTube shortly. Yeah. The thought of it all is so embarrassing. So with that, I decided to change the subject and switch gears. By the way, Karya, I never really talked to you about this, but can you really see Canus's face? Hmm? Remember when you came upstairs earlier that you knew right away that Canus was awake? So I thought that maybe Canus's expressions and his face were visible to you. Oh, that? It's not like it's clearly visible to me. I've just been able to see subtle movements since I started going to Medio. Medo is the fairy country place. It's almost like having bad eyesight and spotting someone 30 meters away or something like that. So it's like I'm aware it's there, but I can't see all the details of it. I can only vaguely make out his expressions and whatnot. Actually, I thought that was the case for everybody, but I guess not. Hey, yeah, at least for me, I can't see anything at all. Mr. Rindo nodded in agreement. Everything is invisible to me too, not even a single contour. Well, I wonder why I'm the only one, because you're a fairy too. I'm pretty sure that's because you possess qualities of a fairy. Yeah. That's right. Canus. It seems that Fox Court hearing ended without us realizing. I looked over to see the others hanging around as usual. About what Karya said earlier, perhaps because his lineage is from Medo, he can detect my face. Sorry about that. I need to somehow disable my alerts. I see. That would mean a fairy who lives in Medo can see Canus's face clearly? Not exactly. Being born in the same fairy world does not guarantee the ability to see my face. For example, my face looks completely pitch black for Titania, apparently. On the other hand, Venia can vaguely make out the contour of my face like the haze from a flame. So they say. Hence, if Karya can make out my facial expressions, it must mean he and I are compatible. Ooh, compatible. Anyone with the power to perceive, power fairies can perceive Canus's face, albeit faintly. The first thought that comes to mind, just as an example, would I ever be able to see your face? Is that even possible? You, Taiyo? Up until now, you have never expressed concern about not being able to see my face. Why are you concerned all of a sudden? Oh, I mean, look at what just happened. Not being able to see your face is what got us into this mess, right? Yeah, we gotta see what we're smooching. So, if I were able to see your expressions, maybe we could avoid this in the future. I see. You have a point. Yeah, but it's difficult, even for another fairy. Do you have any idea for a workaround? I mean, creativity? How about... I repeat to myself as I cross my arms in contemplation. Then a great idea comes to mind. I know. What if Karya drew a sketch of Canus's face? Eh. Cute?
それは明暗かもしれないね。実際、カリア君にはカヌスの顔が少しとはいえ見えるわけだし。
Ah, that is a great idea. It is true that Karya is able to make out Canus's face, albeit vaguely. Alright, can you do that, Karya? Oh, well. What's wrong? I would like to draw for you, but... I mean, there's no sketchbook around here, so... Oh, in that case, why don't you use this notepad and pen? Once he takes the notepad and pen from me, Kai's expression quickly turns stoic. Sounds like you're having fun over there here. Il and the others join in anticipation for Karya's drawing. Ah, you missed Mr. Dullahan, face being poked, embarrassed. And now Karya's gonna draw his face because Karya can see his face. Fine, I'll draw, but... You better not complain how it turns out. Huh? Karya, still looking stoic, starts sketching. How's it look? 10 minutes later. There, I'm done. Let's take a look here. Let's see. The crowd gathered around Karya's sketch with their interest how do you say that word? Piqued? Aw, that's cute. Oh, that's a cute drawing. Canus. He's pulling your leg, right? He peeked. It's a potato head. Sorry, I'm not good at drawing. Oh, is that so? I was beginning to worry I actually look like that. And just like that, Carrie's lack of artistic talent was revealed. The strong potato chin. I guess he has got Chad chin. Yeah. It was comment. He looks like some sort of creature, right? Like left an everlasting impression on me. Oh no. What a review. Chadus. Everyone else tried their own hand at drawing his face, but Canus's face remains a mystery to us all. At some point, dusk has fallen, which meant it was time for Karya to go home. In the end, with Ignis's final remarks, I'm over this and I'm hungry. This case was temporarily closed. He's Chad, yeah. On the same day after supper, while I was cleaning the kitchen.
マスター、何か手伝えることはあるか？
Taiyo, is there anything I can help you with? Most Chads and Himmels like to hide their faces is known. Brady, is this a direct direct challenge? He politely asked as he came to check on me. Oh, I'm done with most of the cleaning. All that stuff is putting it all away. I'm okay. Thank you. Are you that curious, huh, Brady? Huh?
そうか。もう少し早めに手伝えばよかったな。
I see. I guess I should have asked earlier. Without much else to do, Canus begins to look at his surroundings. And as I wipe the wet dishes in hand... Oh, I'm sorry about what happened earlier, Canus. I had no idea staring at your face while you slept would turn into a whole thing. After expressing my regrets, Canus responds awkwardly.
あなたが謝ることではない。むしろあれは我に責任
Yeah,
がある。
there is no need to apologize. That was all my fault.
我が寝たふりなどをしたのが悪いのだ。
I was the one who pretended to be asleep. Canus slowly nodded as to acknowledge his embarrassment, or so I thought. Oh, he's turning pink. Oh, baby. About that. Why were you pretending to be asleep in the first place? She knew what she was doing. It's embarrassing to think back on it, but I don't want to leave this strange feeling unresolved. So I decided to ask.
それは
Well, that's...
起きたと言い出せなかった。
I froze up and I could not say anything.
我に興味を抱き、微笑みを向けてくれているあなたの姿が。
Oh. Watching you show interest in me and smiling at me.
それが声をかけたら終わってしまうと思う。そう惜しくてな。
And if I had said anything, that would have ended. I did not want that. Then Canus clears his throat.
つまり単純な話だが、我はもっとあなたの顔を見つめていたいと思ったのだ。
In other words, simply put, I wanted to look at your face for as long as I could get away with it. Oh. So that's what it was.
その点に偽りはない。我はただ純粋にあなたの顔を見たかっただけなのだ。
Right. No mistake about it. I simply wanted to see your face. What is this feeling? Now that he's being honest with me, I'm embarrassed in a completely different way. While dealing with my embarrassment.
しかし、やはり我の顔など見えたところで意味はないように思えるが。
However, wait. However, I still do not believe that seeing my face would have any meaning. He contradicts himself from this afternoon. While still contemplating about it, Canus sounds like he was against the idea. Perhaps he was born this way. He never felt unusual for being faceless or saw the importance in seeing one's face. I think there is meaning to it. Oh. As I go on to explain, the answer that I came to for myself He reacted as if he was caught off guard. You see, the cafe won't run without customers, right? When I look at their faces, I can kind of learn a bit about them. Like whether they had a good day or not, or maybe they look really tired. Oh. And depending on what I see, my coffee and menu recommendations change accordingly. Usually, if the customer doesn't have a preference, I'll select something that suits the moment. But I can't do that with you. Plus, if you were being in distress or crying, it would be terrible if I can't notice just because I can't see your face. Flashback time. Oh no. Dot dot dot.
そこまで
That badly?
そこまで我の顔が見たいというのか
Do you want to see my face that badly?
仮に我自身が見られたくないと思っていたとしても
Even if I did not want to be seen? Well, of course, I won't force you to if you didn't want to. But if you ask me whether I want to see it or not, the answer is most definitely yes. I'm curious. Like I said earlier, you are, to Cafe Enchanté and to me as well, a valued customer.
そうか
I see.
その気持ちには素直に感謝する
I
嬉しい
appreciate
と思う
the sentiment. I found that to be very flattering.
だがやはりあなたが我の顔を見るのは実際には不可能だろうな
However, it is virtually impossible for you to see my face.
我は妖精でありあなたは人間種族を隔てる壁というのはやはり分厚く高いものだ
I'm a fairy and you are a human. Our differences are vast, numerous, and quite obvious. He green. I think his green is like pride feeling or something. I don't know. Or like he's flattered. And then when it's pink, it's like flustered. Yeah, you're right. And blue is neutral. Human and non-human. It is unmistakably true that we are two different beings. But the distance between them is isolating.
だが
However,
その代わりにこれからはよりできるだけ心の内を言葉にしていこう
I promise, I will do my best going forward to vocalize what is in my heart.
辛い時は辛い楽しい時は楽しいと
When I'm in pain, I will tell you. And when I'm having fun, I will tell you.
我はこの声であなたに伝えていこうと思う
I want to tell you using this voice.
それでもダメだろうか
Would that not suffice? Canus's gentle words seem to comfort me. In response to a suggestion, I tell him, Yes, that'll be fine. Thank you. That was rather simplistic of me. I feel so satisfied I put on a smile. Yeah. A few days later, Enchanté's scheduled day off. I, along with Canus and Karia and Kororo too, are visiting the fairy world of Mayville. Today, we're having our regular tea party with Titania. We're also here to get Karia back into good health. So Karia is like he was born to human parents, but he has fairy blood in the human world. So he has to come to this world to like kind of like absorb the fairy air or something, or else his body will weaken. So he has to come back here a lot. While minding the souvenir I put in my bag, I briskly walked through the filtered sunlight coming through the trees.
機嫌いいね。
You seem to be in a good mood. Yeah. Karia, holding Kororo in his arms, asks, Guess what? Instead of making coffee today, I found some good tea leaves for black tea. As Enchante focuses on coffee, this is not very well known, but tea is also a fine menu item there. I see. I love Kororo, so much squish, right? Gotta head to bed for school. Good night, everyone. Okay, Ing. Good night. Wow! Thank you so much for the follow and welcome to the Pride. I hope you enjoy your stay here. Hello. Wow! I thought you were here yesterday, but thank you so much for the follow today.
紅茶か。我もたまに注文するが。
Ah, red tea. I order it on occasion. Yeah, Enchante's menu mainly consists of coffee, but Titania mentioned during our last tea party that she loves the fragrance of fruits. I'm not an expert, but I tried my hand at making an original blend.
へえ、美味しそう。それは俺たちも楽しみかも。
Ah, sounds good. I can't wait to try it. I sure hope that y'all like it.
ああ、きっとティターニアたちも喜ぶ。
Yes, I think Titania and others will like it. We walk a little farther as we near the center of the Yuyu Asile.
ここまで来ればもう迷うこともないだろう。
Now that we have come this far, we won't have to worry about getting lost. Yeah, I'll be okay. Karia nods in agreement.
我はいつも通り仕様があるゆえ席を外させてもらうが。
As usual, I have personal matters to manage, so I must excuse myself.
日が陰る頃には戻る。それまでに帰り支度を整えておいてくれ。
I'll be back before sundown. Please be ready to go home by the time I get back. Gotcha! After seeing Canus off, the rest of us head over to the Nexus. And once we peek into the vast Nexus,
待ちわびておったぞ。
Hey, oh man, I forgot the voice I gave her. Give me a second. Hey, Taiyo, I've been waiting for you for ages.
どうも。別に来てほしくはないのですが、できる限りは歓迎いたします。
Hello. I didn't necessarily want you here, but I'll do my best to welcome you. One's in good spirits, the other not so much. The polarizing welcome party made me smile. Good afternoon, Titania, Vienna. Thank you for having us today.
俺もよろしく。
Same for me too. Thanks. The main purpose of this tea party is to talk with Titania. Unlike common tea parties on the table, we lay down a sheet near the throne and make things as inanimate as possible. We share what's going on in our lives, share the latest fads and concerns of our respective worlds. Vienna, who's usually cold, has been warming up to us lately. They don't immediately leave the conversation. And they not actively engage with us, participating in the dialogue. Look at this here, Nia.
何でも人間界には時の流れに応じて衣服の傾向が変わる流行とやらがあるらしいぞ。
Oh my gosh. It seems like in the human realm there is something called a vacation, where their outfits change with the seasons.
これ、彼女が持ってきてくれたこのファッション雑誌を見てみよう。 様々な服が描かれているじゃろ。
See? Taiyo brought this fashion magazine. Take a look. Aren't there so many different styles?
確かに華やかではありますね。特にこの花をあしらったものなどは特に。
It is quite lovely, especially the one with the floral patterns. Taiyo expressed interest in the clothing of the human world during our last tea party, so I brought over a fashion magazine that was laying around my bedroom. It looks like they're enjoying it.
なんかさ、
I've been thinking.
ベンニーヤってターニャと話す時だけちょっと優しい感じするよね。
Doesn't Vienna sound awfully nice when they're talking to Titania? He said in a whisper. Karya looks towards the two of them, laughing with one another. You're right. I guess there's a level of trust or something like that. Considering Titania calls Vienna by the nickname Mia.
やはり人間界は賑やかで愉快なところなのじゃろうな。
The human realm must truly be a lively and happy place.
そうですね。
Hello. Beautiful say hi. Certainly.
行ってみたいな。いつかもしそんな時が来れば、ミーヤ、主と共に。
I'd like to visit one day. And when that time comes, I hope we can go together, Nia. Yeah.
姉さん、
Happy
So-
gosh. Sister, that's...
何言ってみただけじゃ。言うだけならわしにもできるからな。
I was just kidding with you. I know it's easier said than done. They paused, ... Kari and I are both shocked at the conversation we heard, rather. That term, Kari and I looked at each other in disbelief. Anyway, if we heard them correctly, Vienna just said, did she just say sister? Hey, sisters! Oh, sorry about that. Cute. Hi, hi. Hi, hi. I think... あ
ごめん、盗み聞きとかそんなつもりはなかったんだけど、ちょっとびっくりしたから。
Sorry, we didn't mean to eavesdrop or anything like that. We were just caught off guard.
よいよい。この距離で盗み聞きも何もあるまい。それに、後ろめたい話でもないからな。
Never mind that. You can't eavesdrop at this distance. Besides, there's no reason to hide it.
この際じゃ、わしとこやつの関係について改めて語るとしよう。
Now would be a great time to tell you about our relationship.
さて、今しがたニーヤがこぼしたが、言葉通り、わしらは近しい存在なのじゃ。
Now, as Nia spilled for us just now, we are closely related. Kunexly, thank you so much for the follow and welcome to the pride. Enjoy stay here. Hello.
とはいえ、人間界の血縁関係とは若干定義が異なるがな。
However, our relationship differs from the kinship defined in the human realm.
姉さん、
Sister. As if to give in to Titania's casual remarks, Vienna begins addressing her differently.
基本的に妖精は繁殖行動ではなく、この妖精界にて自然発生する存在。
Basically, in the fairy realm, instead of reproduction, a fairy comes into existence naturally.
わしらは単に全く同じ時、同じ場所で発生した妖精同士なのじゃよ。
Simply put, we came into existence at the exact same place at the exact same time.
要は自分たちの関係をして姉妹？
In other words, you're
当てはめてる。
equating your relationship to siblings.
身も蓋もない言い方をすれば自称じゃな。
Right. Simply put, our relationship is self-proclaimed. I see. You both do give off a similar vibe and share some things in common, so I guess it makes sense. By the way, I've been a little curious.
何ですか？
What is it? Oh, I know this sounds really rude, but Vienna, which gender do you identify as? Oh. Personally, I feel bad for asking, but the best way to continue building relations is to be honest and open with them. So I had to be brave to ask. And
なんだ、そんなことですか。僕たち妖精は先ほど姉さんが言ったように繁殖行動を必要としません。
oh, is that all? We fairies, as the Suji just mentioned, don't need to reproduce.
よって他の生物のように雌雄の区別がないのです。
Hence, unlike other organisms, unlike other organisms, we do not distinguish between male and female. So, I'm fine with whichever you prefer. Oh, interesting. Heck yeah. I think it's good that we have like a canon non-binary character. The pronoun respect in this game, nice, right? Yeah, they them. In that case, judging from Vienna's demeanor... Huh? Just right when you say that, JC. In that case, I guess we'll consider him male and probably safe to assume that they're siblings. I'm just gonna go with they them still. Yeah, your favorite design pair? Yeah. After these exciting revelations, the tea party carries on. The conversation lands on the topic of the incident at Amasaki Island. Alright, you guys, give a rundown. I think there are quite a lot of enemies in, at least in Japan at the moment, but it's still like with gender identity stuff, it's still very, very complicated. If LGB rights in Japan are hardly seen, or like people know about it but they don't acknowledge it, if LGB is kind of not really brushed under the rug, T and any other gender identity or like any kind of letter behind that is even more far behind. Not just in Japan, in Asia in general, and I live in Asia too, so that's just overview about how things are over here. Alright, anyway, moving on in the game. Yeah.
空に生じた亀裂状のホール、それに無差別に襲ってくる異形たち。
Yeah, unbelievable. A rift-shaped wormhole appeared in the sky, and that's when the violent attacks began. But there is a NB VTuber I really like called Ryushin, but we'll talk about them another time.
それはまたとんでもない事態に巻き込まれたの。
That must have been devastating. They're talking about last chapter.
稀にホールが生じることはありますが。
Wormholes do occur in Meido on rare occasions as well, but
そこまで危険な何かが現れたという話は聞いた覚えがありません。
I have never heard of a case where such deadly entities appeared. I guess that wormhole is anything but ordinary, even from another world's perspective. Then,
しかし、なんじゃ。
how to phrase this?
そなたは無事でよかったが、人間界の被害は甚大じゃろう。
I'm glad that you are safe, but the number of casualties must be huge.
もう縁もゆかりもない地の被害ですが、さすがに同情せざるを得ません。
Well, although we have no connection to your world, I cannot help but express sympathy. For some reason, they both look sorry and depressed.
被害って
Casualties?
じゃから人間たちのことじゃ。それだけの規模ならば犠牲者も相当な数であろう。
We're talking about humans here. Considering the scale of the incident, there must have been many casualties.
辛い話をさせてしまってすまなかったの。
I must apologize for bringing up such a painful topic. Oh, could it be? Sorry, you two. I was only talking about the wormhole, so I made you confused. It is true that some were injured.
あんたたちが思ってるような犠牲者はゼロだから安心して。
Yeah, but there were no casualties, so rest assured.
Huh?
Their eyes opened wide in response to our words.
どういうことです？
What do you mean? The regulars I met up with us dealt with it. Vienna scowled at Karya's vague remarks.
常連のみんなとは魔王、打天使、魔獣、中年、そしてカヌスのことですか？
By regulars, do you mean that demon lord, the fallen angel, the beast, the middle-aged man in Canus? I like how they're like, all right, everybody, and then there's like one middle-aged man. All right, everybody joined forces and dealt with the wormhole and the giant arm.
先ほどからなんとかしか言いませんね。もっと語彙力はないのですか？
You keep saying dealt with, but I don't think that means what you think. I know, but it's so hard to describe.
確かにカヌスからあの者たちが相当な実力者だとは聞いておる。
But it's true that according to Candace, they are quite talented people. Yeah, Candace superiority. That's true, JC. Hi. Ah, we have two JCs in chat. Polaris, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. I'm Taiyo Rise, and I'm a variety streamer. I stream a lot of art, games, and cooking videos. And today we're playing an otome game called Cafe Enchanté. Greetings from Polaris. Ah, Polaris, thank you so much for the raid, y'all. Go check him out. Oh, you were playing Vampire. Oh, you were playing Blood Hunt. Nice. Hi. Yeah, Polaris is very cool. You should check him out. He's very. He is very cool. We played Blood Hunt together on Shiny's stream a few days ago. JC, you are a spicy JC, and then there's cute JC. There's a cute JC and there's a spicy JC. Cute JC is steamed hams. Yo, wait, pause. Playing 2 matches. I was playing Story of Seasons most of the time. I see. Nice. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, readers. And today we are dating a Dullahan boy. Current cast are quite talented people.
それでもその規模ならば被害がゼロとは思えぬのじゃが。
Regardless, it's hard to believe the lack of casualties from this incident, right? Usually that would be the case, but our regulars, including Canus, are top tier according to Rindo. No, both of you are cute and spicy. No, you're spicy too, JC. Oh no. Both of y'all are cool. No, okay, JC, I'll shout out both JCs, okay? Alright, you guys. JC draws Yaoi. And that's why spicy. And then this JC he streams with Barrington. So he has a teddy bear plushie called Barrington, and he streams Dark Souls with him on his lap. Yeah. No, you guys saw. I just joking. Yeah. Yeah.
ラスボス
Top tier. I guess it means that they're the strongest in their respective original worlds.
普段の様子からは想像もできないと思うけどね。
You wouldn't think it just from looking at the normal state though.
は軽く話しただけじゃったが、今の話でがぜん興味が湧いてきたぞ。
Ah, how's your day, Taiyo? Yeah, it's been going good. We're gonna try to get through Canus's romance this playthrough. So it'll be a slightly longer stream because we're gonna finish all of his chapters today. I heard very little of them in passing, but you piqued my interest.
時間があればまた改めて詳しく話を聞きたいものじゃ。
I'd like to hear more about them when we have more time. I said, yeah. I'm ready to stay up late for this long stream. Aw, thanks Freddy for always being here. After that, we kept talking about things that occurred on Amasaki Island. Time flew by. The greenery of meadows surrounding the Nexus turned into autumn colors, and with that, Canus returned as he promised. On the road home, we shared our tea party conversation with Canus. Oh, that's his armor creaking.
なるほど。天崎島で起きた事件を。そういえば詳細は我からも話していなかったな。
I see. You told them about Amasaki Island. I guess I never really told you about the details. He creak, and he shriek. Gotta run to class. Enjoy the cute Dullahan boy. Okay, JC. Have a good day on your classes, okay? Bye. See you later. Yeah.
ちょっとした騒動があった程度には話した気がするのだが。
I think I mentioned to you that there was a little commotion.
それは多分カヌスが悪いと思う。
Yeah, that's on you, Canus.
確かに言われてみればちょっとではないな。だいぶだな。
You're right. Now that I think about it, there was nothing little about it, more like pretty big. I have a feeling that this is an understatement. Oh, I know, Canus. I was gonna tell you. I'm considering visiting Maida more often. Is that okay?
我は構わぬと思うが、何かあったのか？
That is okay. Is something going on? You know, Titania can't move from her throne, right? Isafu's gonna look, okay, thank you for the raid, Polaris, and I have good food, okay? So yummy, yummy, num nums. Even today, she expressed interest in knowing about the outside world. I can't do very much, but I can talk to her about the human world. I think that would make Titania happy. Yeah. She was laughing, but the loneliness I heard behind her voice is probably how she truly feels. In that case, as a friend, I want to do what I can for her. Canus, in response to my proposal.
そうか。それはティタニアも喜ぶだろう。
I see. I'm sure Titania would like that.
彼女に代わり礼を言う。身も心もあの場に縛られる彼女に、あなたという友人ができてよかった。
I'll thank you in her stead, Taiyo. Thank you for being her friend while her body and soul is bound to that place. His response is so kind and thoughtful. Yeah, I'm glad I met such a nice friend like Titania too. A few days later. A typical day at Cafe Enchante. Familiar faces sat at the usual tables, engaging in casual chatter. I smile upon the peaceful scenery as I brew a fresh batch of coffee. And as I try to bring it over to Monsieur, who placed the additional order, the doorbell rings as someone walks through the gate. Oh, who could that be? I'm pretty sure all the customers from other realms have gathered here already. The other regulars look as shocked as I was and stared towards the room with the gate. The the music in this game is nice. Yeah, it is. It's very, very, very chill. Banda-banda-bum-bum. Bestie. Hi, Bestie. Could it be Dromi? Then the reveal. Vienna's here. Ooh. I realized how off my guess was as I look at the unexpected guest. Dot dot dot. Huh? Oh, what?
ベニヤ
Vinia? Canus stood up and gasped at the arrival of our unexpected guest.
騒がしいですね。
Quite the commotion here in here.
喫茶店なるものは客に対して礼儀を尽くすと聞いていますが、迎えの挨拶一つもないのですか？
I thought cafes were supposed to treat their guests with the utmost respect, but I haven't been greeted once yet. Well, welcome. That came out like a question, but I hope you'll ignore it. They'll ignore it. How's this game? So how's day, Taiyo? It's been good. I woke up, I did my morning routine, I exercised, I showered, I ate breakfast, I made a little promo before I started stream. That's why I was a little late, but we're good today. He takes a sip of the red tea that he ordered rather emotionlessly. Okay. Everyone in the cafe was staring at the unusual presence of this first-time guest. Oh my god. Maybe you don't know this, but I usually work out and shower before my streams. If I don't oversleep, I usually do that. But Vienna seemed not to care at all and placed a cup on the table. Because I try to get into a routine. It's like I'm actually going to work kind of
そろ
thing.
そろ説明してくれ
But sometimes I oversleep. But I mostly try to do that. Okay. Vienna, now that you finish your tea. Wait, Vienna, now that you finish your tea, please talk with us.
なぜお前がアンシャンテに我に何か用事でもあるのか
Why did you decide to come to Enchante? Do you have any business with us?
なぜも何も普通に客として来店したからですが。
Nothing in particular. I'm visiting as a normal customer. Save Kara. Thank you for the save. Hi Kara. How are you doing today? Alright, let's save. Thank you for the save redeem. Okay. Okay.
なぜも何も普通に
Sorry,
客として来店したからですが。
Okay, night night. Y'all. Nothing in particular. I'm visiting as a normal customer.
客
Customer?
それとも何ですか？この店は客を選ぶとでも？
Do you mean to say that this cafe chooses their customers? Oh my gosh. This guy is just so shocked that they're getting new people come in. Oh no, it's not like that. Kara, thank you so much for the 101 vids. Thank you for the treats. Thank you. Yeah. Y'all, Kara is a really sweet caramel boy. We get a shout out to Kara real quick. Yeah. He's very cute and comfy. So you can also go check him out if y'all want to watch more comfy streamers. I was under the impression that you were never interested in visiting Enchante, so yeah.
ありませんね。
あー
現在進行形で全く微塵も。
Thank you so much for another 100 biddies. Go to bed. I know you have work tomorrow, silly. Go sleep. Thank you so much for the bits again. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Huh? Thank you for the 200 biddies. No, I did not. Not even a little bit. That much is true.
ですが
Mm.
それは僕の話です。
Wow!
どうやら陛下は逆のようでして。
Effie just subscribed. Effie, you're here? Thank you so much for the gift sub, Freddy, to Evie. And to Evie, sorry, Evie. And I hope you enjoy your emotes. Oh my gosh, Evie got us. Y'all, Evie is my good friend. Oh my gosh, I didn't know you watched my streams. Wait. wait. These subs are random, right? Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. Good night, Kara. Sleep well. Yeah, make it rain. Oh no. Hype train is close, you guys. Y'all, I don't usually get. Kara, thank you so much for the 100 bits again. I don't usually get hype trains on my VN streams because usually I'm focused on the story. But random, it won't let me specify subs anymore. Yeah, no problem. But thank you so much, Freddy. Yeah. Cute little hype train. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the videos. Okay, so I think that is my personal opinion. Her Majesty, however, is quite the opposite. Hype Train, you get a choo-choo train badge and emotes. Yeah, you get special new emotes when you're on a Hype Train. So if you donate to a streamer during this time, you actually get stuff. Yeah. At the very least. It's very close. It's okay if we don't hit it. It's okay. Let's keep going with the story. Titania, after nodding yes. Yeah. Vienna turns around and faces the regulars gathered in the cafe.
陛下がこのアンシャンテ並びに常連であるあなたたちにより強い興味を抱かれた。
Her Majesty has taken a strong interest in Enchanté, as well as the regulars that frequent this place.
以後、僕自らが情報を集め、陛下へ直接お話しし、少しでも喜んでいただければ。
Henceforth, I shall visit this cafe to gather information for Her Majesty, so she may be pleased. Oh yeah, so I think Titania just wants to know more about this place. Yeah. Wait. Meaning?
つまり俺たちと交流して彼女に面白い土産話を持ち帰りたいってことかな。
In other words, you want to fraternize together, gather interesting stories to tell. Does that sound about right? Yeah, because so the fairy queen at Titania, she's like kind of. It's just the way that she is because she's a fairy queen. She's like physically unable to leave the fairy realm, but Vienna can, and so Vienna they're gathering more information about the human world for Titania because she wants to know more about everything. Yeah. Does that mean you start coming to Enchanté regularly, Vienna? Aniki. Only in BL? I know some of y'all in chat are skinny. Tara is really skinny, my mod. We have an assortment of everybody, all body types. We stand diversity here. Cool. Hey, Aniki, you know, Aniki, I think my chat is we're like 80% twinks in this chat. I'm just saying. I know Aniki, you're buff. And I'm like in between, but you know.
陛下のためとあらば、いかにも面倒そうな色物集団の相手をすることも
I'm
やぶ
willing
さ
to
かではありません。
banter with a bunch of lousy clowns if it makes Her Majesty happy. What?
こいつ高齢じゃなくて喧嘩を売りに来たんじゃねえのか。
And I don't mind. Actually, I think I might like I don't know. I don't really have a preference in terms of body type. I think people who are a bit more on the chubby side are nice to cuddle with too. But let's see. Is this guy serious about socializing? Sounds more like he's wanting a fight. Says Ignis. Hydrate and stretch. Okay, I'm gonna hydrate and stretch. I don't know. I haven't hit the gym for a while, but I still do some cardio at home. I just say I think I'm just like average. But once this pandemic dies down, I want to hit the gym again. I started to get flashbacks of all those painfully ironic moments at Mado.
新規顧客の獲
Hi,
得ですか。
TT.
アンシャンテの収益が
Yeah.
増えますね。
Sounds like you have a new customer. That's more profit for Enchante, isn't it? Hey, yeah, you're right. For me personally, I want to provide Titania with interesting stories too. And though I decided to visit Mado more frequently, I still have to run to the cafe, so I can't visit every day. It'll be a good thing for Vienna to bring home fun stories for her.
まあそんなわけで今回は簡単な挨拶だと考えていただければ
Anyway, let us take the time for a meet and greet.
今後は一人の客としてこちらの店に訪問させてもらっても
Would you mind if I visited this cafe as a customer? No, not at all. This time I was able to reply without hesitation.
ありがとうございますでは
Thank you very much. In that case,
常連の皆さんも含め以後よろしくお願いします
it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Apparently, Canus taught them how to play the bill. After placing small crystals on the table, Vienna shuffles into the other room and makes for the gate. Ah, I see. Are we talking about twigs? Well, we were earlier because Aniki was like talking. How surprising. Canus utters as he watches Vienna walk through the gate.
ベンニアは基本的にどのような事情があっても女王のそばから離れたがらないのだが
Vienna never leaves the queen's side under a circumstance, but maybe that's how bad Titania wants to get to know everybody. I hope we can start getting along with Vienna too. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like personally, I guess it's like I know I'm strict on myself and how I look, but I don't have a preference when it comes to like other people, and I think
ああ
I think
ぜひそうしてやってくれ
diversity is
あ
great.
れはひねくれてはいない
Yeah.
決して悪人ではないのだ
You know, you guys want to see a really cursed face? This is when I layer all my expressions together. Ha 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 ha. There you go. Taiyo's face glitched. Oh, it- yes, by all means do so. They have a touchy personality, but he's not a bad person.
我ばかり仲間に恵まれるのはいささか不幸
Besides, it would be unfair if we were the only ones to have friends.
ティターニアとベンニーアシテーが共にあなたという良き友人を持てたらと
It would be great if Titania and Vienna could be friends with someone like you. Due to her body being directly connected to the world tree as the fairy queen, she cannot leave Mado or even her throne. She and Vienna have been siblings and have been created in the same place at the same time. She has a strong yearning for the outside world. Yeah. You need to show that face of blight in the future? Oh, okay. Oni Taiyo, wait. Wait a second.
そんなわけでして
I guess so, huh?
以後
I don't know, it
アン
looks
シ
really
ャンテに
cursed
通
when I
うこ
lay
と
it
にな
like
りま
that.
した
And with that, I will now frequent Cafe Enchante.
珍しく姿を見せぬと思えばいつの間にそんなことを。
It's kind of cursed. Just when I thought you had disappeared, I didn't know you were doing such a thing.
迷惑でしたか
Did I worry you?
いやいや、そんなことはないぞ。姉としても喜ばしいことじゃ。
No, not at all. As your sister, I'm quite flattered.
これでようやっとひねくれ者のそなたにも友人が。
How wonderful it is for an odd one like you to make friends.
心から大きなお世話です
I must say that is none of your concern.
冗談じゃよ、冗談。
It was a joke.
ありがとう、ミーヤ。そなたの土産話を楽しみにしておるぞ。
Thank you, Nia. I look forward to your story.
はいあなたのためにさまざまな話を持ち帰ってきます
Yes, I shall bring back plenty of stories for you.
そうあなたのために
Yes, for you. And just as he said during his greeting, he intended to do just that. Did they use the story for the queen as a point to make friends? I'm not sure. Vienna began visiting Enchante as if they had been irregular this whole time. Canus, perhaps because he's worried if Vienna isn't accustomed to this place yet, always makes a point to sit with them. Uh,
ベンニーヤ茶落ちそうになっているのであれば感想の一つでも言ったらどうだ
Venya, since you're drinking that tea, why don't you say something about its taste?
ただ黙っているだけではティターニアへの土産話も何もないだろう
Sitting there quietly won't you give you any stories for Titania?
言われずとも分かっています
I am fully aware of that.
だからこそ僕なりに言葉を考えている最中なのです余計な口を挟まないでもらいたい
That is why I'm currently thinking about what I want to say. Please do not bother me. Oh well, you don't have an obligation to talk, so that's completely up to you, so.
そう言っていただけるとありがたいですね
Thank you for the kind
と
words.
ころで
Anyway,
今日は他の常連の方々は不在なので
are none of the regulars coming today? As he mentioned the other day, he seemed to be curious about others, while Vienna curiously scopes out the place. Give me a sec. ちょっと待ってね。Ignis and Rindo are supposed to come in today as usual. At least I think that's what they said yesterday. And just as I finish my sentence, the front door bell politely rings. Speak of the devil.
お邪魔するよでベンニーヤ本当に通い始めたんだね
Oh, excuse us. Oh, hey, Venya. So you really are a regular here now. Welcome, Rindo. Would you like to order something to drink?
カフェラテお願いするよ料理の方は
Ah,
後々の追加
cafe latte. Coffee made by mixing espresso with heated milk. While often confused with cafe au. You guys, I'm bad at pronouncing these things. That one is made by mixing dripped coffee with milk. Yeah. Sure, no problem. I kind of want to get Starbucks now. Oh, we'll be here all day. I might actually get some thing to drink. Bleh. Okay. While I run my pen across the order bill, Rindo sits down at his favorite seat. Then he proceeds to pull out a large tablet from his bag. Yeah.
そうそうベニアくつろいでるところ悪いんだけどちょっとした聞き取りいいかな
Oh, Venia, sorry to bother you, but can I interview you real quick?
聞き取りですか？
Interview?
君これから人間界に出入りするんだろうだとしたら GPM のデータベースに情報を登録しておきたくてね
You intend on visiting the human world from now on, right? In that case, I want to register your info on the GPM database.
ん？
To put it in layman's terms.
人外対策機関である GPM に対し身元を証明しておく
Provide your proof of identity to the GPM, a counter non-human organization. Yeah, basically they're getting Vienna a passport.
なるほど。ではここの常連の方々の情報も登録されているわけですか？
I see. Does that mean the regulars here all have registered their information?
僕が確認して分かった範囲はね最近忘れられがちだけど一応僕彼らの監視がお仕事だし
As far as I can tell, people tend to forget, but my job is to monitor non-humans.
なるほど。彼らを含めた人外のデータを収集している。
I see. You are collecting data of non-humans, including everyone here.
わかりました。そういうことであれば応じましょう。
Understood. In that case, I shall cooperate. He proceeds to answer Rindo's questions. They proceed to answer Rindo's questions. Stand Vienna only for the flowers? Yeah. I think Vienna's the non-binary representation this game has, and they go by all pronouns. The opportunity to ask Rindo what they think of Monsieur and the others who frequent this cafe. Once the conversation settles for a moment. You're so annoying.
全部てめえの自業自得だろうがついてくんなこのアホトラ
You brought this onto yourself. Get away from me, you stupid tiger. Oh no, it's those two here. A rather heated exchange can be heard from the gate. It sounds like a bad binge here forever. That's why you stand Vienna. Yeah. I'm sorry, bro. Please don't abandon me. For reasons unbeknownst to me, Ignis exhaustedly drags Dromi along since he wrapped around his waist. I love these two doofuses. I do too.
彼は随分と情けない顔をしていますが、彼もまた相当な実力者なのですか？
Who's that? He looks awfully unreliable. Does he also have powers?
彼はイグニスの知り合いだ聞いた限り戦闘能力が高く
No. He's Ignis's friend. From what I've heard, he's pretty weak. Long time no see, Dromi. You look pretty uncomfortable. What happened?
こいつ前にもやらかしたってのにまた証拠りもなく他の魔獣の縄張りに足を踏み入れやがったんだよ
This kid never learns his lesson. He walked in some beast's territory again, despite what happened last time.
で逃げに逃げまくってゲートに向かうとこだった俺にしがみついてきやがって
So he ran until he saw me about to enter the gate and latched onto me. Posture check. I'm sitting up straight. Thank you, Sylvie. And hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate. Chi brush. Okay. Give me a second. Thank you so much for that brush, Chi. Thank you so much for keeping my hair nice and smooth. Brush. Thank you. Yeah. Oh. Jomi is still hanging desperately onto Ignis, so he's trying to untie him.
お願いっす兄貴あちこちで俺を探し回ってるあいつら蹴散らしてほしいっす
I'm begging you, bro! Can you please beat up those guys who are out there looking for me?
でないと俺ベスティアに戻った途端に即殺されちゃ
Otherwise, the second I return the PC, I'll be...
てめえならその無駄に速い逃げ足で逃げ切れんだろうが。
Why don't you just use your stupidly fast blades and just run away?
万が一のこともあるじゃないっすか可愛くけなげな射程の命が欲しくないっすか
Sorry, I'm having fun doing this.
ああ、うるせえ。本当にけなげなやつは自分でけなげとか言い。
I should let him finish. Sorry. Best of your redeem ever and any streamer. Ah, thank you, bestie. The cafe's room temperature quickly rises as the flames of Ignis's body begins to spark. Surprised by this, Jomi rushes to get away from Ignis. After Jomi runs away screaming, Ignis's flames settle down to normal as his signal relief. Oh my god. Okay, Sobi. Stay awake, you can do it. Wait, why are you staying awake for? Just go to bed if you have to. Vienna, da da da. Oh, sorry, Vienna, that was overwhelming, wasn't it?
いえ、それよりも
No, more importantly.
今まで尋ねませんでしたが、彼がその身に炎をまとっているのは
I didn't have the chance to ask him, but the flames surrounding his body.
あ？そんなの俺がビニトルだからに決まってんだろ。
Huh? This old thing. That's because of a fire wolf, obviously. Oh, remember during the Amasaki incident, Ignis was the one responsible for erecting a wall of fire on the ocean. Oh yeah, y'all. I forget to do this sometimes, but if you like fiery redheads, this guy is also a fiery redhead. All right, moving on.
兄貴は正真正銘ベスティア最強の魔術っすからね。そんぐらいのことはできて当然っす。
Ah, ha! My bro is the undisputed champion piece of Bestia. That's a piece of cake for him. Jomi blustered arrogantly.
なるほど。
Interesting. Ah, and if you guys like Venya, I also have another friend that reminds me of them, aka Mr. Tawashi VT. Look at the colors. Yeah. Yeah, hi Rabbit. Hi Whoopi too. We're playing Cafe Enchanté today. And so it went on. Vienna continued to visit the cafe. And before I knew it, the regulars who had initially been wary of Venya had now grown accustomed to him being there. Yeah. Because who are you? What do you mean, who am I, Rabbit? In this game, I'm the MC. No! Freddy. Freddy is a well-behaved boy. Don't worry about it, Rabbit. He's a good boy. As always, Venya drinks his red tea, and from a distance, patiently watches the regular customers. Initially, they were asked a bunch of questions, but nowadays they tend to listen in on casual conversations occurring around him. Imagine not drinking whiskey like you're... And at last, Vienna, who had begun to acknowledge everybody as very unique.
彼らのようなものをまとめ上げるのがまさかあなたのような普通の人間だと。
I never would have imagined an ordinary human being like you would be maintaining order among these folks. Without sarcasm or displeasure, Vienna casually spewed their honest opinion. I couldn't help but laugh in response. Oh, I'm not maintaining order. I just happen to run this cafe that everyone frequents. At the moment, Canus, who was apparently eavesdropping, said,
そんなことはない。マスターがマスターだからこそ、我らはこうしてこの店に通い続けているのだ。
You are wrong. It's because you are the owner that we continue to visit this cafe. Ah. Oh. He just like, boom, sits on the counter. He excused himself from the circle of chatter and said next to Vienna.
それと、
Alright, thank you for the
我にも
alert.
紅茶をもらえるだろうか。
Rabbit.
ベンニーヤと同じものを。
Oh, that's new. Are you in a red tea kind of mood today?
ああ、いや、
Ah, no,
それもあれ
somewhat.
ば、単純にあなたが入れるもの、作るものを一つでも多く味わいたいと思ってな。
I simply want to taste everything that you brew and cook, Taiyo. Canus, are you blushing right now?
なぜわかった？
How did you know? The flame changes to pink when he's embarrassed. The fruits of my labor, or so I like to say. I think I just got lucky this time. I just had a feeling. I said, and as I am preparing the red tea and engaging in casual chatter, Vienna lets out a gentle sigh and is staring deeply at us. Aww. Taiyo and Canus. Hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate, Sophie. And a posture check. You love this? Yeah. Headless man blushes. Yep. Candace and I are stunned, being caught off guard. But as usual, Vienna, without objection or sarcasm.
なんとなくですが、陛下がこのアンシャンテに憧れる気持ちが分かりました。
I believe I'm beginning to understand why Her Majesty has a longing for this place.
あの真面目なカヌスがここまで肩の力を抜いているのを目の当たりにする日が来ようと。
I never thought I would see the day when Canus, who is often very serious, behaves in such a relaxed manner.
マスターであるあなたも含め騒がしい面々ですが、確かに共にいれば退屈はしなさそうだ。
The people here are rather hectic, including the owner, but it would be impossible to grow tired of this place. Ah, we thrive in chaos, don't we? It sounds like Vienna has come to accept Enchanté. Their words and tone of voice made me break out into a joyous smile. Ah, thank you. I hope you keep coming back. Not only to bring stories back to Vienna, but for yourself to enjoy this cafe too.
ええ、そうします。
Sure, I will do that.
では今日はこの辺りで。
I should get going for today. They reply as they exit the cafe. After watching Vienna's back leave us, Candace begins talking, sounding dumbfounded.
驚いた。あのような顔をするベンニーヤはいつ以来だったろうか。
That scared me. I wonder how long it has been since I have seen Vienna make that expression. I guess Vienna doesn't smile, huh? But his tone changed and spoke with a somewhat flattered tone.
やはりアンシャンテはいい。
Enchanté is a good place to be.
立場や過去など関係なく、客を癒してくれる場所だな。
This place is a place of peace, no matter one's social stats or history.
昔からそれだけは変わらない。それこそ、ソーアン殿のいた頃から。
That much has never changed since long ago, as far back as when Lord Solan was here. Yeah, if it wasn't for Enchante, we wouldn't have witnessed Vienna's expression, isn't that right? Their voices are killing, you can't make more art? Oh. Do you like their voices? Now that I think about it, I'm glad I took over Grandpa's wishes to become the owner of this place. Yeah. And this is how our relationship with Vienna and his sister Titania grew deeper and deeper. And thanks to Vienna taking home some stories, our conversation with Titania became even livelier than before.
ふむふむ。乙女ゲームとは要するに恋愛の駆け引きを楽しむものか。
So basically, otome games simulate the intricacies of a romantic relationship. Yeah, you went shopping for merch with Il and them the other day too, right, Vienna? Oh my gosh, Vienna went merch shopping. Not Il teaching her about otome games. Yep. Yep.
ええ、まあ。ただその時はグッズだのゲームだのが何かは知らなかったので。
Oh, well, yes, but at the time I had no clue what merch and games were all about.
てっきり彼にとって重要な施設だと思っていたのですが。
I was under the impression that it was a very important facility for him. Y'all, those of you who are new, Il really reminds me of another guy I know. Another soft boy I know. If you guys want to check out Salem. They're both tech savvy. Two, they're both really into otome games.
私にとって重要な
And
のは間違
they
いあり
both
ま
have
せ
white
ん。
hair.
乙女ゲームは私の心の支えですから。
You're not wrong about that. Otome games are my emotional support.
はあ。
Did he develop an addiction of buying merchant games? I think, I don't know. Well, Salem does roll for things sometimes, but you know. Il, who came along with us today, is participating in our casual dialogue. And as for Canus, the one who opens the gate to this realm, has been in Mado since yesterday due to some personal matters, so he didn't come with us today. Yeah, they went to an Otome convention in the previous chapter. They did, Cole. They did. This time, Vienna was the one who opened the gate for us. In the midst of all the chatter.
やはり人間界には様々なものが存在するのじゃな。
The human realm is truly full of interesting people. As usual, it turned out to be a fun tea party, but... After her gentle remark, Titania's expression is, on one hand joyful, yet again somewhat lonesome. And on a whim, I glanced down by her feet and recall what she told me the first time I visited Mado.
叶うならば、わしもそばにいてやりたいが、わしはここを動けぬ身じゃからな。
If I can, I would like to be with you, but I cannot leave this place. Can't leave because of your position?
であればよかったのじゃが、物理的にな、わしはこの場を動くことができぬ。
I wish that was the
妖
case.
精女王というのはそういうものなのじゃ。
I physically cannot leave this place. That's just how fairy queens work. No way.
すまんな、余計な話であった。それにこれは名誉なことでもある。そなたが気にする必要はないのじゃ。
That's right. I'm sorry. I've said too much. Besides, this is an honorable thing to do. It's nothing you should be concerned about. Though her feet are hidden and invisible, I believe beneath it is the world tree binding her tightly to this world. What's the matter, Taiyo? Nothing. This is when you bring a tablet Wi-Fi repeater to the queen so we can video chat with her and show her around the world via video. Hey, that's not a bad idea, Freddy. Yeah, give her an iPad so she can watch Twitch. I don't know a thing about this world tree, but you getting ready for next class? Okay, Chi-Chi. Good luck with your classes, okay? I'll see you next time. Yeah. Is there any way we can set Titania free? On the way home from the tea party, walking with ill towards the portal, I remember mumbling to myself unconsciously.
自由というと例の世界樹と彼女の関係ですか？私も先日カヌスから聞き及びましたが
By set free, you mean that girl in you, Jezil. Canus told me about that the other day.
あの世界樹そのものは私たちからすれば大した防御力はなさそうですね。
You see, Jezil itself, from our point of view, seemed to be weak. In that case, if you guys were able to separate Titania from the roots, we might have a chance. That's true, but I don't know if that's
可
possible.
能かもしれませんが、それならば当の昔にカヌスが実行しているはずでは？
Well, it could be possible, but if that's the case, wouldn't Canus have done it already? Oh, you're right. If he hasn't done it, that would mean there's a good reason for it. Yeah. Bye-bye, Chi-Chi. You think Jezil survives the life in that world after all. If we're too careless and something occurs, we can't take the responsibility. In the face of the hard truth, I nearly give up until...
あら、人間のお嬢さん、お久しぶり。
Hey there, human lady. Long time no see. Numerous fairies passed by in front of our eyes. A few of them stopped in their tracks.
刑事さんもまた会えて嬉しいわ。ねえねえ、またそのふわふわの翼と髪、触ってもいいかしら？
It's good to see you again, Mr. Angel. Is it okay if I touch your wings and your beautiful hair again?
構いませんよ。
Yeah, those were the
ただ
fairies
少々
that
お騒
wanted
ぎ
to
ので
trick her, yes.
ほどほどにしていただければ。
Sure, but please be gentle. I'm a bit ticklish.
わーい、やったわ。みんなお許しをもらったわよ。
Yeah, awesome. Hey guys, we got the green light. As soon as they were granted permission, the fairies started touching Ill's wings and hair as they frolicked joyfully. One of them didn't join the crowd, approaches and asked me an innocent question.
今日も女王様と一緒にお茶会をしていたの？
Need a fly swatter? Like how you have a spray bottle for me ready? Are you having a tea party again with Her Highness? Yeah, that's right.
ああ、羨ましい。私も素敵な女王様ともっと仲良くなりたいわ。
Wow, I'm jealous. I wish I could be a close friend with the queen. Oh my god, Brittany. You look up to Titania, don't you?
ええ、当然よ。
Yes, of course.
だってティターニア様は今までの世界樹の花嫁の中でも最も世界樹に愛された存在だもの。
Queen Titania is you, Jezil's most beloved out of all past World Tree Brides. Huh? World Tree Bride? She's not the fairy queen?
世界樹の花嫁っていうのは妖精女王の別名なの。
World Tree Bride is just another name for fairy queen.
世界樹に愛され世界樹の力を借りられるのは妖精の中でも妖精女王だけ。
Sophie likes getting sprayed. Oh, thanks for this extra tidbit. Only one that can be loved and borrowed the power of your Giselle is the fairy queen.
ティターニア様はね、その中でも一番世界樹の力を使うのが上手なのよ。
Among them, Queen Titania is best at utilizing you, Giselle's powers.
だから彼女は最も世界樹に愛された花嫁なの。
That's why she's the most beloved bride. The fairy says innocently. I see. Loved by the world tree, huh? But as a result, she's turning down to that place. The term bride is starting to sound somewhat ironic. And after separating from the fairies, we finally made our way towards the portal to return to Enchante. Then, from between the trees and a short distance away, I see Canus quietly walk past us. It's Canus. Did he not notice us?
彼にしては珍しいですね。せっかくですし、声をかけていきますか？
It's very unusual of him. We should try to get his attention. I agree, it's almost time for supper too. Let's ask him if he's coming to Enchante tonight.
了解しました。道が少々入り組んでいますし、上空から彼を追いかけましょう。
Got it. Got it. Sorry. The path is a bit unsafe. Let's follow him from the sky. Il picks me up and flaps his wings into the clouds. Then immediately we catch up to Canus, who's walking with heavy footsteps. As I contemplating shouting at him from the sky to freak him out. We reach a giant waterfall. There, Canus is not alone. A fairy, different from the one earlier, is there with him. But something seems to be going on. Oh no. Please, let me go. Uh-oh. I haven't done anything wrong. I was just living a happy life. Why does this need to happen? Uh-oh, y'all. Canus, he's basically the Grim Reaper fairy.
我が殺すと予言した以上、その死は
Oh no, is that what he's been doing this whole time? He's the Reaper. As long as I foresee your death, you can never escape it. There's no way I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Oh no. Hold up, I think this is his job. Oh no. What? A flash. With Candace's immediate strike, the fairy's head and body separated and fell into the basin. Bringing up death is another journey, one that we almost take. Tear! After looking at his deed, Candace reverses his course and starts walking as if nothing happened. Just now, I can't believe what I just witnessed. I'm left dumbstruck and confused. What ill carries me above ground? Well, you guys, that's the end of chapter 2. I'm gonna take a quick stretch break, everybody. And I was about to order a drink earlier, but I didn't. So I might do it right now. What kind of frappuccino should I get? There's green tea frappuccino, mango frappuccino, chocolate cream java trip, chocolate chokes cream frappuccino, I kind of want to get like a caramel one. I don't have it on the list right now. Give me a second, you guys. I'm ordering a drink. I'm gonna treat myself because I'm gonna be staying up today. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. I think I'm gonna get the green tea frap. Green tea frappuccino. Bum, 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 bum. Bada, bada, bum, bada, bada, bum, bum, bum. Bada, bada, bum. Yeah, green tea. Yeah, they have mango too. And then mid shot to the frap, it tastes 10 times better. Ah, I see. Specific reason behind it, but it's been so long you had it. Yeah. Hi, angry laser kid. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, I have ordered my drink. Dot, dot, dot. You guys look at the sky, it's so pretty and it matches my interface. On that day at the moment, Canus relentlessly cut down the little fairy. It has been 2 days since I witnessed it. The sky, yeah. Contrary to the shock I experienced, Enchanté was doing business as usual.
コーヒーのおかわりもう一杯もらえるかな。
Ah, can I have another cup of coffee?
じゃ、俺は適当な炭酸とハンバーガー頼むわ。
Yeah, and bring me a soda and burger lunch. Dot, dot, dot.
おい、聞いてんのか？
Hey, you got all that? So busy. Thank you so much for the host. Yeah, a cup of hamburger and a soda, black. Gotcha.
ちっげえよ。炭酸をブラックってなんだ
Black
それ。
soda?
お前注文ちゃんと聞いてたか？
Not even close. What the hell is a black soda? Were you even paying attention to our order?
それに一杯と一杯。言葉って難しいよね。
Plus, she said a cup of hamburger. That's a classic. No, Taiyo in the story MC is mixing up her words because she's really tired. Sorry, can you repeat that? I was wrong. Business as usual is far from the truth. Because she's really bothered because she saw Canus cut down a fairy earlier. Sounds like real tired too. Hey, calling me out like this. Please, let me go. I haven't done anything wrong. I was just living a happy life. Why does this need to happen?
我が殺すと予言した以上、その死は
As
決
long
し
as
て
I
違えられぬ。
foresee your death, you can never escape it. No, no, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Yeah, Candace does sound sad, huh? Dot, dot, dot. Yeah, I guess it's his job, so. Dot, 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 dot. I can't. The more I try not to think about it, the more it comes back to me. That gentle kindness without a hint of hesitation. Dot, dot, dot. As I was running my pen across the notepad absentmindedly.
マスター、良いのですか？あの時のことをミシェルたちに黙っていて。
Hmm. What's the story of this game? So you are a coffee shop owner who owns a coffee shop that has a portal to other worlds, and then you're surrounded by people from other worlds who come and have your coffee. And so these are the cafe regulars. Taiyo, are you okay? Don't you want to tell everyone what happened? Ill suggestion put my mind at ease by reaffirming that what I saw wasn't just my imagination. You're right, but I'm very confused, to be honest. Work sucks. I know someone needs to leave roses by the stairs for Canus. Yeah. I know you're curious too, Ill, but for now, can you keep quiet about it? Yeah, an angry Malaysian kid, you get to date these boys.
そうですか。わかりました。あなたがそう言うのでしたら。
I see, understood, if you say so. Yeah. Ill nodded lightly and returned back to his seat. Though I told Ill that if Canus wants to come in, I wouldn't know how to behave around him. Da, 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 da.
邪魔をするぞ。
Pardon me.
今日は随分と集まりがいい。
It's more packed than usual today.
リンド以外はいつもこんなもんだろ。むしろお前のが遅かったんじゃねえか。
It's always like this except for Rindo. Besides, aren't you running a little bug?
少し野暮用がな。
I had to run some errands. Da, 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 da. He's normal. He looks and acts like he usually does. As I was searching for something to say to him.
カヌスがどうかしたの？
Is something wrong with Canus? Nothing. I overreacted to Karya's casual questioning. For a while after that, I tried to keep an eye on Canus, but nothing really stood out. He was carrying on as usual. Then, perhaps because I'm too obsessed with every little detail of his behavior.
マスター、今日は一体どうしたのだ？
Taiyo, what's wrong with you today? Wait, what's with you today? He's carrying on as usual. Work is work, yeah. Canus talked to me as everyone leaves their seats.
いや、おそらく気のせいではないと思う。
Soupy.
何か我に用があるのだろう。
Well, I don't think I'm merely overthinking it, but I think you want to ask me something?
遠慮せず相談してくれた方が我としてもありがたいのだ。
I would much rather prefer if you would just talk to me openly. Oh, well... I freeze and break eye contact with him. Then I... Huh? Ask him indirectly. Oh no. Ooh, I'm gonna save my file. It's not indirect. That's really direct. No way. I've never been much of a straight shooter. I never had the courage to be. You should have saved before picking an option. Oh no. But if I kept this anxiety to myself forever, I'll never be able to look him in the eye and be honest. You haven't done anything weird lately, have you? Before I realized I had asked an awfully vague question. Hello? Hello? That wasn't vague at all. Hello? Weird. You know, like bad things. Yeah, think.
どういう意味かわからぬが、
Not sure I follow.
我は誓ってあなたに恥じるような行為はしていないぞ。
I certainly have not done anything to upset you. That's good. That's also a vague reply. In the face of my awkward questioning, Canus, as usual, replies in a straightforward manner. You facepalm twice in less than seconds. But as anyone would have expected, it seems that he is flustered by me suddenly questioning.
なぜあなたがそんなことを聞いてくるのか。我には皆目見当もつかぬのだ。
Oh, why would you ask me such a thing? I have no idea.
細かい事情を話せぬというのなら構わない。
It's okay if you can't get into the details. I think it might have been the translation in this part might have been a little off.
だが、できることなら、あなたには笑顔でいてほしいと思う。
But if it's possible, I would like for you to keep smiling. Smile.
ああ、そうしてまた、いつも通りに我を出迎えてほしいのだ。
Yes, and as always, I want you to welcome me in.
この店は、あなたは、可能な限り、そのままでいてほしい。
You and this cafe, Taiyo. I want things to stay as they are. Oh, wait, I think he.
そう
Oh.
はどの時代から変わらない。我の安らぎの場所として。
Yeah, but I guess she didn't understand that he actually has to reap them. As it has been since Lord Soan's days, I want this cafe to be my safe haven. Candace's gentle voice and words offer me solace. But the softness when he said as they are, it sounds like he's trying to put up a wall around of his true feelings. Yeah. Despite the pessimistic speculations, a few days have passed.
簡単な検査だから俺一人でもいいのに。
It's just a simple exam. I could have come alone. Oh, don't say that. You know I'm worried about your condition. Besides, I wanted to talk to Rindo too.
ならいいけど。
Is that so? Fine, I get it. We're visiting GPM for Karya's examination. We make our way down the hallway. That's right. The reason why I came with Karya here is to talk with Rindo about Canus. The GPM's wealth of data on non-humans. Maybe I can find something out about why Canus did what he did. I've already let Rindo know I'm visiting, so all I have to do is meet up with him.
それじゃあ検査室あっちだから。
Anyway, my exam room is this way. That way. Alright, I'll see you later. As I watch Karya quickly walk away, I start heading in my direction. First, I have to get to the First, I have to get to the rendezvous point Rindo and I had agreed on earlier. But he did say that GPN doesn't have a lot of information about Mado. But I'm going to ask anyway. If I can get any information, however small, I would consider it a win. In fact, after that day, I visited Mado a few times with ill in hopes of having a tea party with Titania. I was hoping the fairies would tell me what's going on with Canus, but...
Canus Espada 死を告げる妖精について
Canus Espada, the fairy of death?
知らないわ。
I don't know anything about him. The fairies, who are usually very friendly, immediately ran away the second they heard Canus's name. Yep. I was too afraid to ask Titania who knows anything about Canus. While those thoughts ran through my head, I reached the rendezvous. Afternoon, hello, Bimi. Rindo was already in the room waiting for me. He waves to me.
いらっしゃい。結構深刻な話か。
Hey there, you got something on your... Wait, hey there, you've got something on your mind. You can tell?
そりゃね。
みんなに内緒で話がしたいなんて言われたらさすがにね。
Of course, since you wanted to keep this a secret from everyone else, it's pretty obvious. You think MC would put two and two together with him being known as the Fairy of Death? Yeah, but you know, you kind of want to think differently about
とりあえず
someone
飲み
you
物
like,
持っ
right?
てくるよ。適当にかけて待ってて。
Anyway, I'll go grab us something to drink. Take any seat you like. Hey, cannibal boy. I graciously accept the tea that he brought over from the drink bar. I observe my surroundings subconsciously. Perhaps Rindo was overly cautious. There aren't any other employees in this room.
それで話っていうのは
So, what did you want to talk about? We're on Canus's we're actually romancing him right now. So we're finding more about we're finding out more about Canus and how that he actually has to kill the fairies and stuff. And Taiyo just found out, and MC is freaking out right now. Well, I'd like to learn more details about Mado. There's really something I need to know. Like Mado's culture, the fairies' ecology, the predicament. I'd appreciate if you could give any kind of information you can give me.
メディオについて
Yeah.
みんなに秘密でっていうのは
Yeah.
随分と大雑把な話だ。
You're welcome, Cannibal Boy. About Mado, I thought this was confidential. Don't we all know about this? Well, though he has his doubts, he didn't try to press me any further. And then after contemplating for a while,
前にも少し話したかもしれないけど、単純な話、GPM にはメディオの情報が少なくてね。
I think I've told you this before, but simply put, we don't have a lot of information on Mado.
むしろ現地を見ている分、僕や君の方が詳しいかもしれないくらいだし。
In fact, you and I are probably more knowledgeable since we've actually been there in person.
世界そのものについて詳細を聞くなら、やっぱりカヌス本人に聞いた方が正しい情報をもらえるとは思う。
If you wanted detailed information on Mado, I think it's best to ask Canus for accuracy. Dot dot dot. Hey, you're right. I knew this would happen. However, keeping quiet now won't solve anything. Despite initial hesitation, I decided to tell him exactly what I saw.
カヌスが妖精を殺した？
Canus killed a fairy. Yes, at least that's how I saw it. Rindo then fell into deep thought. And then,
僕はそんなに驚かないかな。
I'm actually not surprised. I wasn't expecting that. What? But, I mean, he killed a fairy.
ああいや、冷たく聞こえたらごめん。そんなつもりはないんだけどね。
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to sound so cold. That wasn't my intention.
僕だってカヌスが妖精を殺すなんて想像がつかないし、そんなことをするやつかなとは思うよ。
I could never imagine Canus killing a fairy. I don't think he has it in him.
けど、妖精界メディオは異世界なんだ。人間界とは何もかもが違う世界。
But Mado isn't comparable to the human world. It's a different world altogether. Maybe it's because I've been visiting so often, but I guess I've forgotten about it. Then he says,
他者を殺しちゃいけないのはあくまでも人間界のルール。
the rule that we shouldn't commit murder strictly exists within the human world.
世界が変われば正しいことだって変わる。
What's wrong or what's right depends on the realm.
現にベスティアでは殺戮こそ正義なんて物騒なルールが根付いてるわけだし。
For example, in Bestia, they say that murder is justice, not my personal favorite justice system.
そうなるとやっぱりたとえ君が見たことが事実だとしても何かしらの事情があるんじゃないのかな。
Regardless, even if what you witnessed was real, there must be some reason behind it.
そしてその理由を知るには
And in order to find out that reason,
やっぱり
カヌス本人に尋ねることが一番確実だと思うけどね。
Again, you'll need to ask Canus directly to be absolutely certain about it. I think Rindo is absolutely right. There must be a reason, I agree, but Canus is always so kind. That's why I just couldn't believe that he murdered that fairy without an ounce of hesitation. It's just my own emotional response. I'm fully aware of that. The Canus that brutally cut down that fairy. The Canus that always looks out for others in their time of need and will always provide a helping hand. I just can't put those two together.
それなら初心に立ち返ってみたらどうかな。
In that case, maybe you should start at the beginning. Huh?
信じられないなら信じられるよ。彼がわからないなら理解すればいい。
If you can't believe it, then you should really try to. You should really try to understand him.
アンシャンテに来たばかりの頃、ミシェルがよく言ってたんでしょ。俺も相互理解ってやつさ。
Back when he first started visiting Enchanté, remember Monsieur said that it's all about mutual understanding. Just as soon as Rindo's words soothed my conflicted mind.
発見発見大発見
Discovery, discovery, big discovery.
はあ。
Oh. A voice comes in from the back of the hall. Rindo smiles bitterly as a figure comes rushing in. Oh, hello, Mikado.
おおこれはアンシャンテのマスター君お久しぶり僕の話を聞いていきたまえ
Oh, well, if it is the owner of Enchanté, a long time no see, but listen to this. Hello, hi?
僕はまたこの天才の名が歴史に残ってしまうほどの大発見をしてしまったのさ
I've made a grand discovery that'll ensure my name will be printed in history books once again. And Mikado's lab coat sways that he spews his science jargon. Mikado's assistant, ... Oh, hello to you too, Mr. Assistant.
いや、ジョシュ君。一応確認なんだけどさ、ミカドにも僕はこの時間来客中って伝えたよね。
Hey, Mr. Assistant. Just to double check, I told Mikado how to have a guest this time, right?
肯定する。
That's correct.
が、こうした事態は予測がついたはず。よって、措置の過失と判断する。
However, you could have easily seen this coming, therefore I deem this your failure. In response to Mr. Assistant, Rindo rolls his eyes. Ugh. Wait, hold on, Mikado. Aren't you supposed to be examining Karya?
アベカリアに関しての対応は予定よりも早く終了した。
Karya Abe's treatment concluded earlier than expected.
またそれと並行し、別の検証を実施。その解析結果が予想外だったと、こうしてこれは騒いでいる。
Another test was conducted at the same time. It is not handling it well because of its surprising outcome. Okay. So the outcome was so impressive that he wants to immediately report to Rindo. Is that really what's going on?
というわけで妖精界メディオについてある程度は知っているね
Anyway, you know a thing or two about the fairy world Maidel, don't you? Yes, we were just discussing that. I don't know if there's some sort of ulterior motive behind this question, but I play it safe by nodding along.
ならば話が早い
Then we can skip the shenanigans.
実はリンドウがメディオから持ち帰った花弁などの各種解析がようやく完了してね
Get this. I finally finished analyzing the flower petals that Rindo brought back from Mado.
なんと
And ta-da!
その遺伝子配列が 紀元前に絶滅したとされている人間界の植物と極めて似通っていたのだよ。
The genome sequencing closely resembles that of prehistoric plant life on Earth. Plant life?
植物と
On Earth? Rindo and I look at each other.
そう、これを受けて僕は仮説を組んだ。
That's right. And from that's right. And from that, a hypothesis is born.
メディオには何千年何万年か前に人間が何かしらの植物を持ち込み、
I believe humans once brought plant life to Medio thousands of years ago.
それが巨大に成長した結果、世界樹になったのではと。
And as a result, the giant plant that sprouted became Yggdrasil. Uh-huh.
ああ、いや待て。しかし、そうなるといろいろと問題があるぞ。
No, wait. But if that were the case, there would be lots of complications.
世界樹ほど質量がある超巨大植物の存在。
A gigantic plant life like the world tree.
どうやってその成長や維持に必要なエネルギー、つまり養分を保っているんだ。
How in the world did it produce the energy, let alone the nutrition necessary for its growth and sustenance? Mr. Mikado starts pacing around in circles as he gets lost in thought. What he said.
ああ、放っておいていいよ。帝はいつもこんな調子で自分の世界に入り込むからさ。
Yeah, you can ignore him. Mikado always gets lost in his own world like this.
その意見を肯定しよ
I deem your opinion as a sound one.
う。適度な時間が経過次第、私がこれを開発課へと回収しておく。
I plan on taking this back to the R&D department very soon. But he was talking about Mado. I wanted to hear more of what he thought.
ひとまずカリア君の検査が終わったなら彼を拾ってアンシャンテに行こう。
If Karya's
だし車で送ってくよ。
If Karya's exam is over, you should pick him up and head on back. I'm still on my break so I can drop you off. I enter the back of Mr. Rindo's fancy car and sit next to Karya. So, how did your exam go?
体調的にも精神的にも大丈夫だって。
He said I'm physically and mentally stable.
一番の懸念だった妖精の力もちゃんと抑えられてるみたいで。
And that I'm suppressing my fairy powers properly, which was the biggest concern.
お、それは朗報だ。お祝いに何か美味しいものでも食べようか。
Oh, that's good news. Let's go grab a nice meal to celebrate. Karya thinks of Mr. Rindo's proposal for a bit.
お祝いはまだちょっと保留がいいかも。
We should probably hold off celebrating for a bit. How come? Karya continues after thinking deeply into himself.
今までずっとごまかしてきたけど、自分の体とか正体のことちゃんと両親にも話そうかと思って。
I've been keeping it a secret, but I've been thinking about telling my parents about the real nature of my body. Oh, that's... Karya's gonna come out to his parents as a fairy. Karya's always struggled with this. As we think about this, Mr. Rindo and I are speechless.
安定してきた今だから言いたいんだ。
I want to tell them now that I'm stable.
父さんにも母さんにもずっと体調やこの力のことで散々心配をかけてきたから。
My mom and dad are constantly worried about my condition and powers.
それと俺もなんだかんだアンシャンテで結構人外のこと勉強したからさ。
Plus, I've been learning a lot about non-humans at Enchante.
リンドウさんにも言われたことだけど、そろそろ将来のことも考えなきゃならないと思ったんだ。
Rindo reminds me of this, but I should really start thinking about my future too.
人間として生きるか、妖精として生きるか。
Whether to live as a human or to live as a fairy. Karya continues.
あと、家族に打ち明けたら、ひょっとしたら自分のルーツもわかるかもしれないでしょ。
And maybe if I came out to my parents, I could find out more about my roots, right?
俺が妖精の先祖返りなのは、先祖の誰かに妖精がいたから。
The fact that I've gone
俺も
through...
少し調べてみたいんだ。
The fact that I've gone through ancestral relapse is because my ancestors are fairies. I want to look into that too.
俺が俺自身を正しく理解するためにも
In order for me to better understand myself. His words are filled with strong conviction. Both Mr. Rindo and I are unable to stop him right now. Karya is trying to think about his own future for himself. You're so mature, Karya, considering you're only in middle school. I don't think I ever took things that seriously when I was in middle school. And without much thought, I went on to college, got a job, and ended up where I am now. As soon as I finish.
それは違うよ。
You're wrong, Taiyo. As he stares at the road and drives, Mr. Rindo continues.
君はアンシャンテにただ流れ着いたんじゃない。自力で泳ぎ着いたんでしょ。
Hi, Niten. Hi, hi. Good morning. You didn't just end up in Enchante. You chose to be that, didn't you?
ソーアンさんの後を継がずに、ごく普通の OL として人生を終える選択だってあったんだよ。
You could have easily taken a simple desk job and led a quiet life instead of succeeding Soen.
俺もそう思う
Yeah, I think so too.
あんたがあの店を継いでくれたから俺だってこうして生きてるわけだし
Your choice to taking over the cafe, Taiyo, is why I can live by the way I do now.
だからもっと自分に自信を持ってよ
So, you should have more confidence in yourself. Karya, Rindo. Confidence in myself. ... Yes, they're right. Since when did I start investigating behind Canus's back? Being the owner of Enchante is my identity and my place in the world. And as the owner, if I believe that we can be open with one another and develop trust, then I think it's only right that I just ask him what happened and be there for him if something is wrong. My job is to provide a place where Canus can find peace and comfort. ... I receive words of encouragement from Mr. Rindo, and courage from Karya, who inspires me by his attempt to better himself in his quality of life. Yeah. I decide to ask Canus directly about the incident. Before I'm able to chicken out, I immediately go to Canus the next day and ask him if we can take a tour around Beidou together. That morning, while watching Meido turn from spring to summer, we walked around as we casually conversed. This world will always be so strange to me. The season changed in a matter of hours.
確かにな。
You are right.
人間界に慣れてしまった今では、我ですらレディオの時の流れに不思議さを覚えてしまう。
Now that I'm familiar with the human world, even I am fascinated by Meido's flow of time. Did not expect big armor. Niten, we're dating him today. We're dating him.
その昔、我が人間界に出たばかりの頃は、人間界こそが不思議に思えたんだな。
Long ago, when I first came out onto the human world, it felt so strange to me. I figured as much. Yes.
季節の移り変わりがないせいか、時間の感覚が狂ってしまった。
Without the rapid seasonal changes, my sense of time were all messed up.
妖精界での用事をすっぽかして、ティターニアに迷惑をかけたこともある。
I have even forgotten about the issues in the fairy world that caused Titania some trouble. No kidding. Oh, come to think of it, when I first came to Meido, it worried everybody.
あなたの姿が見えないと分かったときは、みんなで慌てふためいた。
I remember, it was quite the fiasco when we noticed we lost you. Sounds like he was really worried about me. Canus places his hand on his chest as he recalls that day. Yeah, back then. The fairy's plank, it was a real close call, huh? I smile as I stare at the waterfall mist.
落ちる瞬間を見たときは、
When I saw you fall, I felt my heart sink. Thank you so much for saving me. I would have been toast if you weren't there. On top of that, I've actually become really good friends with those fairies. I've recently been able to differentiate all of the fairies here too.
そうなのか。無自覚とはいえ、殺されかけた相手に。
Yeah. Well, good thing for Taiyo, if she gets in dire trouble, Canus will be there able to help and save her. Yeah! Is that right? Even if they did not have any ill intent, they almost did kill you. Yeah, they did. They almost killed me.
すでに過去としているのなら、我が野暮なことは言うべきではないか。
Oh, no. It's all in the past now. I should not say such senseless things.
どの妖精たちもティターニアに叱責されたのだ。今後危険な真似はしないだろう。
Those particular were scolded heavily by Titania. They will never act so foolish ever again.
あれらの中には長い時を生き、遊びに飽きた者もいるからな。ぜひ仲良くしてやってほしい。
Many of the older fairies have grown bored over the years. I hope you can continue to be their friend. Yeah, his work would require it. True. For a while after that, Canus and I watched the tiny rainbow created by the waterfall. I began to recall my memories of this world and how I ended up getting to be here. We had so much fun in Meido. Not only the fairies, but we even became friends with Titania. I feel like we've gotten closer to Vienna these days too.
我もそう思う。あの二人も随分と変わった。
I completely agree. Those two have changed a lot.
ベンニアもそうだが、特にティターニアはより明るい顔をするようになった。
Venya has changed, but Titania especially has a breath of new life in her. Is that so? I always thought of Titania as a lively and kind person.
確かにもともと穏やかな性格だが、責任の重さに苦しみ、塞ぎ込んでいた時期もあった。
She has always been a very nice person, but she was once very repressed by the amount of her responsibilities.
その当時を知る者からすれば、今のティターニアは別人のようだ。
From someone who knew her from back then, she is almost a different person altogether. That's surprising. I can't imagine Titania being repressed.
そうだな。
You're right.
彼女は我にアンシャンテに通うようになってから丸くなった。よく言ってるな。
She often tells me that my edges have been routed out since I started visiting Enchante.
我から言わせればお互い様だ。
But the same can be said about her.
あなたと関わるようになって彼女は見た目相応の少女らしい笑顔を見せるようになった。
Ever since she started interacting with you, she has begun to smile like the young girl she appears to be. I see. I'm glad to hear that I'm at least of some value for Titania. As he stares deeply into my eyes, Canus honestly and truthfully speaks from the heart.
改めて感慨深いな。
Yes, it is really sentimental. It really is sentimental. Sentimental?
共に我が故郷を歩いていることが。
Us two walking together in my home world.
ソーアン殿はかたくなに異世界へと足を踏み入れようとはしなかった。
Lord Soan.
なおさらそう思う。
Aww. Lord Soan suddenly resisted visiting a different world, which is why it is all the more sentimental. Lord Soan is MC's grandfather who ran the cafe. I see. Come to think about it, I feel like Candace seems to mention Grandpa a lot more often compared to the others. Grandpa, my predecessor, who had been garnered trust from everyone as the owner of Enchante. ... Hey Candace, am I fulfilling my role as the owner of Enchante? Am I the owner that Grandpa can be proud of? My inner thoughts turned into a conversation before I knew it. Perhaps he didn't see my question coming. Canus looks a little flustered for a moment, but
当然だ。
mm,
店を始めたばかりの頃はともかく、今やあなたはソーアン殿にも劣らぬマスターだ。
of course, you may have had a rocky start, but now you are just as good as Lord Solan.
立派に後をついてくれて、ソーアン殿も喜んでいると思う。
You carry on his legacy admirably. I'm sure Lord Solan is proud. I understand. I sure hope so. After that, Kenneth and I talked about a lot of things.
しかし、急にどうしたのだ？我と二人でここに来たいなど。
Anyway, is something going on? It is odd for us to be alone like this. Oh, am I gonna pop the question? I swallow hard, trying to try and moisten my nervously dry throat. Taiyo? Canus, do you recognize this place?
先ほども話に出ただろう。以前、妖精たちがいたずらを。
You mentioned earlier that this is where the fairies pranked. No, it's not about that. Something more recent. I finally decided to confront him. What happened to the fairy that you disposed of here? The moment I ask him, Canus's demeanor changes and he's suddenly nervous.
切られたとは。
By dispose of, you mean... It seems like Canus is trying to play dumb, but... I think it's pretty obvious. Gradually, Nintendo. On the way home from Titania's tea party, Il and I happened to come by here. We saw you and tried to get your attention. Then... we saw you kill a fairy at this very spot. I just couldn't wrap my head around you killing a fairy that was crying in fear. I don't know why this happened. So if there's a reason, I'd like to know. The reason why someone as gentle as you had to go and do such a thing. And the purpose of it.
それ。
That is... As I keep talking, Canus, who isn't very talkative, seemed unable to change the subject. Canus, you promised me, didn't you? That since I can't see your face and you'll vocalize your pains and feelings as much as possible. So, I want you to tell me. Then,
必要なことなのだ。
it was necessary.
この妖精界を守っていくために。
In order to protect the fairy world. Give me a second, you guys. Steam, I'm going offline. Okay. Protect the fairy world?
そうだ。それこそが我に与えられた役目にして。
Right. To protect the fairy world is the duty I've been given.
死を告げる妖精としてこの世界に生まれた意味なのだ。
My purpose in this world is to be the fairy of death. The fairy of death. Why must such a daunting presence exist in the fairy world? To put it frankly, the nature of this world requires it. Fairies lack a clear concept of death. They are each blessed with eternal life. Some even live for thousands of years. However, during this eternal life, the fairy population will grow, and Maida will become overpopulated, causing distress to this very world. That is why, just as fairies are given life, it is equally necessary to bring death. That is my duty. From the moment I was born, I've been destined to bring death to my fellow fairies. That is the fairy of death. Canus Espada. Oh yeah, because they just spawn and they don't despawn, so he's got to do the despawning.
我がその使命を果たすための行為だ。
To kill fairies is to fulfill my duty. The fairy of death. Canus was born to kill fairies. So what I saw was you trying to control the overpopulation?
それもある。だが、より差し迫った危険を鎮めるためでもある。
That too. But it is also to prevent an imminent threat. Threat? In this peaceful world of fairies? What do you mean by threat?
案ずることはない。あなたには関係のないことだ。
Do not worry. This has nothing to do with you. It's his usual voice. But I sent doubt in his tone.
我が使命を果たしている限り、レディオに危険があふれることはない。あなたも安全に訪れることができる。
As long as I do what I must, Maida will be free of danger, and you will be able to visit safely. And so,
そう深刻に捉えないでほしい。
you should not be too concerned about it.
人間界で殺しをすれば重罪だが、妖精界では必要なことなのだ。
In the human world, killing is a sin, but in the fairy world, it is a necessity. Yeah. Those were the same words Mr. Rindo said to me. Different worlds hold different values.
つまり、あなたが見たそれは、我にとって日常に過ぎぬ。
In other words, what you saw was merely daily life. But the reason why I can't just let go isn't because of the act of killing, but you say it's daily life. But why is it that you are in such pain? As if he was choking on something. His painful tone of voice inevitably worries me.
苦しそうも何も、我の顔は見えていないだろう。
Whether I am or not, you can't even see my face, can you? No, I can't, but I can still tell. Because I've spent so much time with you at Enchanté. So I know when you're suffering. That you're in pain. That you're in agony.
我は以前言ったはずだ。自らの気持ちを正直に声に出すよう、今後は努めると。
I told you in the past that I would speak more openly about my feelings.
その我自身がこう言っているのだ。我はいちいち義務になど心を痛めたりはしない。
And so I'm telling you now, doing what I must does not hurt me. But
ならば、
with that said,
我を見ろ。
look at me, Taiyo. As I try to plead with him, Canus takes off his helmet and cuts me off.
見えるか？見えまい。
Can you see it? You cannot.
我が今、どんな顔で言葉を紡いでいるか。
Can you see what my face looks like
できるのか？
right now as I talk? Well,
それが我とあなたを隔てる壁。人間と人外の壁だ。
this is what separates you and I. The separator between humans and non-humans.
苦しんでいる。辛く思っている。
Are you in pain? Are you suffering?
何をバカな。そんなものはあなたの思い違いだ。
It is nonsense. That is just your imagination.
それに我は人間たるあなたにそんなことを理解してくれと頼んでいない。
Besides, I have never asked of you, a human, to understand such a thing.
忘れるな。我は人外だ。あなたの理解が及ばぬ世界に生きる者。
Do not forget, I am a non-human. I am from a world you do not understand. Canus continues to bombard me with reality checks and I am speechless.
人間界の常識で語るな。人間界の尺度で考えるな。
Human logic does not apply here. Human lifestyles do not belong here.
我とあなたは所詮アンシャンテという一点でつながっているだけに過ぎぬ。
You and I, at the end of the day, have one single connection. Enchanté.
だからこれ以上は我に踏み込むな。少なくともソーアン殿はそうだった。
So, please do not interfere any further. At least, that is how Lord Soan was.
アンシャンテはあの場所は
Enchanté, that place.
来客を温かく迎え入れ、しかし各々の事情へは踏み込まぬ。
Warmly welcomed customers, but did not interfere with people's matters.
それが我の望むアンシャンテだ。だからこそ我はあの店に通っていた。
That is the Enchanté we desire. That's why I frequent the cafe.
ゆえにそれを変えるような真似はしないでくれ。
So, please do not do anything to change that. A clear-cut rejection and a painful reality. What Canus wants out of the Enchanté I took ownership of and now run. To protect Soan Awaki's Enchanté the way it is. How ironic. I wanted him to speak his mind more often, but the moment he starts doing that, I end up getting my feelings hurt. ... I thought that if I spoke up and asked that I would get closer to Canus. I thought we could all understand each other. Better if we spoke our minds honestly regardless of being human or non-human. ... Canus's words are painful to hear. I feel a hot tear fall upon my cheek at the sight of me crying. Canus, emotionless, turns his back on me and walks away. Hi, Mana. Sorry, we just went through a really emotional scene. Let me catch up with Chad. And breathe now. Yeah, it's yeah. Yeah, he's trying to push us away because he didn't actually want us to know about this. I cannot find the strength to wipe her tears. I turn my back against Taiyo and keep walking. Then I eventually stop. The only sound I can make is my usual hollow breathing. I never wanted her to see me. I never wanted her to know. She had been living a quiet, meaningful life. She is a gentle soul. I didn't want her to witness me doing what I must, my death-ridden duty. No. I looked up at the sound of shuffling bushes. Venia.
勝手ながら一部始終を見物させてもらいました。
I hate having to say it, but I saw what just happened.
どうやら彼女には全てを見られていたようですね。
It appears that she had witnessed everything.
昇進のところ申し訳ありませんが、陛下が呼んでいます。
I know this isn't the best timing, but Her Highness has summoned you. Please follow me. Just like the first time he invited her to this world, Venia walks away before I can answer. As I follow behind Venia, the Queen's throne eventually appears.
どうしたんじゃ、カヌス。今日は一日あの者と過ごす予定ではなかったのか？
What's the matter, Canus? I thought you were spending the whole day with Taiyo.
いや、我はあなたが我を呼んでいると言われ、ここまでやってきたのだが。
No, I came here because I was told you summoned me.
ああ、それなら嘘です。
Oh, yes, that was a lie.
何？
What did you say? What did you say? What did you say, Nani? The Chancellor of the Fairy World speaks with no shame. Venia then turns to face Titania.
陛下、アンシャンテのマスターがカヌスの妖精殺しを目撃しました。
Your Highness, the owner of Enchante witnessed Canus executing a fairy. What?
ベニア、ティタニアに伝える必要は。
Venia, there's no need for Titania to hear that. Venia did not even flinch from objection. He firmly faces forward towards Titania. Her childlike features distort as she speaks.
そうか。見られてしまったか。
I see she saw you.
異分子を招き込んだままにその使命を果たし続けていたのです。この結果は遅かれ早かれ予想できたこと。
He has been fulfilling his duties while having invited a foreign being. This outcome should have been foreseen.
ただまあ、それに関しては事態を理解した上で忠告していなかった僕にも責がありますが。
However, I also bear some responsibility for not cautioning him while being aware of it.
それで、
So,
あの者とは話したのか。
have you spoken with Taiyo yet? Titania looks concerned. She too had become close with Taiyo. She must be curious of how Taiyo reacted since she now knows of the fairy world's secrets. However,
人間界の常識で語るな。人間界の尺度で考えるな。
human logic does not apply here. Human lifestyles do not belong here.
我とあなたは所詮アンシャンテという一点でつながっているだけに過ぎぬ。
You and I, at the end of the day, have one single connection. Enchante.
だからこれ以上は我に踏み込むな。
So,
少なくともソーワン殿はそうだった。
please do not interfere any further. At least, that is how Lord Soan was. I tried to say something, but in the end, I simply could not. And as if she took notice of my suffering, Titania too did not speak any further. Vienna watches as we stand in silence, ever so calmly.
やはり嘆くだけなのですね。
So, all you do is brood.
不服に思うのであれば帰ればいい。不満に思うのであれば拭えばいい。
If you disagree, change your perspective.
現状を受け入れるだけなのですか。
If you are discontent, change your attitude. Why must you settle for normalcy? A cold rage. There's a subtle tone of hatred as they speak.
本当はあなたたちも今のままでは何も解決しないと分かっているのでしょう。
You both know that the status quo will not solve anything, don't you?
嘆いたところで世界は何も変わりはしない。
Brooding will not change the world.
嘆いたところで妖精を殺さなければいけない。
Brood all you want, but you're still required to kill fairies.
嘆いたところで姉さんに自由は訪れない。
Brooding
この世界中に縛られたまま。
won't bring freedom to my sister. She'll be eternally bound to you, Drizzle.
やめろ、ベンリア。
Stop it, Venia.
そのようなこと言われずとも理解している。
I am fully aware of that.
これは
However,
我がなすべきことなのだ。我がやらなければこの妖精界そのものが。
this is a job I must do. If I don't do it, the fairy world itself will.
その妖精界のためにどれだけの献身をするつもりで。
And how much of yourself do you plan on devoting to this fairy world?
あなたが同胞を殺すことでこの世界は世界中は何かを返してくれましたか。
By you killing your brethren, what has the world tree given you in return?
むしろ今回のようにあなたを苦しめるばかりではないですか。
In fact, all it has ever given you is pain and suffering.
我は
I've never asked for anything in return. I'm just...
使命を果たしているだけですか。その言葉が聞き飽きました。
Yu-Gi-Oh cards?
ならば
Oh, you mean the
問い方を変えましょう。
fantasy characters? Yeah, JC is true. Doing what you must? I've heard this too many times. Let me put it this way.
カヌス、
Canus, do you
今後も妖精を殺した直後
intend on continuing to kill fairies
顔で出向き
and visit Enchante as if nothing happened?
何の罪もない妖精たちを殺めたその手で変わらず彼女に触れていくのですか。
And make contact with her with all that fairy blood on your hands?
ニーヤ、なんてことを。
Yeah, how could you say such a thing?
僕は事実を言っただけです。
I am simply stating the facts.
ですが、その手から罪は拭えずとも、これ以上手を汚さない方法ならある。
However, you may never wash the guilt from your hands, but there is a way to prevent further stains.
カヌス、姉さん、100年ほど前にあなたたちに持ちかけた話を覚えていますか。
Canus, sister, do you remember what I proposed to you nearly 100 years ago? 100 years ago? It does not immediately ring a bell, but Titania on one hand instantly grasps what Vienna is hinting at and turns pale.
なぜ今さらその話を蒸し返す。ならぬ。絶対にならぬぞ。
Why would you bring that up so suddenly? No, you must not.
どうしてです。
How come?
どうしてだと。そなたはかつての悲劇を忘れたとでも言うのか。
How come? Have you forgotten the atrocity?
そなたと同じことを考えた。カヌスの先代がそれを実行した結果、
Canus's predecessor, who once thought as you do, acted upon it and...
何が起こったのか。そなたもその目で見たであろう。
You've seen with your own eyes what can happen, did you not? No. Memories suddenly flooded my mind. Memories full of terrified screams. Memories of constant killing. I suppressed these painful memories as if to crush them in my palms.
我もそれだけは反対だ。
I wholeheartedly disagree.
先代の死を告げる妖精、彼女がなそうとした行為だけは決して認めてはならぬのだ。
The fairy of death before me, what she tried to do must never be forgiven.
確かにカネス一人だけでは可能性は低いのかもしれません。
It is true, Canus alone would not stand a chance.
ですが今ならできるはずだ。あなたがこの妖精界にその鍵を招き入れたのだから。
But it may be possible now. You have brought the solution to this fairy world.
何？
What?
アンシャンテの常連、各世界最強と謳われる実力者たち。
Enchante's regulars, the strongest from their respective worlds.
彼らの力を借りれば、あるいは
If we can use their powers, or perhaps... What's gonna happen?
まさかベニヤ。
Benia, do not tell me you are...
お前がアンシャンテに出入りするようになった本当の目的は。
The true reason why you started visiting Enchante was to...
ええ、アンシャンテの常連たち。その戦力を見定めるためです。
That's right, to scout the potential talent of the Enchante regulars.
ですが、僕がそんなことをせずとも、彼らの実力は
Okay, Niten.
他でもないあなたが一番理解しているのでは。
However, even without me doing so, you know how well enough how powerful they are, don't you?
確かに彼らのことは我も信頼している。その各々が実力者だとも承知している。
You have a point. I do trust them, and I'm aware of their powers. But still, I worry. I look up and trace the stems that bind Titania to the
こ
tree.
の世界樹の脅威は彼らの予想や実力すらも上回るものかもしれんのだ。
The threat of this world tree may very well exceed the powers or imagination.
わずかでも失敗の可能性がある以上、そして確実に甚大な被害が出る以上、
As long as there is a chance of failure and the chance of inflicting casualties,
お前の提案に断じてうなずくわけにはいかぬ。
I cannot and will not accept your proposal. I exclaim, as if to stop them, but.
失敗の可能性、被害が出る。
Chance of failure, casualties. Vienna laughs at my objection.
それが何だって言うんだ。
What of it? They explode into utter
あ
rage.
なたたちは被害者だ。
You are the victims.
この忌々しい世界に世界中に運命を縛られた被害者なのに。
You are the victims strangled by this fading world.
世界中にいいように利用されてただ搾取されるだけの存在。
You are merely a puppet of the world tree, a subject of exploitation.
なぜそんな理不尽を許容する。なぜ悲劇から脱しようとしない。なぜ現状維持に逃げようとする。
How can you allow such cruelty? Why do you not try to escape this tragedy? Why must you stick to the status quo?
世界を変えるためのこれが最初で最後の希望かもしれないんだぞ。
This could be our best and possibly last chance to change the world.
あなたたちの宿命を考えれば多少の犠牲など捨ておけばいい。
Considering the insignificant lives you have been destined to take.
ああ、そうそう。姉さんを犠牲になり立つ世界の住民などいくら消えたところで構いはしない。
That's right. Beings that exist at my sister's expense are all disposable lives. Yeah. Vienna said revolution, down the system, same. Right? I'm gonna hydrate. Thank you, Sylvie, for the hydrate and the posture chair. Break the wheel. Hatred towards the world. Hatred towards the world tree. Hatred towards what gives the sister life. The emotions deep inside of them convince them that this is the best path to take and is the best path that my predecessor once took. All in the name of escaping a cruel all in the name of escaping a cruel reality, no matter how many lives are at stake. Despite the consequences.
できぬ。
I can't do it.
今以上に殺すことは我にはできぬ。
I cannot kill any more than I do now. I cannot allow myself to choose the path of numerous deaths.
ニーヤ、もうよい。そなたの思いはよくわかった。
Yeah, that's enough. We truly understand how you feel.
けれど
But please,
けれどどうかもう
don't go any
これ以
further.
上はやめておくれ。当然そなたはわしにとって一等特別じゃが、この世界に生きるすべての妖精たちもまた同じように大切な存在なのじゃ。
Of course, you are special to me, but all of the fairies that live in this world are special to me too.
それを礎にしてまでわしは自由を得とうない。それに何より
I would never go as far as to step on them in order to gain freedom. But besides,
そなたとカヌスが言い合う姿などわしは見たくないのじゃ。
I don't want to watch you and Canus argue like this. Vienna's sister and the queen, after seeing the world tree bride's tears,
あなたに少しでも期待した僕が愚かでした。
it was my fault for thinking I could count on you.
何が騎士だ。普段守る同行と言っているくせに。
And you call yourself a knight. You boast about protecting every day.
その姿すら
But now I can't even stand to look at you. Vienna expresses contempt as they look at their feet. I'm unable to respond.
すまない。
I'm sorry. All I can do is muster an apology as I walk away. And perhaps Taiyo, who I had rejected. She's probably overwhelmed by the same feeling of disappointment at this point. Oh no, Canus. Yo. Is this another chapter? Give me a second. Oh man, that was kind of... Oh, it was intense. Da, da, da. Da, 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 da.
世界樹からの解放。夢見たことがないかと問われれば、それは嘘になるのもまた事実。
Liberation from Yggdrasil. Is that how you say that word? I've been saying it like that the whole time. Yggdrasil. I would be lying if I said I never dreamt of it.
姉さん
Sister.
じゃが、どうしても、わしは恐ろしいのじゃ。
However, I cannot shake this fear.
そなたの案を実行した結果、どれほどの妖精たちが犠牲になるのかが。
If we were to act upon your proposal, how many fairies we would have to sacrifice.
なんじゃ、この揺れは。
Is that an earthquake?
わからないけどこれはただごとじゃ
I don't know, but this is not ordinary.
大変よ、女王様、ベニア。
Trouble, big trouble, my queen, Fenya.
世界樹の幹の近く、ここよりもっと下の根の部分に、
Near the trunk of Yggdrasil, deep down at the roots.
とっても大きな、見たこともない穴が開いてるの。
There's a giant hole like we've never seen before. Hole?
まさか、
Could it be?
ホールが発
Is
生
that a wormhole?
だがこれほどの揺れ
But a wormhole so big it caused an earthquake that has never occurred before in Mado. Uh-oh.
姉さん
Sister. My queen. This...
世界樹。
The world tree.
姉さん姉さん
Sister. Oh no.
揺れが
The earthquake
止まったわ。
stopped.
ねえ、女王様は大丈夫？いきなり眠っちゃったけど。
Hey, is the queen okay? She fell asleep all of a sudden.
心配いりません他の妖精たちの様子を見てきてください
No need to worry. Please go check out the other fairies.
もし混乱しているようならもう大丈夫だと
If they're still
伝えて
confused,
構わない
tell them that everything is okay now.
わかった。女王様のことはお願いね。
Understood. Please take care of the queen.
さあ
Sister.
改めて恨むぞ世界中
Yggdrasil, you've gone too far this time.
お前はやっぱり僕にとっては
You truly are my enemy.
お前が姉さんを殺すというのなら僕はどんな手を使ってでも
If you wish to kill my sister, I will do whatever it takes. Okay, so what we gather from this is that the queen is attached to the tree. 5 days has passed since that day. Okay, you guys. We're gonna take a tiny break. I'm gonna go downstairs to get my drink. And we've gone through 2 chapters today, right now. So that's 2. We still have 2 more for Canus's route. So we're in the middle of finishing his romance route. Yeah. But I'm gonna take a quick break, you guys. and I'm gonna go downstairs to get a drink. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's cause like reading this is kind of drying too. So yeah. Mm. I'll be right back, okay? Like literally just a few minutes. Yeah, yeah. Bathroom break, you guys. Bathroom break. Litter box break. Yeah. Hi, I'm back. Sorry about that. I made you guys wait very long. Give me a second. Oh, nice. I'm glad everybody is doing good. We're gonna start the game up again. Okay. I did get a drink and a cookie. But I've ran out of desk space, so I have to move some things. Thank you, Brady. Okay, thank you. Oh, I think my music stopped for a second. Is my BGM still playing? Anyway, let's continue the story real quick. Oh, I have my Switch and a bunch of stuff, I guess. Yeah, but I'm gonna probably clear things up later. Anyway, embarrassingly enough, I've been absent-minded ever since. Man, that was a lot to take in from you know, everything that Candace said and everything the Queen said too. But our character was MC wasn't there. Dot 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 dot.
我とあなたは所詮アンシャンテという一点でつながっているだけに過ぎぬ。
You and I, at the end of the day, have one single connection. Enchante.
だからこれ以上は我に踏み込むな。
So,
少なくともソーアン殿はそうだった。
please do not interfere any further. At least that is how Lord Sohan was. How are you doing, Taiyo, after all that? I'm doing okay. Yeah. Canus's words cut deeper than anything I've heard. And Canus himself hasn't visited the cafe since. Oh no, he stopped going. Even if he did visit, what sort of face should I make as I welcome him? Thank you for the hug, Cole. Separate between humans and non-humans. Owner and customer. Personal matters not meant for others. Taiyo's my Enchante. Son Awaki's grandpa's Enchante. Dot 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 dot. I haven't been able to get thoughts like these out of my head. Then one day.
それでもうほんとあっちこっちが大騒ぎで俺も生きた心地がしなかったんすよ。
And then it was utter chaos left and right. I thought I was a goner.
相変わらずアホなことやってんな。
You just can't get it into your head how stupid you are, huh?
アホってなんすか。こちとら雑魚は雑魚なりに一生懸命なんすよ。
Hey, don't call me stupid. I may be a little guy, but I'm desperate, you know?
はい、これ注文のアイスコーヒー。イグニスは炭酸のおかわりね。
Here's your iced coffee and here's your soda refill, Ignis.
お、どうもっす。
Oh, thank you.
しかしドローミスは毎度ベスティアでの闘争に巻き込まれる割によく生き残っているようですし。
Well, it seems like the little Jomi boy is managing to stay alive despite the constant trouble he gets into.
戦闘力が低いという点との矛盾が不思議ですね。もしや再生能力などを有しているのですか？
The contradiction of his inability to fight is uncanny, isn't it? Perhaps he has regeneration powers of sorts.
なるほど。
Oh no.
じゃあちょっと潰してみようか。
Ah, I get it. Should we try crushing him?
何を楽しそうみたいな顔してんすか。ほんとこういう時だけは魔王っすね。
Hey, can you turn down that enthusiasm? You guys can be the worst sometimes, you know that? Yeah, crushing.
ミシェル、いる。この辺下げるよ。
Mr. Ill, I'll be taking this away.
はいはい、ありがとう。
Oh, sure, thanks. Dot dot dot.
ねえ、 主さん、俺めっちゃ頑張ってると思いません？
Hey, Miss Barkeep, aren't they terrible? You think I'm trying my best, right? Ah, yeah. That's it.
兄貴、店主さんどうしちゃったんすか？
Hey, bro, what's up with the barkeep?
なんか注文取る時からっていうか、なんなら店に来た時からよそよそしいっつうか。
Ever since we placed our order, more like ever since we walked in, she seems so distant.
なあおい。
Hey, Taiyo. With his chin resting in his palms, Ignis's fuzzy voice reaches me. What is it? Without looking in his direction, I respond with a tight voice.
お前、確実に俺たち全員避けてるよな。なんつうか、極力会話を避けてるっつうか。
You're definitely avoiding us, aren't you? Like, deliberately trying to avoid talking? ...
まあそっちの事情もあんだろうしよ。とりあえずはほっといたが、そんな状況、今日で5日目だぜ。
I get it. You probably got stuff going on, but we just ignored it for a while. But like, it's been going on for what, like 5 days now?
だから、もうめんどくせえし、直で聞く。
Okay, so this is getting a little old, so I'm just gonna ask you directly.
お前、カヌスとなんかあったろ？
Is there something going on with you and Canus? Why? I thought I was doing a decent job of hiding it, but I guess my poker face isn't the best.
どうしても何もねえ、君の態度がおかしくなった日からカヌスは一回も来店してないし。
That's our question. Ever since the shift in your attitude, Canus hasn't showed up once.
さらに言えば態度が急変したのはカヌスと二人であなたがメリオに向かった日からです。
What's more, you've been acting weird ever since you visited Maida with Canus.
どれだけ鈍感でも原因はそこだって気がつくと思うよ。
Anybody with a brain could figure out that's where it started.
我とあなたは所詮アンシャンテという一点でつながっているだけに過ぎる。
You and I, at the end of the day, have one single connection. Enchante.
だからこれ以上は我に踏み込むな。少なくともソーアン殿はそうだった。
So, please do not interfere any further. At least, that was how Lord Soan was. Dot. Oh, welcome back, Tare. So basically she's been running the cafe a little weird. And everybody's like... Yeah. Or like Ignis is like, yo, what's up? What's the problem? What was happening between you and Canus? Yeah. Canus's words had cut incredibly deep, and I've been avoiding people because of it. Yeah, she called out for distancing. But if it was so painful for Canus to talk about it, the mere thought of it prevents me from talking about it with everyone.
やっぱそうじゃねえか。その面が何よりの証拠だよ。
See? I knew it. It's written all over your face. ...
よければだけどさ、俺たちにも話してみない？
Do you want to talk about it? I mean, only if you want to.
一人で抱えてるだけじゃ解決しないかもしれないけど、せっかくここには心強いメンツがいるんだし。
Dealing with it all on your own might be counterproductive, but we're all here to support you.
それに
Plus,
君の問題はアンシャンテの問題。アンシャンテの問題は俺たちの問題ってね。
you're...
慣れることがあるかもしれないでしょ。
Tiger! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. My name is Taiyo Rise, and I am an art and game streamer, and I also stream a lot of cooking videos. Hello. We're playing an otome game today called Cafe Enchante, and we are finally we are finally dating Mr. Dullahan. We are on his romance chapters, and we are going to get through his story today in one go, until start to finish. Yeah. Hello, welcome, Archon. Hello, Blinknat, Ichigo Gumi, Rat Dread. Hello, Big C Love. Hello, and Choxy Foxy. Hello, y'all. Taikobi's a good friend. Yeah, yes, we are dating Mr. Dullahan, Canus Espada. We are dating Monster Boys today. Choxy Foxy, thank you so much for the follow, and welcome to the Pride. I hope you enjoy your stay here. Hello. Hi, we are indeed dating Monster Boys today. There is also a tiger in this game, but he's not in this scene right now. Wait, no. Tiger is Doggo now. Tiger is Doggo. Ratred, thank you so much for the follow, and welcome to the Pride. I hope you enjoy your stay here. Hello. Choxy, hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm gonna take a sip right now. I have my matcha frappuccino that I got from Starbucks earlier. Cause I was like, should order some Starbucks. Inspired. I had a friend who also got Starbucks yesterday, so I was like, oh, I should get one too. You branded it. Yeah, Pika Squish. Thank you so much for the tier 2 for 6 months. It's been, oh my god, it's been half a year already. I enjoy being here so much, and whenever I can catch a stream, you're incredible, Taiyo. I never forget that. Thank you, Pika. Yeah, it's been 6 months, huh? Wow. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, we are doing our Otome game streams on Monday, aka Sunday nights now. So yeah. Yeah, you're a puppy. Taikobi is puppy. In response to those kind words. Oh, what did you stream earlier? Let me see. Kingdom Hearts. That's a blast from the past. I hope your stream went well, and that you played a good KH games. Yeah, you know I was knee deep in like Akuroku. Are we gonna talk about Akuroku right now? You got a little distracted. But I was a big fan of Akuroku and yeah, let's just say that. Axel and Roxas were cute. KH2, honestly, I'm glad I gave a shot after being so northern. Yeah. The name Akuroku slap you back to Salem, hi! Salem, hi! We were just talking about you earlier. Every time the angel boy pops up, like, I just shout you out. Cause, like, y'all, Salem's also here. So, like, y'all, all these boys keep reminding of people I know. But yeah. So he's been introducing like other side characters in the game to like Otome games and stuff. Captain Cozy, thank you so much for the follow, and welcome to the Pride. I hope you enjoy your stay here. Hello. Yeah. Oh, Salem's really cute. Yeah. We were so me Sylvie and Salem were hanging out. I think it was after his Pyrus stream, and Salem fell asleep in the call. It was really cute. Yeah, I actually stayed a little longer than I should have for a while because it was cute. Anyway. In response to those kind words, well, I had no other choice but to explain everything that had happened. Just fun by me, guys. Yeah. We need to hang out again soon. Maybe I'll you know when I'm playing Genshin, I'll just be like, yo, Tiger Salem, you gonna join me? My Genshin streams are gonna mostly be like unplanned, but I will grind Genshin whenever I feel like it. So those are gonna be spontaneous. I'll just let you guys know if you're around and you wanna hop in, you can. Yeah. Oh yeah, I had no other choice but to explain everything that happened. Okay, so I'll catch you guys up to this current scene. So what happened was that we are romancing Mr. Canus Espada, who's a Dullahan, and he's the fairy of death. And MC here, just main character, protagonist, found out that he actually has to cull the fairy population. So she saw him killing a fairy, and then it got really awkward, and he hasn't been back to the cafe in 5 days, and everybody's worried because MC isn't acting the same way, and he hasn't come back to the cafe. So this is like a little angsty part of the plot right now. Yeah, stream summary. Yeah, thank you, Tiger. Like witnessing Canus murder a fairy, and hearing the things that Canus told me after I share everything I had to share.
なるほど。
I see.
聞いた限りだとちょっと厄介な感じだね。
Well, this is definitely a sticky situation.
世界を守るために妖精を殺す、ね。つうか、箱入りもそれ見てたんだろ。実際のとこどうだったんだよ。
Murdering fairies to protect the world, huh? I mean, weren't you watching it go down too? What exactly did you see?
その行為自体にそれほど特殊性があったとは思えませんが、カルスの言葉から予想する
Yeah, this is the angel guy I'm talking about that looks like Sailor and plays a lot of dating sims. Anyway, I didn't see anything special about the act itself, but considering what Canus did.
妖精界もただ平和な世界ではないということなのでしょうね。
The fairy world isn't exactly a peaceful world. That much I can say. Yarafar, thank you, Captain Cozy. I also talked to Rindo about it, but it sounds like even the GPN doesn't have enough information about Mado.
となると現状手がかりはなし。妖精女王であるティターニアなら当然何か知ってるだろうけど。
So at this point, we have no idea. The Fairy Queen Titania probably knows something, but
事情が事情だ。
it is what it
聞い
is.
たところで話してくれるかはわからないよね。
Simply asking her won't guarantee that she'll tell us. And just as the crew falls into silence, Karya takes the opportunity to speak up.
あのさ、
Hey guys,
その事情、俺少しはわかるかもしれない。
I think I know a bit about that. Really?
多分だけどね。
I think so.
どこから話せばいいかな。
Let's see where I should start. Then Karya begins to slowly talk as if he were trying to piece together his memories little by little. Remember the other day I told you about this, Taiyo? That I was gonna talk to my parents about myself? So, just the other day I finally got around to talking with my parents. Until then I only told them that I have some mysterious powers, but the fact that I've gone through ancestral relapse, I told them everything I knew. At first they were at once would expect very confused, but I shared with them the GPM documents and demonstrated my powers in front of them. Ultimately, they believed me. So I proceeded to ask them about my roots, in other words, about my ancestors. Then my parents went about their way to contact my biological parents who abandoned me. And research my family tree. What?
そしたらどうも、俺のばあちゃんの母さん、ひいばあちゃんが変わった人だったらしくて。
I did a boss? I'm not a boss, but I can carry you. Ooh. Come to find out, my grandmother's grandmother, my great grandmother, was an
ば
oddball.
あちゃんはもう亡くなってるけど、
My grandma's already deceased,
そ
but
の弟、大おじさんが生きてるから、ひいばあちゃんに関することを
her
教え
younger
てもらおう
brother,
と
my
会いに
great
行ったんだ。
uncle, is still alive, so I went to visit him to learn more about my great grandmother. Oh, then I've lived for roughly 300 years now. What? The reason why I lived in the countryside is because the city doesn't suit me. If I stayed there, I would die. Is this person older than me? Now I'm just imagining Taiyo ripped off living chat. Yeah, buff Taiyo. buff Taiyo my true form. Apparently, my great-grandmother always said such weird things as she laughed. He thought she was just joking, but because her stories were so intriguing, my great-uncle still remembers them.
その中で一番印象的だったのは遠い遠い場所にある不思議な世界の話で
The most memorable of them all was the story of a distant, mysterious world. Once upon a time, there was a kingdom made from a giant tree. Life on this big tree was comfortable and the residents lived there happily in peace. But one day, something happened. The giant tree would provide benefits for the residents. That tree began to assault the residents. Oh no. The momentous assault saw no end and too many people lost their lives. The Archon, Taiyo rise more like Taiyo lives. Yeah! At that rate, the world itself would have fallen apart. Then the residents, in order to tame the tree's rage, decided to offer a bride to their god. The effect was dramatic. Thanks to the bride devoting herself to the tree, peace returned to that world. What? Oh, so that's why Titania is like kind of stuck to the tree.
っていう話なんだけど
So the story goes. So she has to remain on the tree or else the tree will attack. That's so the tree is evil? You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. Thanks, chat. I got distracted. I like that song though. I sang that in a choir performance once. Kara's story may sound like another fairy tale, but I am strong. Is that story about Mado?
18区そうだろうねきっとカリアのひいおばあさんが人間界に迷い込んだ妖精だった
Most likely so. Karya's great grandmother must have been the fairy that entered the human world.
であれば住人つまり妖精を襲った大樹とは世界樹のことでしょうね
In that case, the giant tree that assaulted the residents must be referring to Yijazil.
だろうな。それよ
Yijazil.
りか、花嫁っつうのは何のことだ
Probably. By the way, who's this bride you've been referring to? Oh, that's right. These guys went around to hear it when I was on my way home to the tea party. That's probably referring to Titania. Another name for the fairy queen is the royal bride tree.
ちょっと読めてきたね
I'm starting to see the big picture.
カヌスが言う世界の危機っていうのは多分あの世界樹が何かをやらかすこと
The threat Canus is referring to is probably something that the world tree might do.
そして妖精女王
Really hot, man? Yeah. Yeah,
世
they
界樹の
are.
花嫁はそれを抑えるための
We'll be dating them one at a time. Yeah. And the fairy queen Titania. Rather, the world tree bride is there to prevent it.
生贄ってわけか
A sacrifice?
ええそれでしたらあそこまで強引に世界樹につながれる理由にも納得がいきます
Right, in which case I can understand why she would be bound to Yggdrasil so adamantly.
ただそれがカルスの妖精殺しとどうつながるのかは未だわかりませんね
Except, I still don't see the connection between that and Canus killing fairies. Single-handedly taking every man into existence. You know it.
なんか俺は別世界の事情だからあれっすけどめっちゃ不穏な感じがするっす
Oh, really? Well, here I am. There's a lot of us, actually. Not too many, but we do exist. Yeah. You know, since this is a foreign world issue, I'm not too invested, but it sure does feel awfully ominous.
というかさ
Hey.
それが事実だとしたらカヌスは
More importantly, if that's true, then Canus.
そう何かの事情が危ないって分かってたからこそ巻き込まないためにあんたをあえて突き放したんじゃないの
Since he knows about some imminent threat, you think he purposely pushed you away in order not to get you involved, Taiyo? Maybe. Yeah. If so, I'm even more curious now. I wonder how Canus felt and what he was emotionally going through when he told me these things.
さて、持ってる情報は全部まとめたことだし。
Anyway, now that that's sorted, we have
ここから先は君次第だよ。
Taiyo. From this point onward, it's up to you. Huh? Up to me?
カヌスに指摘された通り、客のプライベートに首を突っ込むのは、店のマスターとしての領分を超えてる。
As Canus pointed out, getting involved in the patron's private matter is not your job as a store owner. Hair very handsome. Ah, thank you, Captain. I could pull up my bangs too, like this. Soan would never have gone that far. ...
先代のようなマスターとして彼をただ迎えるだけに徹するのだって悪いことじゃない。
Like your predecessor, it's not bad to simply focus on welcoming him.
むしろカヌスが望んでるのはそっちの姿なわけだし。
In fact, that is precisely what Canus wants.
その上で君はどうしたい？
Having said that, what do you want to do? In response to the mysterious, serious question, you're right. You're right. I need more time to think. Thank you, everyone. I'll put some more thought into it about how I want to confront Canus and to make a decision. Mm-hmm. 5 days prior to Taiyo arriving to this resolution, after shoving Taiyo away and arguing with Titania and Vienna,
あなたに少しでも期待した僕が愚かでした。
it was my fault for thinking I could count on you.
何が騎士だ。普段守る同行と言っているくせに。
And you call yourself a knight.
その姿すら。
You boast about protecting every day, but now I can't even stand to look at you. After Vienna expresses contempt and hostility towards me, I walked away. Sharp words cut deeper than any metal. That's true. Yeah, it's because without anywhere to go, I wound out in this place. Yeah, so basically they wanted to kind of carry out a plan to free the fairy queen from the evil big world tree thing, but I think they got caught up with some kind of I think Canus refused because he didn't want to kill any more people. This is where Taiyo and I became more open with one another. A sorrowful breath spills from my invisible mouth. I realize how strange the fairy world is after spending time in the human world. From the far visible horizon to this very spot, everything in between is part of Yggdrasil. This tree is the cause of all suffering, and the cause of the rift between Taiyo and I. Distancing myself from her that day should have been the right choice. If she learns of my situation, I'm sure she will be hurt and try to help. As a result, this painful reality will cause more harm than good. Worst case scenario, her life will be in danger. It is a very real possibility. Time and grab an axe to make some firewood. Oh my gosh, Betty. That is why. That is right. I was right to make that decision. Regardless of the fact that I can never go back to Enchante ever again, I have returned to my original self. I should just get over it. But why?
なぜここまで
Why does it hurt so much?
突き放しておいて彼女に会いたいと思ってしまうんだ。
I distance myself from her, yet I still want to see her. I have no idea where these emotions are coming from. Despite being faceless, I thought I was able to read my own emotions. The only thing that comes to mind
彼
is
女は困っていないだろうか。
I wonder if Taiyo is doing alright.
飼い主の手が足りずに一人で重い荷物を持っていないだろうか。
I hope she is not forcing herself to carry heavy loads without any help. Yeah, he lumbas.
裏庭の手入れまで一人でこなそうとしていないだろうか。
I hope she is not tending to the garden all by herself again. Ah, hi,
それを
Kami.
忘れ
Playing Cafe
しすぎ
Enchanté.
てはいないだろうか。
I hope she's not forgetting to take breaks and not overworking herself.
我の言葉のせいで一人部屋で泣いてはいないだろうか。
I hope she is not crying alone in her room because of what I said to her. The separator between humans and non-humans. I am the one trying to break the separator by constantly thinking about her.
我はこの先どのような思いで己の使命を全うすれば。
How should I feel about fulfilling my duties going forward? Don't carry those heavy loads on your back, you'll break your back. Yeah, right. Thank you for the posture check, Sophie. I make sure my back's not broken. I instinctively brace myself again against the sudden quake. But before I can survey my surroundings, the quake quickly calms.
今のは
What?
一体
What was that?
それに先ほどの何かが脈打つような
And
音。
what was that pulsing noise I heard earlier? As I sit in my confusion, the fairies seem to be panicking as well. It's the world tree. The tiny fairies are speeding away towards the nexus of Yggdrasil, towards Titania. And the moment they seemingly reach the trunk of the tree, a portion of it transforms into an odd shape. Uh-oh. It swallows the tiny fairy's body whole. What? Contrary to my surprise, the bizarre creature fuses itself back into the tree. Uh-oh, the tree is eating the fairies. At the sight of this, I feel as though all the blood in my body has escaped.
バカ
Impossible.
しばらく先のノルマは
My quota already has been...
必要な妖精殺しはすでに果たしていたはずだ。
The necessary killings should have been completed already.
だというのに
But why?
なぜそれ以上の養分を求めるのだ。世界中よ。
Why do you desire even more sustenance, Yggdrasil? Uh-oh. A world tree sees fairy dinner. Yeah. So it's chapter 3 of Canus' story. We are 3/4 of the way through and getting his happy ending, hopefully. A quake strong enough to shake all of Mado, and Yggdrasil's devouring of fairies. Something's definitely happening. Even as I run, I carefully keep an eye out for any other abnormalities, but so far outside of the confusion among the fairies, there is nothing unusual. And by the time I rush over, an exhausted Titania is being nursed by Vienna.
Titania.
Titania. Canus.
案ずるな。少し体が重いだけじゃ。
Do not worry, I just feel a little weak. It does feel a little awkward coming back after Vienna told me they did not want to see me. But right now is not the time for more arguing. Vienna silently reacts to my inquisitive look.
ごく短時間だったようですが、世界樹の根に近い箇所でホールらしきものが開いたと報告がありました。
Though it was only for a brief moment, it was reported that a hole-like structure opened near the trunk of Yggdrasil.
それも
Yggdrasil.
どうやら世界樹の幹をえぐり取るような形で。
It was as if it was trying to gouge a piece of Yggdrasil.
宣告の振動はそれが原因か。ではティタニアのその様子、世界樹が彼女の命を。
So that was the cause of the quake. And judging by Titania's condition, Yggdrasil tried to take Titania's life?
ええ、損傷を受けた世界樹が傷を癒すために補填したんでしょ
Yes. The wounded world tree must have tried to heal its wounds
う。姉さんの生命力の大半を
by using sister as a
栄
source
養
of
素として。
sustenance.
それにこのホールの影響が偶発的な事故だと嘆いたところで世界樹が理解を示してくれるはずもない。
Even if we try to convince Yggdrasil that the wormhole was a random occurrence, the world tree would never accept it.
きっと世界樹は考えるでしょうね。500年前のあの時と同じく。
Yggdrasil will certainly think as it did 500 years ago,
外部からの攻撃。
that it was a foreign attack. The same as 500 years ago. If so, what is bound to happen?
わしは心配いらぬ。だが問題はここからじゃろう。
Do not worry about me, but the problem is what comes next.
このまま影響がわしのみで済むならばそれに越したことはないが。
Best case scenario, I'm the only one to have suffered any kind of injury. Shinku MC, thank you so much for the follow and welcome to the Pride. I hope you enjoy your stay here. Hello.
いや、残念ながら。
Unfortunately, that is not the case. I tell them what I saw earlier. Then the two of them grow pale.
どうせか世界樹に食われた。ちょっと
The fairies
それはまことか。
were eaten by Yggdrasil. Are you certain of this?
ああ、間違いない。
Yes, I'm certain.
確かニエは1週間前に捧げたばかりでしたね。
If I recall correctly, you just gave an offering a week ago, right? Right. Normally, Yggdrasil would be satiated for at least a month with that offering, but it continued to feed. Ah, hey, cutie close up. I.
単
Only
に
one thing.
単に
It was
そういうこと
sufficient.
なのだろう。
Perhaps that is the reason.
宣告起きたというミキへの影響を考えれば、世界樹としてはより多くの命を飲み込むべきと考えるのは。
Considering the aftermath of this, it only makes sense for Yggdrasil to consume more life. Hungry tree indeed. Hungry tree.
であればどうにしろ避けられませんね。500年前と同じことになる。
If true, there is no avoiding it. What happened 500 years ago is about to happen again.
世界樹が満足するまでただ待つか。
Either we wait for Yggdrasil to be satisfied or understand the meaning of his gaze. I shall bring death upon more fairies as the fairy of death and offer those lives to Yggdrasil. I understand.
どうして
Why?
わしらはただ平穏を求めているだけだというのに。
All we desire is a
こうも
peaceful
うまく
life.
いかぬのだ。
Yet, why must it be so difficult to achieve?
恨むべきは幹をえぐり散らしたホールか、それともそれを機に動き出す世界樹か。
Is the wormhole that gouged Yggdrasil or Yggdrasil itself that we should fear?
はたまたそれらを織りなす運命か、それは僕にもわかりません。
Or rather, the fate that caused these two events. I don't know the answer to that.
いずれにせよ起きてしまったことはもう元に戻せませんよ姉さん。
Either way, what has already happened cannot be undone, sister.
悲劇は起きる。昨日までの平和が崩れ去るのがたまたま今日だった。
Disaster is
それ
imminent.
だけです。
It is unfortunate that today is the day that the peace we thought we had has disappeared. No.
少し席を外します。カヌス、姉さんを任せても。
Pardon me for a moment, Canus. Can I leave my sister with you?
構わぬが、どこへ？
I don't mind, but where are you going?
えぐられたという幹の様子を見に、正確な情報を得るためにも被害を確認すべきでしょう。
I will inspect the damage Yggdrasil took. Verifying the damage is the only way to obtain accurate information.
ならば、我も。
Then I'll...
結構です。あなたは姉さんの様子を。今は落ち着いたとはいえ、また倒れられても困りますから。
Do not bother. Please look after my sister. Even though things have settled down now, I do not want her passing out again.
それに、二人で今一度考えるといい。どうすることが最善なのか。
Besides, we both should reconsider what our best plan of action is. Da, 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 da. Da, da, da. No matter how much I sacrifice,
がどれだけ心を砕こうとも
no matter what the
カヌス
weight of murder you
同胞
carry,
殺しの罪をかぶろうともたった一つの不運が
one single misfortune,
たった一つのホールのせいでこの世界中はまた悲劇を
a single wormhole can move the world tree to
無数の
chaos,
同胞を食らうというの
to feed on countless fairy brethren. Once Vignano walks away, Titania's voice loses some of its strength. As I recall the reason and the tragedy, I lower my head as I once did when I made that vow to her.
我が生まれた理由は、この妖精界を守る騎士として、悲劇の目を刈り取るため。
The reason I was born was to protect this fairy world as a knight and to prevent possible tragedies. The world spilled out naturally.
メディオに生きるあらゆる者へと死を告げる妖精として生まれた。
I was born as a fairy of death to all living things on Meido.
カヌス
何が最善なのかはわからない。
I think one more after this chapter. Yeah, just 2 more chapters. I do not know what to do now.
だが、我がこれからやらねばならぬことはわかる。
But I know what I must do from now on.
メディオに平和を取り戻すため、世界中が養分を欲しているのなら、それを与えるしかあるまい。
In order to restore peace to Meido, if Yggdrasil hungers for substance, I have no choice but to feed it.
すまない
I'm sorry.
わしが妖精女王としていや世界中の花嫁として責務を果たすことができていれば
Had I been able to fulfill my duties as a fairy queen, as a world tree bride,
謝罪の必要などない。我のやることは変わらぬ。
you have no need to apologize. It does not change what I must do. Yeah, Canus's voice. I wish my voice could be that low. I do my best doing a low voice, but it can never be as smooth as his.
いつも通りのこと。そう。これは我にとってただの日常だ。
It is just as usual. This is simply part of my daily routine. Yeah, we're finally dating him, Biz. Yes. I feel like I've said something similar to her. Good morning. Did you sleep well? You say it's daily life. You say it's daily life, but why is it that you are in such pain? That's good.
違う。我は何も苦しんでなど。
No! I am not in any pain.
Canus.
いや、支障ない。
No, I'm okay.
我は早速行動に移る。ある程度の時間の後、報告に戻る。
I will take action immediately. I'll report back to you shortly.
Nice. I exit the Nexus and I'm overwhelmed with the amount of blood red foliage. Can you really do it? The leaves shuffling in the wind ask me. Those innocent fairies. And even more so, your own heart. My voice is perfect? Thank you. Oh. I'm glad you think so. Even more so, your heart. Can you really do this?
Madonna. Canus Espada.
Stay focused, Canus Espada. I swing at the shadows formed by dawn and continue walking with my sword in hand. Do not think of it, not now. Do not give in to Taiyo's kindness. The only time I should be thinking about her is when I'm at that cafe. For now, just focus on the task at hand. Right, don't think about it. Once this is all over, I can take the time to determine whether I have the right to see her with all this blood on my hands. That day, Karia Abe is visiting the GPM headquarters for his scheduled testing. Hi Piani, how are you doing? The testing concluded without issue and on the way home.
ああ、そうだ、カリア君。これからアンシャンテへ行くのかい？
This game was pretty. Yeah, it is. Oh, I almost forgot, Karia. Are you going back to Enchante after this?
そのつもりだけど。
That's the plan.
ひょっとして。
Let me guess.
また今日もミシェルたちの体の一部をこっそり取ってこい。
Are you trying to make me get a sample from Monsieur and the gang again?
またとはなんだね。まるで僕がマッドサイエンティストみたいじゃないか。
What do you mean about it? What do you mean by again? You're making me sound like a mad scientist.
いや、むしろそうと
Finally, a Wi-Fi in your apartment, and now I can finally enjoy streams. Ah, that's good, Piani. I'm glad. Well, today we are playing Cafe Enchanté, and it's a visual novel. We're dating a Dullahan today. Dullahan means hellish person. Wow, that's like the only way I can see you.
まあ、彼らの研究もしたいところだが、今回の要件はだね。
I do want
リ
them.
ンドにこれを渡してほしいんだよ。
I do want to study them too, but this time I want you to hand this to Rindo.
何これ？メモリ？
What is this? A hard drive?
世界樹についての追加報告書さ。つい先ほどようやくまとまってね。
It's more information related to your drizzle. I just finished it a minute ago.
それなりに重要なことが書かれているから忘れずに渡してくれると助かるよ。いや、それにしても。
There's a lot of critical data in there, so please remember to hand it to him. But man, oh man.
妖精界メディオがあんな危険と隣り合わせの世界だなんてね。カリア君、君も訪問の際は気をつけたまえよ。
I never knew that the fairy world Mado was such a dangerous place. You should be careful whenever you visit. Huh?
さて、それじゃクーちゃん、仕事終わりにちょっと早めのディナーと行こうか。
Alright, cool. Now that I'm off work, let's go grab an early dinner.
どこのレストランがいいかな。やっぱり夜景の綺麗な。
Let's see, which restaurant should we go to? Can't go wrong with a nice evening view.
あ、待ったミカドさん、その話詳しく聞きたいんだけど。
Hold on a sec, Mikado. What do you mean by that?
ああ、やっぱり妖精の端くれとしては気になるかい？
Are you curious? I don't blame you for a second. In response to Karia's momentous inquiry, 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 inquiry. Gagby, I don't think he's so much a big cat prayer. Mikado speaks up with agreement. Oh, are these two? I don't know. Kari is underage. He's a middle schooler. I'm sure you already heard it from Rindo, but based on my analysis, it's been discovered that the world tree of the fairy world Mado originates from plant life on Earth. Oh, the Sigillaria. That is a species of the ancient tree Yggdrasil is closely related to. Sigillaria. Oh, actually, I'm gonna look this up. What is this? Sigillaria. Ooh, it's an extinct tree. Oh, closely related to. It has long been extinct in the human world, but as a seal tree, giant trees said to have grown in ancient times. When its large leaves fall, they would leave hexagon or rhombus-shaped marks on the trunk, resembling the sigil of the seal, thus giving it its name. Oh. I see. Wait, how do I go back to the game? I guess I'll save. No matter how much it changed due to the effects of the fairy world, the basic biological characteristics, receiving sunlight, conducting photosynthesis, and requiring nutrients from land and water, should be no different from regular plant life. In fact, no matter how you look at it, the Yggdrasil's leaves still fit within the definition of a plant. However, I've arrived at one problem. There are limits to how much a life can grow. One of the theories, the extinction of dinosaurs, explains the difficulty of nourishing their giant bodies. Then what about the world tree? Even if Mado has distorted its growth, it's hard to believe a world-engulfing plant can sustain itself with just water and sunlight. Oh, in which case there's only one thing I can think of. Yggdrasil undoubtedly received nutrition externally. If so, what does the world tree feed on, considering it sits atop of the food chain in Mado? I think you get it now. That's right. Basically, the entire world of Mado, the home of the fairies, is probably Yggdrasil's feeding ground. Oh. Yeah, kid heckin' young. Yeah, there are babies in this game too. It doesn't specify how old the scientist is though. It has been about a week since Canus shut me down at Mado the day after the regulars helped me out. Today is one of those rare days where no one has come to the cafe, so I am in the backyard watering the plants. Oh. The showering water makes a rainbow. The colorful flowers that Candace usually waters were swaying lonesome, perhaps because he's not there.
その上で君はどうしたい？
The scientist said he was an adult when we first met him. Oh, that's true. Having said that, what do you want to do? Oh, give me a second, you guys. What do I want? The answer to Mystery's question hasn't arrived after a whole day of thinking. There are so many feelings of uncertainty swirling around in my heart. The moment I try to make sense of them, they crumble away like sand. The answer is within my reach. The answer is right here inside of my heart.
ソウアン殿はそうだった。
So, please do not interfere any further. At least that is how Lord Soan was. Even so, I'm afraid of being rejected. I tear up at my weakness and cowardice. When I was a child, there were so many things I wanted to do. And I was brave enough to express myself. But that strength, after graduating from school and working at a local company, I almost said academy. But that strength after graduating from school, working at a local company, and being crushed by the weight of reality slowly disappeared. And before realizing it, I was surrounded by things I didn't want, even though I tried to avoid them. I had forgotten my honest desires and wants of doing more. That's right. Until I took over as the owner of Enchante. I didn't just end up here. This is the place I chose. My Enchante. I repeat the words Rindo mentioned. The more I think, the more I realize Grandpa and the regulars are why I chose this place. Even when I took over, everyone encouraged me. I finally was able to reach out and do what I truly wanted to do. Will I be able to reach out again? What I want to do, that is, I want to see Canus. Vocalizing my thoughts allowed me to be honest with myself. But I just can't muster up the courage to broadcast these feelings. To him, ...
失礼。
Pardon me. Huh? Vienna?
お邪魔してます。来店しても出迎えがなかったので、勝手に歩き回らせてもらいました。
Since I was not greeted on entry, I took the liberty of walking around alone. I'm so sorry I didn't hear the doorbell ring. I know I'm a little late, but welcome. I'll be right there once I wash my hands, so go on and have a seat and... That's how it works? Yeah. What's the matter? Yeah, if no one opens the door, she's...
見事なものだと思いまして。
Nothing. I'm simply impressed by this place. I guess this is the first time Vienna has seen the backyard. Why, watch. They gently squinted watch. Their gently squinted gaze caresses the flower bed. It feels as though I'm being praised. It is quite flattering. This flower bed is Canus's work. All of these flowers all came from here.
カヌスがこれだけの花を。それはまた顔に似合わず。
Oh my gosh.
いや、顔はないのでしたね。
Canus looks after all these flowers. It doesn't fit his face at all. Not that he has a face. That Canus, he does look a little intimidating, but he's actually very delicate and caring. When I first met him, I judged him based on his looks. But now I know that Canus is a very kind person. The fact that he tends to use flowers every day so they don't wither. And how the townsfolk rely on him a lot and how children look up to him. Being able to mention any of those says a lot about his character. As I keep on going like this for a bit, Vania chuckles bitterly and squints.
あなたは随分とカヌスを観察していますね。
You really observe Canus thoroughly. Huh? Wait. You think? How far are you to do the game? I'm almost done with this storyline. So, we're romancing Canus right now, and we have 1.5 chapters left.
ええ。
Yeah.
数百年の時を共に過ごした僕や姉さんよりもずっと彼を理解していると思います。
Yes. You know more about him than my sister and I do, and we have spent centuries with him. ... That's not true. The words that came out of my mouth sound somewhat timid because the only Canus I know is the Canus that frequents this cafe. Whatever he's going through is something I'm not allowed to get involved with. Having said that, I'm sure Vienna won't understand what I'm talking about, but I can't stay silent about it. ... It's okay, Piani. I'll be you can watch the VODs. I'll be uploading everything onto YouTube too. Yeah. Well, it's like the angsty part right now because we find out that the love interest is actually a reaper of the fairies, and like he has to kill a lot of fairies for his job, and then MC just saw him kill someone like a while back, and then they have this little angsty moment where he didn't go back to visit the cafe, and she's like, oh no, no, I can't talk to him anymore because he found out that I saw, and then da 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 da. Anyway,
カヌスに拒絶されたことが相当答えたようですね。
yeah, it's because it's just in his world there's this tree that needs like sacrifices to live and stuff. It seems like Canus's rejection is getting to you, is it?
しかしあの首なし騎士もこれ以上踏み込むななどともっと言い方があったでしょうに。
But that headless knight, don't interfere any further. That was probably a nicer way to say that. How did you know that? Could it be the Canus tell you?
いえ、見ていましたから。あなたが泣くところまで一部始終。
No, I was watching the entire time, even when you cried. Not paying any attention to my shock, Vienna lowers his shoulders.
あなたは真面目すぎるのです。言葉のすべてを真正面から正直に受け止めすぎている。
You're too earnest. You take every word too seriously and straightforward.
カヌスに用があるのであれば、カヌスの言葉など無視してやればいい。
BTG, hi. I'm doing good. How about you? When you're headless, you have no brain cells. I mean, you're not wrong, Reddy. Yeah. If you have some business with Candace, then you should ignore everything he says.
自らの希望を叶えるには行動があってこそ。
In order to get something done, you must first act. Isn't that right? But it's not that easy. Acting without thinking will only...
では、悩んだままに現状維持に徹する方がいい。
No, you. Well, would you rather keep things as they are and continue suffering? Those words, for some reason, sound like his temper is starting to seep out.
まったく、あなたもカヌスも姉さんも変なところがよく似ています。
Good grief. You, Canus, and sister are also weird.
肝心の勇気を持つことができず、変革の痛みを恐れてその場にとどまり、事態が悪化するのを待つばかり。
You don't have the courage to change, and your fear of change keeps you frozen in place waiting for the courage.
時間は有限だったと気づいた時にはもう遅いの。
BTG. And before you can realize it, it is already too late. I know that staying inside my head forever won't solve anything. But if Candace doesn't want it, then I can't just ignore that.
どうしてそれがいけないのですか？
Why? Why is that so wrong? Huh?
突き詰めれば、あなたを拒絶したのも、所詮はカヌスの勝手によるもの。
When you think about it, Candace's rejection was ultimately on his own accord.
ならばこっちも勝手にすればいい。それだけの話ではないですか。
You can and should do the same. Isn't that all there is to it? Well, Vienna's words are awfully selfish. They are, but I can't quite deny it either.
少なくとも僕ならそうしますけどね。
At least, that is what I would do. You would? Even if the other person doesn't want you to, you would do what you want to do?
ええ、そのつもりですよ。
Yes, that is what I intend to do.
相手が望まずとも拒否しても、その道が不幸に続くと分かっている以上、
Even if the other person doesn't want me to, I know that I will continue on my way.
たとえ嫌われようと僕ならそれを止める道を選ぶ
Even if they end up hating me, I will find a way to change their mind.
大切な人に幸せになってほしいその気持ちに勝るものなど存在しないでしょ
I would want my significant other to be happy. Nothing comes close to that feeling. Even if society deems it a selfish act, Vienna smiles. Unlike his usual sarcastic smile, it is rather gentle.
あなたは違うのですか
Taiyo, do you disagree? This is Switch. Nintendo Switch. Oh boy, do I have to make a decision right now? Oh my gosh. I guess. I'm gonna push for it. I agree. As I vocalize my thoughts, I feel as though it gave me courage. No matter how Canus feels about me, I want to make Canus smile. I can't stand to see him not happy. Even though he's faceless, my feelings probably won't change. So, I want to see him. I want to see him and talk to him. Not as the owner of Enchanté as he wants me to be, but as myself, just ordinary Taiyo. Canus, why did you push me away? I want to meet him face to face and hear him out. Once I vocalize my true feelings, the wind carries my words to the flowers. Venya, my only audience, applauds my small outburst.
まるで愛の告白ですねぜひ次はカヌスの前でどうぞ
It's like a confession of love. Next time, please say that to Canus. Hey, don't make fun of me.
何にせよ心が定まったのはいいことですでは
Anyhow,
行くとしましょうか
I'm glad you finally made up your mind. Now, let's get going. Where to?
は何を寝ぼけたことを当然今からメディオにですよ全部急げ
Huh?
と言うでしょ
Were you even listening? Tomato, of course. Come on, double time, as they say. Right now? Wait. I need some time to mentally prepare.
不要です
No need for that.
というか僕がここで帰ると次はカリア少年が来店するまでメディオには来られないでしょ
Plus, if I leave you here, you won't have the opportunity to go to Meido until Karia visits the cafe. Oh, that's right.
精神力の弱いあなたはそんな時間を与えたが最後またうじうじと悩みそうですし
Yeah. JC, we're gonna keep going until we finish the whole story. Hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate. The posture check. Hey, would cute Dullahan man yet? We're still going through angsty times. We're still going through angsty times, JC. Yeah, give me a second. Yeah. we're still going through angsty time. So I think we're about to confess though. We'll see. Your weak mind, when given the chance, will make you indecisive and dumb.
決意が鈍らぬうちに行動すべきです何か反論は
Yeah. You should act before you lose the gumption. Any objections? I can't object. Is Vernier romanceable though? They kind of swear af. Right? I wish. I don't think they're one of the romance options. It feels like I've been forced into all of this, but I decided to follow Venia's suggestion and start walking. In a rush, I change into my normal clothes. Leave a note to the absent regulars announcing the cafe's temporary closure. Then we make our way to the fairy world. Just as I did the first time I visited, I followed behind Vienna. But unlike my first trip,
ここからミキの外周を通ります。下は見ないことをお勧めしますよ。
from here, we'll go around the roots. I suggest you don't look down.
この先は道が分かれています。間違ってもはぐれないように。
The road splits from here. Try not to get separated from me. But why are
突然
you
笑い出してどうしたのです。
laughing all of a
何
sudden?
か面白いことでも。
What's so funny? Oh, nothing. It's nothing like that. It's just that, unlike last time, you're actually paying me some attention. I just feel like compared to when we met, we've come a long way, you know?
別に仲良くなった覚えはありません。道に迷われると困るというだけです。
It's not like we're friends or anything. I just don't want you getting lost. Their standoffish attitude doesn't change. Still, I think he's gotten a little soft on me. Yeah. Even when Vienna was so cold, I've been able to get closer. So maybe I can with Canus too. As I continue thinking of that, I suddenly noticed something. Huh? Hey, Vienna?
何か
Something wrong? Isn't Maida awfully quiet today? Usually there are fairies flying around every way. Vienna's too? Yeah, a bit. They usually flock around me without having to say anything. But today, for some reason, not a single one. Suddenly, the world jolts. Ah! And with a jerking motion, sounds of leaves shuffling against each other echoing the surrounding like break waves. What was that?
静かに。慌てないでください。
Quiet. Stay calm. Eventually.
怖い怖い怖い怖い逃げないと逃げないと
I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. We have to run. We have to. From the shaken branches like a bird flying away, a lone fairy appears from between the leaves and soars through the sky. But in the fairy's path is a large, bulging branch. Ooh. Oh no! It's the tentacle thing, oddly shaped in the form of a tentacle. It swallows the fairy whole. Huh? What just happened? ... R.I.P. fairy. Oh no. Vienna, what just happened?
そう騒がずとも
I
結構
biz.
僕も
No need to make a fuss.
確かに見ましたから。
Fuss. I saw the same thing.
こうして直接目にすると嫌なことを思い出し
Seeing
ま
it
す。
with my own eyes brings back bad memories. Bad memories?
この先も同じようなことが起こる可能性は否定できません。
We can't dismiss the possibility that something similar will happen again.
なので、僕から離れないように。離れた場合の安全は保証できないの。
So, try not to get separated from me, otherwise it cannot guarantee your safety. Oh, wait, what's happening to Mado? Yeah, Vienna does look Child T234 smug. A flashback of the story Karya told me stops me in my tracks. But Vienna shakes his head and continues walking without
危
stopping.
険を知らせぬまま連れてきたことに関しては謝罪します。
I will apologize for bringing you here without warning you of the dangers.
今この世界にはあなたの存在が必要なのです。
But right now, this world needs you
カヌスの戦う理由として。
as the reason for Canus to fight. What do you mean? Even though I ask for clarification, Vienna doesn't answer me. All I can do now is to follow Vienna, who suggests I'll find out sooner than later. Thereafter, for better or for worse, nothing unusual occurs. By the time Vienna leads me to the Nexus, there's a cruel crisp in the air as autumn falls upon us. Canus, Titania! The two, standing at the throne, gasp as they notice me. Taiyo?
どういうことじゃ。なぜそなたがここに。
What is the meaning of this? Why are you here?
もちろん僕が連れてきたからですが。
Pretty obvious I brought her here.
いきなり掴みかかるとは穏やかではないですね、カヌス。
Not very polite of you to grab like that, aren't you a violent one, Canus?
連れてきただと何のつもりだベンニア
You brought her here? What were you thinking, Vienna?
今の妖精界の状況が分かっていないお前ではあるまい
You are fully aware of the situation Mato is in, do you not?
ええ、だからこそですよ。
Of course, that is precisely why. While shoving away Canus's grasping hands, Vienna replies indifferently.
正直、ここ最近のあなたの様子は見るに耐えないものでした。
To be honest with you, I could not stand watching you lately.
ろくに戦えない僕でも呆れてしまうほどお粗末と言っていいでしょう。
I may not be the best fighter, but I can tell you aren't in the best headspace.
そんな状態でよくも妖精界を守ろうなどと言えたものですね。
I'm honestly surprised that you were intending to protect Mato in your current state. Canus doesn't respond, as if to admit that Vienna's words held some truth.
あなたにはこの後説明しますが、今このメディオは危機に陥っています。
Taiyo, I'll give you the details later, but right now Medio is in danger. Danger? Like what happened earlier? A quake that nearly shook the entire world. And immediately after that, a fairy was eaten by Yi's drizzle.
ええ、さすがに異世界に多く触れてきただけありますね。察しが良くて助かります。
That's right. Well, aren't you well-traveled? You catch on quick.
その危機に対処するためにはカヌスの力が不可欠なのですが、彼はね、ふぬけきっている。
In order to counteract the threat, we needed Canus's strength, but he's being a real wimp right now.
故にその原因を取り除くべくあなたにご足労を願ったのです。
So, in order to snap Canus out of it, I brought you all the way here. Vienna lightly pushes my back and I stumble forward. Oh, his flames are hot pink. Is that him being angry? I think he's angry. Canus. His expressionless helmet stares down at me. I've been dying to see him again and talk to him, but I don't know if I'm upset or disappointed. I can't find the words now that I'm here. ... We face each other in silence for a minute.
カヌス、あなたの不調の原因は誰よりあなた自身が分かっているはず。
Canus, you know yourself and your problems better than anyone else.
僕にここまでさせたのですから、早くその問題を解消することですね。
You've pushed me to this point. Just hurry up and get this all sorted already. Vienna says as he pushes on our backs. Hug already, hug. Hug. Leaving the worried Titania behind, he leads us away from the throne. The two of us walk the crimson tree. Sheesh. ... This is awkward. Really awkward. If only the others were here, at least we'll have something to talk about. But when it's just the two of us, I struggle to put words together. And by the time Canus finally opens his mouth, the splashes of the waterfall softly hit us.
驚いた
I was shocked. Huh? that you have come here. I'm sorry for showing up all of a sudden.
それもあるが
Well, that's one thing, but
あれだけ突き放したというのにまたやってくるとは思わなかった
I was so intent on pushing you away, yet you still came back. Dot, dot, dot.
大方の予想はつく我の様子がおかしいとベンニーヤが焚きつけたのだ
I figured Vienna charmed you into thinking that something was wrong with me.
だとしたらすまなかった奴には我からきつく言っておく
And so,
取り急ぎ人間界へ
I apologize. I will make sure they are punished for that. It's best you hurry up to the back to the human. Hey, you're wrong. I softly interject as I search for the words to say to him. They said a lot of things, but they're not the only reasons. It was my decision to come here because I wanted to talk to you.
我には話すことはない以前すべて伝えた通りだ
I have nothing to say to you. I told you everything I will ever need to.
あなたは人間で我とは違う本来この場所にいるべき存在ではない
You are a human. You and I are different. You are not supposed to be here. Yeah, Puny. That's our love interest. or, yeah, he's the first one. And I think we're doing... Who else are we doing? We're going through all the guys, and he's the first one. And I think the second guy is Mr. Rindo, so the older guy. And the third guy is the redhead. Fourth guy is the angel, and the fifth guy is the demon guy. Yeah. So what's happening right now is that we finally made it to his chapter, the romance chapters. So we're gonna try to finish his story today. Yeah. You are a human. You and I are different. You are not supposed to be here. So, but I do. I do. I have so much to tell you. So many words. So many feelings. I have so many, Canus. Every time a word leaves my mouth, Canus's flames wave. No matter how hard he tries to hide it, his body language says it all.
それは今でなくてはならぬ話か
Does that really need to be discussed right now? Magic.
全てが終わって
Once this is all over,
我がいつかまたアンシャンテへ顔を出すようになってからで
and
は
someday can return to Enchante. Will it be too late to wait till then?
今この妖精界に
It is.
極めて危険な状況に置かれているこうして話をしている余裕もないのだ
Right now, this very world of Mado is facing a tremendous threat. We do not have the time to talk right now. I wish my voice was that low. I
道
wish.
中であなたに気がついた
You have already noticed on the way here, correct? Yes, I saw a fairy cat eaten by your Drizzle. And a long time ago, something similar happened, right?
なぜそれを
How did you...
ベンニーヤから聞いたのか
Did Venia tell you this? I shake my head in response. While you were absent from Enchante, the other patrons and I, we were curious about Mado. ... Coincidentally, Karya came out to his parents regarding his identity and was researching his origins. And as we expected, one of his ancestors was a fairy. It was one of Karya's great-grandmother. Then, we all heard the stories that she would tell through the word of mouth. That Mado's world tree terrorizes fairies. And that the one keeping the world tree at bay is the one known as the world tree bride. And that bride refers to Titania, isn't it? ... There is a brief moment of silence. As if to show indecisiveness, the flames on his neck wave a few times. And finally...
おおむねその認識は正しいだがそれはいささか古すぎる情報だ
Your view of the big picture is correct. However, that information is far outdated.
東大の世界樹の花嫁はすでに世界樹を鎮めるだけの力を持たない。
The current World Tree Bride is no longer has enough power to tame Yggdrasil. The flames waving like a puppy tail? Yeah.
故に我が死を告げる妖精である我が
Meaning
その
that
役の
I,
一部を果たしているの
the
だ。
Fairy of Death, must take responsibility for that role
妖精を殺しその魂を世界中へ捧げることで
by killing fairies and offering their souls to Yggdrasil. Canus, while gazing at the waterfall mist, begins to talk quietly about the truths of the fairy world, Mado and Yggdrasil. In the beginning, it started with one small seed. A seed brought from a foreign world was planted into this soil. Its compatibility with this world was good, or rather, it may have been too good. Immediately after it was planted, the tree grew at an alarming speed. It instantly surpassed the height of a human, covering the ground and reaching the skies. It swallowed the surrounding vegetation while incorporating various plants and flowers. Finally, it grew so big that it had covered the entirety of the world's surface. That is how Yggdrasil came to be. However, there was a side effect of becoming such a massive tree. Yggdrasil grew so big it became unable to sustain itself with only sunlight and water as energy sources. Then one day, the world tree began to consume fairies. It transformed its branches and roots into tentacles to attack the fairies and to devour them. No one could escape as long as they lived in Mado. The very branches they stood on could turn into a threat in an instant. Other healthy fairies would find this concept of death confusing. Yeah, it's a tree that eats fairies. Angie tree, yeah. Hey, simple. Hey then. 1/3 of the population has been eaten. The fairies were overwhelmed with fear, and as a last resort, a sacrifice was made to tame the world tree. It was originally a plant from a human world. Yep, seeking fairies for nourishment. Hi. That was the World Tree Bride. By connecting a sacrificial fairy to a device built at the nexus of Yggdrasil, the fairy's soul will be used as an efficient source of nutrition. This tactic proved highly effective. With enough nutritional supply, Yggdrasil finally ceased his attacks. Thereafter, every time a bride's soul was completely consumed, a new bride was offered. This is the self-sustaining system of Mado. That's right. The coveted title of Fairy Queen was created in order to disguise the ugly truth of sacrifice. Advanced gardening technique, blood sacrifice. Oh my god, Jesus. It was merely a mask to cover up the fact that the World Tree Bride is a sacrifice. Healthy source of iron. Oh gosh. Of course, not all fairies supported the idea of the system of a sacrifice. There were those who spoke out boldly against creating a world of sacrifices. Yeah, you become queen and then you're fed to a tree, yep. However, those voices were quickly hushed. If all it takes is a single sacrifice, and as long as they weren't chosen, it only makes sense to live this way. However, after a long history of sacrifices, there was one fairy that dared to change the world and wage war against Yggdrasil. The tree has high quality taste. I was about to say, oh my gosh. Yeah. The Fairy of Death, Banshee. Oh, I think it was the previous Reaper. The Fairy of Death that is born once in a generation. She is my predecessor. And the eldest sister of Vienna and Titania, born at the same time and place as the two. After Titania took the queen's throne and offered her soul to the World Tree, she decided to fight for her younger sister and challenge Yggdrasil all on her own. Oh no. Monarch keys obviously don't work. Haha, yeah. ... Dot dot. What happened to Miss Banshee? Canus. Dot dot dot.
時代の死を告げる妖精たる我がここにいることが何よりの答えだ。
The fact that I stand here today as her successor is the very answer. In other words,
3日3晩に及ぶ戦いの末、彼女は世界中に食われて消滅した。
after the war that lasted 3 whole days, she was eaten and annihilated by Yggdrasil.
死を告げる妖精の力をもってしても、この世界中には、世界そのものには勝てなかったのだ。
Even with the power of the Fairy of Death, Yggdrasil, the world itself could not be defeated. Canus says as he looks up at the sky, as if he was talking about his own defeat. No way. She tried to save Titania and fought desperately, right? Even then.
そうだな。妹を救いたかった彼女の気持ちは、決して責められる類のものではない。
That's right. I cannot blame her for wanting to save her own sister.
だが、バンシーはあまりに善良だった。
However, Banshee was too thoughtless. Bulkiver, thank you so much for the follow, Anna. Welcome to the Pride. I hope you enjoy your stay here. Hello.
自らの無謀な戦いが、その後に何をもたらすかを考えていなかった。
She did not foresee what her recklessness in battle would bring to the world.
あるいは、
Rather,
考えていたかもしれないが、
it may have occurred to her, but
それでもなお、逃げとされた妹のために、武器を取らずにはいら
in
れな
spite
か
of
ったの
it,
かも
she
しれ
probably
ない。
could not watch her sister be sacrificed without drawing her sword. Yeah. What if she wasn't eaten? Wouldn't that be an interesting plot twist, right? Right? Yeah. I guess we'd be dating her instead of Canus. Banshee was, in fact, defeated. Despite that, she had left a deep wound in Yggdrasil, the result of which is the destruction of this dreadful system known as the World Tree Bride. Because of her attack, the throne was damaged and the bride was rendered dysfunctional. For example, Yggdrasil would normally extract 10 units of energy from the bride per month. However, after that incident, the damaged throne was clearly supplying less energy. Compared to previously, the amount of energy it was able to extract plummeted to just 1 unit per month. In other words, from a certain perspective, Banshee's resistance was not in vain, but obviously at this point, Yggdrasil was not satisfied with so little of the Queen's soul. The damaged World Tree, in order to heal its wound instinctively, just as it ran rampant in ancient times, it began devouring fairies relentlessly. With my predecessor's death, I was born in the midst of it all. Oh, so Canus was born right when she died. As I came into being, the first thing I heard was the screams of the devoured fairies. Oh no. I opened my eyes and the first thing I saw were death. The faces of the fairies drenched in despair. The fairy of death is born with some of the knowledge of the past fairies of death. That was no exception for me. Without knowing for myself, but driven by the lingering memories, I gazed at the fleeting fairies, clenched my sword, and swung down. The memories were pleading with me, that even if I fought Yggdrasil, it would be impossible to defeat it. Yeah, he does need a hug. If so, as a knight that protects Maino, what am I to do? The answer I arrived at was to kill fairies with my own hands. This is the role of the fairy of death. By killing fairies, we return their souls to the world. Rather than Yggdrasil devouring the fairies, it is far more efficient for my killing to make the necessary offerings. In other words, the more I kill with my own hands, the less casualties we have in the end.
故に
Thus I.
妖精たちを切り続けた。
Hi. Hi, Yandere-chan. That's right, know how to pick trees. Oh no, already. Continue the mission. I had no time to choose. No time for my heart to fight reality. As soon as I was born, I stabbed, without a sense of my own will. without knowing what I wanted to do or what I should do, without anyone guiding me. I cut, and I cut some more. Until the Yggdrasil was tamed, I kept killing fairies. I killed, and Yggdrasil ate. Eventually, when Yggdrasil became silent, nearly a tenth of the fairy population remained. This was the cost of finally satisfying Yggdrasil. Ah, you were a TV before, but you're now Yandere Fox? Nice. But that was not the end of everything. Yggdrasil, though it entered into temporary dormancy. As long as the World Tree Bride was dysfunctional, Yggdrasil would one day awake. That is why, after discussing with Titania, I decided to continue killing fairies. I'm sitting up straight, thank you. My plan's always down on me, maybe should I try blood sacrifices? Oh no. I see a fairy, it's death, and execute it. That is my life as a fairy of death. All is for the protection of Mado, to maintain peace in my home of Mado. My words were cut off. A moment of silence ensued as to process the tragedy. The spray from the waterfall splashed upon my cheek like a spray of blood. No, this stream does not endorse blood sacrifice. Exactly, civil. We're only fluff sacrifices. Do you understand, Taiyo? This is the price we pay for Banshee's reckless actions, the tragedy resulting from fighting fate. Yeah. Her genuine and kind desire to save her sister. There's no consolation at this point. Yeah. Her actions at the end of the day brought forth about even more misfortune and death. There's no need for you to pity my destiny of killing fellow fairies for the entirety of my existence. All living beings have a purpose. It just so happens that this is mine. A fairy of death. Yeah. There is no need for you to resent or grieve. I may not have been chosen to be born, but I have chosen my own path. The one who chose this path is none other than myself. Canus is satisfied with this decision. With such definitive statements, I, without having first-hand experience, and unable to say anything further. Even I don't want to swing the sword to kill the weak. I want to use it to protect my loved ones. But this is the only thing I can do right now. He speaks quietly. Canus, this kind knight, is trying to fulfill his role and is accepting reality for what it is. His strength is admirable yet somewhat dangerous. I actually did not intend to tell you this much. But I told you anyway, out of respect for you coming all this way. Out of concern for me. Canus squares back up with me. Then he gently touches my tear-covered cheek. Those eyes. Those eyes. Sympathy, compassion, and sorrow. I never want you, of all people, to look at me with such eyes.
我にとって安らぎの象徴たるあなたにはそんな目をさせたくないと思っていた。
As you were my beacon of comfort, I never wanted to make you feel this way. And there is no way for me to find out what sort of emotions were in Canus's eyes as he tells me these things. Whether he's crying, or grieving, or in pain, without knowing any of it.
あの優しい喫茶店で何も変わらぬままに
I wanted to see you at that quaint cafe as usual.
ただ明るく優しい瞳のまま出迎えてほしかった。
And you welcomed me in with nothing but your bright, gentle eyes.
だがこうして全てを知ってしまった以上きっとそれはもう叶わぬだろう。
However, now that you know everything, that dream may never become true. I always thought of Canus as a gentle person. He loves flowers and protects the weak, a person that would always lend a hand. I've always believed that. That is probably why I was so shocked to see him cutting down a fairy that day. I didn't want to believe it. I wanted to believe it was an imposter, because it just didn't match up with the person I knew very well. But I was mistaken. I placed my trembling palm over Canus's hands that touches my cheek. The gentle hand that cares for the flower bed is also a powerful hand that wields a sword. What I see is both versions of Canus, all of him.
あなたを責める気はない。だが一言だけ言わせてくれ。
I don't intend to hold anything against you, but let me just say one thing. The inherent kindness and the mission given at his birth. The Dullahan that carries this contradiction gazes deeply at me with his invisible eyes.
どうして
Taiyo,
ここへ来た？
why have you come here? Because
どうして全てを知らぬまま我をあの店で出迎えてくれなかった？
why have you not chosen to stay out of this and wait for me at the cafe?
どうして
Why?
どうして知ってしまったのだ？
Why? Why must you know? He sounded neither angry or accusatory. Rather, his tone suggested that he had lost something dear to him. I quietly cleared my throat in order to respond to him. Oh, stretch break. Thank you, ready for the stretch. Oh, I have to make a decision. I needed to stretch for a while. I was worried about you. I wanted to know more about you. I was worried about you. At the end of my internal debate, I was worried about you. What came out of my mouth was my own honest feeling.
心配。
Worried? According to me, you are an important person. No matter what you say to me, I will worry about you, Canus.
あなたが来た理由は分かった。我を思ってくれたからこそというのは素直に嬉しく思う。感謝もする。
I understand why you have come. I'm pleased to hear and appreciate the fact that you came here thinking of me.
だがそれでも我があなたに望むのはたった一つだけだ。
But still, what I desire of you is one thing only. What is that?
いつか我が戻るその日を変わらぬ笑顔で出迎えてほしい。
I want you to wait for me at Enchanté, wearing that same smile for the day I return.
ただそれだけだ。
That is all.
それ以上は何も望みはせぬ。
I ask for nothing else. ... Is that really what you want from me? Isn't that what you want from Enchanté? Kind of shuts up as if he was called out. What is that water sound? Alright, and I, as if to press him further, take a step forward to close our distance. soft boy hunk long distance relationship, maybe. Like a mirror image to his wiping my tears earlier. I gently reached both my hands to the cheek area of his helmet. Canus. Gently, I moved my hands back that I placed at his cheek. The helmet that was covering Canus's face. The helmet that Grandpa told me once to try on. Fell to the ground and made a dry sound. Look. Look at me, Canus Espada. What are you? Shut up and look at me. Look with your own eyes at who is standing in front of you. You've told me once that humans and non-humans are different, that I should face reality. And I did ever since the day you told me. You are non-human and I am human. You are the customer and I am the owner. There is definitely a separator between us. So when you rejected me, I kept thinking about it. During that period, I caused a lot of trouble for the regulars. I couldn't focus on my job and made them worry about me, but I decided to come see you after some thinking and then some more thinking. Out of my own selfishness, out of my own will. Regardless of human or non-human, I wanted to come see you on my own. That's why I'm here now, looking at you. So, please look at me too, Canus. Don't look away. I'm not my grandfather. I'm not Soan Awaki. I'm the owner of Enchante. Taiyo Awaki. Look at me. For Canus, Grandpa's Enchante was a very important place. He grieved his death enough to long for a replacement. Taiyo Awaki. Are you telling me to face reality? As the fairy killer, feared and shunned by the occupants of Meido. That the sanctuary I have finally reached no longer exists. You are telling me to face this reality through these invisible eyes? That's right. Grandpa's cafe no longer exists. Aside from Titania and Venia, Canus is feared by many of the fairies. As sure as flowers bloom in the morning, or the afternoon sunshine, or the colors of trees at sundown, or the night air chill. As the savior at night of the world, he spent his days alone, carrying his sword. Confronting such a person with reality may be cruel, but I still need to say this. In order for him to acknowledge me, I am not my grandfather. As much as I want to carry on his wishes, I don't think I can fully encompass him. That's why I need you to accept me. The evolution of Enchante, me and my cafe. Taiyo. I let go of his hand. But if I do so too brazenly, I'm afraid he'll disappear. Without stepping away from him, I place my cheek on his chest and softly speak to him. I want you to come to the cafe. I want you to come back. Not to a place where you have to hide, but a place where you can be yourself. I want to be with you where you belong. Silence ensues for a while. All we can hear is the sound of the waterfall drifting between him and I.
なんと情けない姿だ。これではあなたに会ったばかりの頃のイグニスを笑えぬだ。
How pitiful of me. Who am I to laugh at Ignis when he first met you?
彼女の言う通りだ。イグニス、すべてに納得する必要はない。
Taiyo is right. Ignis, you need not accept everything.
我とて未だ心は定まらぬ。ソーアン殿の影を見てしまうことも。
It has not even settled within myself. I still see Soan's shadows on occasion.
ひとまず今は、ソーアン殿はソーアン殿、彼女は彼女だと
For
区
now,
別して見ることを優先すべきだろう。
we should see them as different owners. Soan as Soan, Taiyo as Taiyo.
まさか他の誰よりもあの店にこだわっていたのが
Thanks for the hydrate.
我だったとは。
I never would have thought that person who was most particular about this cafe was myself. Canus places his hands on my shoulders and stares at me with such an intensity. Hi, Zarkish. How are you?
アンシャンテの天使というその肩書きの持つ意味に縛られ続け、
You are bound to what it means to be the owner of Enchanté.
我はこれまでずっと何も見えていなかったのかもしれない。
And I've always been oblivious to everything. Follow notification? Why? I think I do, but why? And I've always been oblivious to everything.
あなたとソーアン殿ではこんなにも違うというのに。
Do I have to turn it off? Taiyo and Lord Soan are so different. Without breaking eye contact, he looks straight at me. Are we that different? Yeah. Are we that different? Yes.
違うとも。
Very different.
ソーアン殿は大樹のように構えて同時に懐の深さを持っていたが、
Lord Soan stood like a grand tree, carrying a deep, unwavering profoundness.
あなたは一輪の花のように訪れる者の目を奪い心を和ませる、そんな優しさの持ち主だ。
Taiyo, you are like a single flower, catching the eyes of all and easing souls. You possess such gentleness. Yeah, that was a little too much to take in, but
店の経営観についてもまるで違う。
you had different takes on cafe ownership.
ソーアン殿は非常に大雑把というか、その場のノリだけで値段から何から適当に決めていたが、
Lord Soan was extremely loose. He decided the prices for all kinds of items in the mood based on in the moment based on mood.
あなたはそのあたりをきちんと考え、メニューまで細かく記載している。
You, on the other hand, care a great deal and your menu is very detailed. It's probably a normal thing to do as an owner. Wolfie Boy X13, thank you so much for the follow and welcome to the Pride. I hope you enjoy your stay here. Hello. I can't help but let out a chuckle. Canus and I finally smile at each other and our thoughts continue to grow.
あとは性別が違うせいか、やはり華やかさも異なると思う。
Hello? And because of the difference in gender, there's a clear difference in your beauty. Hello? Bro, do I have to punch you in the face?
ソーアン殿に比べると、あなたはずっと華奢で柔らかくて、動き一つ一つが愛らしくて。
Compared to Lord Soan, Taiyo is much more slender and soft, and everything you do is lovable. Wow. Why does that feel like a backhanded comment? Wait, he's gonna be bald.
そう。可愛らしいのだ。
Yes, you are adorable. Woo. Wait, is this really necessary right now?
当然だ。違いをはっきり見ろと言ったのはそちらの方だろ。
Okay, I guess you weren't attracted to my grandfather. Okay, okay. Of course. You're the one that told me to see your differences clearly, Taiyo. I did, but...
他にはそうだ。
What else? Let's see. I can feel Canus's gaze. It's like the time when he pretended to be asleep. But he's a lot more serious now and oozing some sort of emotion. Canus. It's a little embarrassing to be stared at like this. Maybe that's enough for now.
断る。
I refuse.
愛らしい目鼻立ち、綺麗な瞳、内に秘めた優しさ、心根の強さ。
Your adorable features, your beautiful eyes, your deep compassion and strong conviction.
どうして気づかなかったのか。一人の人間として。
Zarkish, thank you so much for the follow, and welcome to the Pride. I hope you enjoy your stay here. Hello. I looked at you as a human being.
こんなにも違うというのに。
You're so different, yet... I wonder if Canus realizes how much he's embarrassing himself, and that I am blushing at each one of his words.
ソーアン殿のアンシャンテは包み込むような見守る優しさがあった。
There was a gentleness about Lord Soan's enchante, which always felt like an embrace.
あなたのアンシャンテは共に悩み歩んでくれるような親しさを感じる。
Taiyo, your enchante has an intimacy that makes us care for each other.
無論どちらが優れているかなどと比較できるものではないが。
Of course, there are things that I cannot compare and say which is better, but Canus looks at me from very close distance. His breath nearly touches me as he talks.
それでも我はあなたの店が好きだ。
Regardless, I love your cafe.
気づいていないだけでずっと前から好きだったのだろう。
No. Maybe I just never realized it. Maybe I've loved it from the very beginning. His face draws near. A subtle warmth touches my cheek. Perhaps this is because he's softly placing his cheek onto mine.
今確かに言えるのはあなたのいるアンシャンテで過ごす日々が我にとって何より大事だという事実。
What I can say with certainty is that spending time with you at Enchante is the most important thing to me.
その日々を守りたい。その日々を失いたくない。
I want to protect those days. I would never want to lose those days.
この後メディオを包む状況がどうなるかはわからぬが。
I do not know what would become of Meido in the future, but
我は必ずあなたの店に戻る。約束しよう。
I'll return to your cafe, I promise. Yes. I'll help you, and I'll make sure everyone else will as well. Monsieur Il Ignis, Rindo Karya, even Kororo. With all of us together, there's nothing we can't accomplish.
ああ、そうだな。早く店に顔を出したいものだ。
Yes, you are correct. I cannot wait to be back at the cafe.
我の愛するあのアンシャンテに。
My beloved Enchante. Oh my god, kiss already. After thinking of Enchante, which he has not visited in a while, kind of slightly pulls away from me, quietly looks up at the sky and starts to speak.
我はあの店に来店した時の響き渡るドアベルの音が好きだ。
I love the sound of that ringing doorbell when I walk inside.
すぐに出迎えてくれるあなたの元気のいい声も好きだし。
And I love the sound of your voice that welcomes me immediately afterwards.
裏庭に咲く花々もあなたが我の育てた花を見繕って飾り立ててくれた。
And the front
玄
entrance,
関先も好きだ。
decorated with the flowers that I had nurtured and you picked out. Candace's thought kept spewing from his mouth. So much love. Those words tickle me a little, but they are very gentle and I love them too.
当然のことだが、あなたの入れてくれるいつものエスプレッソも好きだし、
And needless to say, I love the usual expressions that you brew, and
もちろんあなた自身のことも
of course,
好きだ。
I love you too. Huh? Canus tries to stop the words that spill out by covering the area where his mouth should be. But his actions further prove that what I just heard wasn't a mistake.
いや、今のはだな。こう自然と。
No, that was just the natural. Natural? I suddenly hear my heart beat loudly. My breathing and train of thought halt. Only the sound of my beating heart. I can't see his face. However, I understand how Canus feels right now, and painfully so. Canus, will you say something?
確かにこの沈黙はよろしくないな。
Sure, this silence is not doing us any good.
天気の話で構わぬか。
We'll talk about the weather, okay? Because undoubtedly, whatever inside his chest must be the exact same warm feeling that I have.
話は終わりましたか？
Sorry. I knocked over my cup. How long have you been there?
まあ、答えても構いませんが、あなたが精神的な傷を負うだけかと。
I don't mind telling you, but the answer will only bring you grief. I came to Beto with such determination, yet my face turned so red out of embarrassment that I want to run back home instantly. We were so
僕
close.
がどこまで見ていたのかはさて
Oh
お
my
き
gosh. Let's try to forget how long I've been watching you two.
僕としては
Personally,
今の一幕について拍手
I'll
を
give you an applause for all of that. Why an applause? Fiona laughs bitterly at my piercing eyes that breaks into a light smile.
本当に心からの称賛ですよ。今のは僕が知る限り初めて見るカヌスの姿でした。
No, really, from the bottom of my heart, as far as I know, I've never seen Canus like this.
友人の端くれとしては少しばかり嬉しくもなります。
As a friend, I'm honestly a little happy. We're so close. His head is fitted, spirit flame, your lips will cook. I don't think the flame is like super hot or anything. The way she didn't really say it back got me so. Candace and I face each other subconsciously in response to their words.
驚いたぞ。まさかお前の口からそんな言葉を聞くことになるとは。
I'm surprised. I never thought I would ever hear some words coming from your mouth.
あなたが変わろうとしたのと同様、僕も変わろうと思ったまでです。
Just as you tried to change yourself, so did I. That's all. Vienna's smiling face was much more beautiful than his usual stern and cold look. Rose Marshall was your boyfriend, right, Sybil? Taiyo,
あなたがいてくれてよかった。
I'm so glad that you're here.
あなたがアンシャンテのマスターでよかった。
I'm so glad that you're the owner of Enchante.
そう、変わらなければ、変えなければ
Right, change.
いけないんだ。
You must change. Vienna? Vienna's expression changes. Their eyes are filled with sorrow. Before I can ask him what's going on, they turn away from us and begin to walk. Afterwards, he says he needs to check on the area that was gouged out of Yggdrasil for any abnormalities after parting ways with Canus. You're invested? We're almost done, JC. At least tonight. I accompany Vienna and return to Titania. I bet? Yeah. Next chapter is the last chapter. I tell her everything I heard regarding what happened to the fairy world Mado. I tell her my conversation with Canus. I see.
この妖精界メディオについての全てを知ったか。
You found out the truth about this fairy world Mado. Titania takes a small sigh and nods with glazed
妖
eyes.
精殺しはこの世界の代償。そなたが知る必要はないと。
Yeah, next chapter is the final one. Yeah.
そのせい。
But I've heard that because of it all, you and Canus had a falling out.
言葉ばかりの謝罪ではあるが。
All I can honestly say is, I'm sorry. I was just being nosy. There's no need for you to apologize. And in response to Titania's lowered head, I wave my head with a strong conviction.
ええ、そうですよ姉さん。謝罪の必要は全くありません。
She's right, sister. You have absolutely no need to apologize.
むしろ感謝してもらう方が正しいかと。
Rather, I believe that you should be thanked.
なんじゃ。何やら意味深じゃが。
What? Sounds like there's more to this. Taiyo, do you know the meaning of this? What? I wonder what he's talking about. Vienna smirks. No matter how I look at it, they must be referring to my talk with Canus. But that wasn't something worth telling everyone, so I decided to pretend to be ignorant. Besides, right now we should be thinking about how to face the dangers Mado is threatened with. Yeah, that's more important, right? Head pat no vowel. Okay, give me a second. Thank you so much for the head panel. Wow. Yeah, morning. How are you doing? We're playing Cafe Enchanté today. So I'm sorry if I'm not too responsive to chat. We are reading the whole visual novel out loud. Head pat 2, Angry Malaysia Kid. Okay. We're almost done. This is like, we're leading into the final chapter. Thank you so much for the head pat, Angry Malaysia Kid. Yeah. Thank you. More importantly, Titania Vinia about problems Mado is facing. Is there any way to help the people of Enchanté, and can I help in any capacity? Brash Seville, okay. Give me a second. I didn't mean to make myself bigger. Yeah. Alright, got the bush. Thank you so much for the bush Seville. Thank you so much for keeping my hair soft and smooth. Bush. Thank you. Anyway, the people Enchanté can help in any capacity. Taiyo. Canus is a very important person to both me and Enchanté. If he's in trouble, we want to be of help. Plus, Titania Vienna, simply as your friends. If there's anything I can do, I want to contribute to your cause. Having said that, I don't have any powers, so there's not much I can do personally, but...
ありがとう。異界の友人よ。わしらの世界を憂いてくれて。
Thank you, my friend from another world, for caring so much about ours. You lived? Shinku, welcome back. It'll be okay. My regular customers are all extremely powerful. With everyone here, we should be able to find a way to tame you, Drizzle.
そうじゃ
Yes, you're right.
絶望ばかりはしていられぬ。嘆くのはすべての手を尽くしてからじゃ。
There's no point in being in despair forever. We can grieve while we're out of options. You missed a lot of angst.
では、任せて
But
いただいて
we got the
すまんが
confession.
早速
We got the confession from Mr. Dullahan, Canus Espada. We know that he likes us. In this case, I hate to rely on you for everything, but please go rally up everyone at Enchante.
待ってください。
Wait a second. What was supposed to be the rest of Titania's thought is gently cut off by Vienna's voice.
ニーヤ、どうしたのじゃ。
Nia, what's the matter? They're facing down, looking somewhat tormented, and the words that followed did sound rather painful.
アンシャンテのみんなが揃ったところで、世界中の悲劇を
I'm sitting up straight, thank you.
妖精ぐらいを
Would
間違い
gathering
なく沈めることができるのですか。
everyone from Enchante truly stop Yggdrasil's terror and fairy eating? I don't know for sure yet, but
じゃが、きっと何かしらの方法があるはずじゃ。
nice, Sobi. Are you wearing your apron? Sobi X apron X Wattpad fic. However, there has to be some sort of way. Vienna quietly shakes his head in response to our words.
きっとではダメなんですよ。
Your uncertainty will not do.
確実に、絶対に、何としてでも
It must be certain, absolute, at all costs. It's a fall dish?
僕の目の前にある悲劇を拭うには、一部の隙もあってはならない。
In order to eliminate the terror facing us, we must not have the slightest doubt.
たとえどれだけ最強のメンツであっても
Yeah, it was really cute. I think he didn't mean to do it, and he did it, and he was really embarrassed.
僕の考え以外には今さら同意できないんだ。
And no matter how powerful our team, if there's no absolute guarantee, I cannot back any idea other than my own. Your own? And as if to respond to my muttering, he positioned himself between me and Titania and stared me dead in the eye.
今一度問わせてください。
Taiyo, let me ask you once and for all.
あなたはこの世界を救ってくれますか。
Will you save this world?
あなたは姉さんを救ってくれますか。
Will you save my sister?
たとえそれが茨の道だとして。
Even if it might be a treacherous path.
犠牲にする道だとしても。
Even if it may be a path of sacrifice. His eyes are unwavering. Though I don't know its true meaning, it's clear that he wants to save Titania and change the world of his. So, with uncompromising determination, I respond to him. I want to. I will save this world. It may sound naive, but I believe in Canus and the people of Enchante. So, despite the sacrifices you're referring to, I want to save them. Taiyo.
そうですか。どこまでもお人よしなのはカヌスとそっくりでお似合いですよ。
I see. Your endlessly soft-hearted nature is just like Canus, and it suits you well. I'll take that as a compliment. They extend their right hand for a handshake. I smile and take his hand.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry, Taiyo. In an instant. Oh! No! No way! With a snap of Vienna's finger, they pull Titania out from behind him, and a replacement, I am thrown into the empty throne. Wait. And before I can realize the truth, a horrific sensation as terrifying tentacles entangle me relentlessly from all sides of the throne. Wait! Huh? Taiyo? Hold up. Ah! Oh, that's the about a plot twist. It was a trap all along. Taiyo! I have no clue what just happened. A pale-faced Titania tries to run towards me, but Vienna grabs her arms tightly and never lets go. What did you do, Nia? Let me go, Taiyo is... Get back, sister. If you get close, you'll soil the plan. Plan? Are you the one that released... A human being will never be able to replace the World Tree Bride. This won't solve anything. Uh-oh. Hold up. Ew, don't tell me. Yeah, Shinku, what's up? Being siblings is rather inconvenient. My intentions are revealed a bit too quickly for my taste. Shaken by an ever-violent quake, Vienna, with his usual expressionless face, speaks quietly. At this rate, Taiyo will definitely die. In which case, he will surely come save you, will he not? No, they will. Ah, yeah. That's right. They'll do whatever they can to save you, even if it's them against the world. They will surely destroy this absurd world. Well, let's break it down. They will kill this disgusting world tree so that we shall never again need to make those sickening sacrifices. How could you? Taiyo!
そうです。思い切り泣いてください。カヌスにアンシャンテに届くほどに。
Oh no. Yes, yes. Scream to your heart's content, Taiyo, so that it would reach Canus and Enchante.
カヌスは死を告げる妖精として悲劇の目を刈り取ってきた。
Canus, as the Fairy of Death, has been cutting down the buds of terror.
ですが、たかが目を摘んだところで死ぬ樹木など存在するはずもない。
However, merely removing the buds will never kill any tree.
幹を切り、根を断つ。彼にしてもらいたいのは
One must cut the trunk and sever the roots. That is all I want for him to do. Vienna smiles again, as if to hide the pain, the torment, and the conflict, with the same face that called him a friend.
僕は信じています。彼が大切なあなたのために
I believe in him that he will kill the Yggdrasil
この世界中を殺してくれると。
in order to save her. Oh, well, I think this is like, I think Vienna's just like ensuring that the boys will go after her and... Oh, final chapter, you guys. It is happening. Man. Time for a California-sized fire, maybe Australia. Oh no. Uh-oh.
ここだ。ホールが開いた。
So this is it. This is where the wormhole opened. Just as I heard from Vienna, this must be the aftermath of the wormhole. In front of me is a large hole gouge out from this trunk. Considering the size of Yggdrasil, it is a negligible wound. Regardless, it was large enough for Yggdrasil to recognize that it had been attacked.
せめてもう少しずれていれば、さほど刺激せずに済んだだろう
If it was off by a little bit, it would not have stimulated it, but
言ってもせんなきこと。
but that is a moot point. As I mutter to myself, I realize something. Surrounded the gouged out bark is a tiny white powdery substance scattered about. Ash?
なぜこんな場所に灰が？
Why are there ashes in this place like this? Oh, she smell like a baka too. I look around, but I can't see anything that would create this much ash. In this world of Mado, there is no such thing as a fire. It looked somewhat familiar to me, but as I tried to figure out what it is, my surroundings suddenly roar with life.
またか
Not again. The Yggdrasil's roar is gradually occurring more frequently. The chances of it not waking up is slim to none.
そうなれば何が起こっても不思議ではない
In any
まずは
case,
彼女を返さなければ
anything can happen at this point. I must send Taiyo back immediately. Uh-oh. The large quake I ever felt engulfs my surroundings enough to cut me off entirely. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh no, the fairies.
待てお前たち
Where
下
are
手に
you?
動くな
Stay still. Fairies that were hiding in the air come rushing out, and in their path. Oh my god, what is this? Like a blooming flower, a mysterious shadow appears. Huh? Is that the queen? No, that's not the queen.
違うやめろそいつに近づくな
No, stop! Don't go near him. Phantom Bride, yeah. Help me, my queen Israel has been... The moment the shadow engulfed her, the fairy tried to scatter, but it was taken captive and soon disappeared. My queen? Why? What happened? R.I.P. Fairy A.
よく見ろ気配は似ていてもそいつはティターニアではない
She may resemble the queen, watch out! But she's not Titania! That is right, I know this person. 500 years ago, she even devoured my predecessor, Banshee. She's the embodiment of all the past World Tree brides.
ソウルイーター
Soul Eater. World Tree brides of the past have been reduced to this form, appearing as part of the World Tree to consume nourishment. Oh, so it's like a after shadow kind of thing. As soon as I recognize the threat, I sprint to protect the fairies, the opposite of what I usually do for them. I leap in front of them to try and block the piercing shot. We need fire himbo? Yeah, we do. Canus Horror! I managed to blow it away, but... Oh no. Similar bodies immediately start to rise from the surrounding area.
数が多い
There are too many. As I fight to protect the fleeing fairies. Immediately, flowers begin to rain up down above my head. From the flowers, I hear a familiar voice.
聞こえますかカヌス
Can you hear me, Canus?
ベニア
Venia?
ちょうどよいこちらも報告がある先日ホールが開いた場所の跡地に
Good timing.
ソウルイーターが現れた
I have important news. Soul Eaters have appeared near where the wormhole opened the other day.
世界中の目覚めは確実に
Yggdrasil's awakening is imminent.
ええ承知しています
Yes, I am aware.
世界中は人間という異物を取り込みその身を守りかつてないほどの栄養を求めるでしょう
Yggdrasil has taken in a foreign entity, a human, and now will be seeking out even more substance to protect itself. What? What?
ベニアお前は何を言っている
Venia's the imposter, right? What? Venia, what in the world are you saying?
人間を取り込んだ
Took in a human?
何が起きた
What happened?
い
No,
や
no!
彼女に何をしたベニア
What did you do to Taiyo, Venia? My rage-filled screams echoes. They were sus all along, yeah, right? And while my sword cuts down the enemies,
ご安心彼女はここにいます
rest assured, Taiyo is right here. Venia's soft voice melted into battle
新たな世界中の花嫁と
as the new World Tree Bride. Chapter 4, you guys. Chapter 4. I'm gonna take a sip real quick. I'm gonna drink some substance. I'm gonna use the litter box real quick. I'll be right back, okay? I gotta go. I gotta go. I think I forgot to turn off my plushies. But I'm back. All right. I'll wash my hands. I relieve myself and I'm back. All right. Last chapter. Last chapter. Yeah. I'm back. I'm back. Really? Yeah. Back when I was still living with my two older sisters. Ah, you like my voice acting, Shinku? My amateur voice acting. Oh my gosh. The dignified older sister Banshee, the kind-hearted second sister Titania, and me, Vienna, my sister Banshee, who was born as a fairy of death, fated to be feared from birth, was also a gentle sister according to us, since we were all born into this world. The three of us were aware of our unique existence compared to the other fairies, and still we continued to live a happy life. Our lives took a turn about 500 years ago. Really is interesting. The fairy queen at the time was nearly dead, and Titania was chosen as the next queen. The most beautiful fairy loved by Yggdrasil, that will unite all fairies. This position was a highly coveted and admired position. This was no exception for me, who was still young at the time. When I heard that my sister was to become the queen, I felt nothing but pride. But in the shadows... What? Why does it have to be her? One evening, I was summoned by Banshee. Without even knowing, she was pale-faced and shaking her head, while everyone else was all celebrating the new queen. Nia, please, stop Titania. Stop her from becoming the bride. I couldn't understand it. Why must we be the ones to destroy her rise to glory? We should be the ones who are celebrating the most. Perhaps, is Banshee envious that her own bloodline has taken the beloved throne of the queen? I foolishly thought so, and without asking for further details, I rejected her plea and shook my head. I remember it to this day. There's no way I could ever forget, because this was the last night I saw my sister, Banshee. And now I understand why Banshee's eyes look so sad. Why Banshee put her life on the line to stand against this world. Now I understand. As the Fairy of Death, she inherited the knowledge about the truth of being the Fairy Queen. She knew the truth of sacrifice of the World Tree Bride disguised as a decorated position. Of course, she could have very well told Titania of this hidden truth, but perhaps she chose to throw herself away for the sake of all those living in Mado. Ah, thank you, Shinku. I'm glad you find it nice. That is why Banshee called for me that evening. Because I was only hope to make Titania reconsider. I don't want to lose those that are dear to me anymore. I'd rather fall to disgrace than to do nothing and lose them. Even if at the cost of it, The life of someone I know, someone I can call my friend. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, we're stuck in the tree. Your drizzle eats away at my soul. There is no room for me to tremble in fear. All I feel is an extreme pain in my limbs. And at the same time, it felt as though my flesh was gradually being removed from my fingertips. And while I writhed in pain, Vienna begins to explain quietly the reasons behind their actions.
きっかけはあなたから天崎島の事件を聞いた時です。
I knew what I had to do once you started talking about the incident at Amazaki Island. Amazaki Island? Yes. The folks of Enchanté and their powers, if they could work together as one. Perhaps. Perhaps they can fight off an entire world. That is the decision that I have made. In other words, Vienna, instead of taming Yggdrasil, has taken me hostage and crafted the situation which will compel Canus and the others from Enchanté to fight and kill Yggdrasil. I believe that's what's going on. And as to affirm my predictions, Taiyo, you have every right to hate me. I don't deserve any sympathy, but please. I need you to help me save my older sister. In response to their sorrowful, resentful, and pitiful voice, Titania burst into a rage. How reckless of you! You think I would be happy being released like this? No, I did not. As your younger brother, I know you better than anyone else. Oh, slap. Titania's palm struck her brother's cheek. But it was not enough to get him to stop. He held on tightly to Titania's arm and stared deeply into her eyes. Why, Nia? I was happy to see you start visiting Enchanté and coming home with stories. You, who regretted and emphasized with the misfortunes of Banshee and myself, never pursued your own happiness. I was happy that you finally made a friend, but why? I certainly do not hate Taiyo, but that is as far as I go. It is just a matter of priorities. It is quite clear who I should prioritize between you and her. Silence! How dare you speak of me like I am an object? Sister, you and I have been choosing the fairies for Canus to kill. We've prioritized older fairies over younger ones. One by one, we chose who would die.
何もかも今更でしょ。
That is exactly what you are opposing. It's too late. Vienna's eyes are endlessly cold and calm. Changing his mind would nearly be impossible for anyone to do. Go mining slayer. Mining. Ooh. Man, I just wanted to make coffee and flirt with cute boys. Not all of this, right, JC? Uh-oh. I cut up. I cut down. I wipe out. In a single swing, I cut away 2 or 3 of them. But faster than I can defeat them. Even more enemies begin to appear. This never ends. Even while you do this, Taiyo is getting her soul sucked away. I do not have time to be stuck here. I should be heading towards the Nexus. Get behind me! Thank you. I cannot abandon the fairies around me, and instead of them, I'm the one being backed in the corner by the spirits. How ironic. In order to tame the Yggdrasil's rampage, I need to offer the souls of fairies. Saving them here would be pointless, even counterproductive. But I can't believe I'm wielding my sword, unable to ignore the tragedies before me. It's a horrible self-contradiction. Hurry, everyone, run! Where are we supposed to run to? We all know that wasn't translated correctly. Even when they look at me in question, I cannot give them an answer. Everything is under the grasp of Yggdrasil. No, as long as this fairy world of Maidel is a world tree, there is no place of safety and refuge. If we disregard the integrity of the area, temporary safety may be viable, but if we involve Yggdrasil any further, the injured world tree will seek out even more sustenance. Even more fairies, and even from Taiyo. And there is no way to run. This very world tree that we stand against is the enemy. You need to get as far away as you can. Everyone run towards the outside of Yggdrasil. Just fly! And keep flying. Don't look back. Even if someone gets eaten. In fact, take that opportunity to escape. No way! What crossed my mind is the decision I made 500 years ago. If I turn down my sword now and cut down the fairies. But similarly, I recall her face. She said she wants to know me. That she wanted to be with me where I belong. She gifted me such priceless words. Her image is in my mind. In which case... What am I doing? Escaping to death. I strike again to cut down a line of enemies. And while I take another stance to at least create a path. I remember, everyone, I remember. High-pitched voice cuts off my thought. I look up and see a trembling fairy flapping her wings. She was a small fairy without the slightest ability to fight. If we go to that place, we might be safe. A safe place? How can there be such a place? Despite fearing the Soul Eater's attack, the fairy desperately raises her voice. Because I heard about it. It's a very beautiful place where anyone is welcome. Oh my gosh. That girl, Taiyo, she told me. The fairy, while drawing back the streak of shiny dust behind her, headed for a single door. Canus, a big marshmallow, right? He is a big marshmallow. A lone decorated heavy door, buried beneath thick vegetation. I swore to return to what's behind that door.
そうよ。名前は確か
Yes, I think it was called
シャンテ。
Enchante. And in front of this hopeful door, uh-oh, is a blockage of despair. Hi, Sleepy Cloud.
間に合わなか。
You won't make it. But the foe was suddenly crushed.
おっと、いきなり修羅場に突入って感
Oh,
じ。
did I run into some war zone all of a sudden? A familiar voice and with other friendly voices.
やあやあ、親愛なる首なし騎士殿。
Hey there, my good old Dullahan pal.
呼ばれちゃいないんだけど、助けに来ちゃったよ。
I know I wasn't really invited, but here I am ready to help you.
ミシェル。
Michelle! And before a moment can pass after my grasp, two more shadows jump out and take on several more slow eaters. Ah!
何なんだよこの状況は。妖精界の平和が売りじゃなかったんだ。
Not really. What the hell is going on here? I thought this place was supposed to be nice.
妖精たち
Judging by the fairies' faces and this predicament, nothing about this says
要素
nice.
がありませんね。
妖精のみんな、急いでこっちの扉に。
Fairies, hurry! To this door! Prompted by Rindo's words, the surrounding fairies go through the gate like a crushing wave. I can see Karya on the other side calming the fairies so they don't panic.
お前たち。なぜ
You guys, why are you all here? The boys are united. Once I voice my inquiry of how this happened, Ignis stares down his surroundings and responds without hesitation.
あいつの置き手紙があったんだよ。
Ah.
レディオに行ってくるって。
Taiyo left a letter saying she's going to Meido.
女王様とお茶をするだけならいつものことだからいいんだよ。
If it was just tea with the queen, sure, she does that so all the time, but
だから今のメディオについてよろしくない情報を聞いたばかり
we had just heard from Mikado some bad news about the current state of Meido.
で、嫌な予感がした僕たちはカリア君にゲートをつなげてもらってこうしてお邪魔をしたというわけ。
So, since we had a bad feeling about it, we got Kari to connect the gate for us, and now we're here.
そしてこの様子では
Oh,
その予感も
JC
どうやら当たりのようです。
okay, JC, this is how we're gonna do it. So, we're actually going to romance Mr. Rindo, the old guy first, after Canus, and then we're going for Ignis next. So Ignis is the third guy, Canus is the first guy. Don't worry, we'll get to Ignis, and then Angel, and then the Devil. Yeah. And judging by what we see, our assumption was pretty spot on, wasn't it? Though they may not know all the details, they must have sensed a great danger. Yeah, we have. Yeah. We're gonna do him in 2 weeks. Okay, that sounds really. Battle poses. With the reunion greeting out of the way, the four of them brace themselves for combat. Yo. This is a long game, yeah. But we're gonna be romancing. We're gonna do the romance all in one go for each of the characters. However, the swarm of enemies perhaps perceived us with an immediate disadvantage, or maybe for another unknown reason. Yeah, he's the first one. Disappear as if to melt into stems and not a single one remained visible.
逃げられましたね。
They ran away. I nodded at Ill's words, then followed up.
ひとまずは落ち着いて話をすることができる。
However, for now, we can at least have a decent conversation.
一刻の
But we have no time. We will have to talk
か
on
け
the
ながら
move.
の話となるが。
Do you mind?
オラオラオラ、イグニス様のお通りだ。ザコどもは引っ込んだな。
Hey! Lord Ixnan's coming through. Move it, pipsqueaks! Soul Eaters are standing away and Yujiso's tentacles scatter as Ignis' outbursts scare them off. After disposing of all the enemies, we are finally reunited as a group again. Oh, they're all hot, right? Yeah. Hydrate. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I gotta quench my thirst right now. Thank you. stop at a crossroad.
んで、こっから先はどうすんだ
So, what now, geniuses?
一番手っ取り早い最短距離をぶち抜くパターンはあいつの命が減るから禁止なんだろ
The fastest way, bursting through the shortest path, is no go because she'll die, right? Ignis cracks his shoulders while recounting what I told him as we ran.
まあ
Yeah.
ね、到着したら魂を吸い尽くされてたなんてシャレにならないでしょ
Indeed. Oh wait, wrong voice. Indeed, if we get there and her soul is sucked dry, that wouldn't make for a very good joke.
あとは時間のかけすぎも禁物だね彼女の体力も問題だけど
Also, we shouldn't take too long either. Her energy is a problem, but she will live to see dawn at the latest. Before anyone else pick up on Mr.'s suggestive choice of words, Il finishes his sentence.
またマスターの正確面を考慮しますと
Plus,
妖精の
considering the
未来は
owner's
気にせずに
personality,
一目散
we can't just run full speed to her rescue without minding the lives of these fairies.
人道的な意味を別にしても
Even if we set aside humane concerns,
だけこっちが不利になるよね
if we don't cut down off Yggdrasil's source of energy, we'll always be at a disadvantage. After such a short dialogue, the plan we decide on is rather simple one. Reno and Il will raid and search as they lead the fairies to Enchante. Say hi. Mr. and Ignis will keep environmental damages to a minimum while acting as our escorts.
つまりあれだな行き当たりばったりだ
So, in a nutshell, this is a crapshoot.
そうなるな
Well, you are right. Since we don't have the time to come up with a sophisticated game plan, this might be the best we can do. After deciding on the general plan, Rindo hands something out.
ああそうだみんなこれを渡しておくよ
Hey everyone, I'll leave you with these.
こう
This?
ミカロ金星 GPM の通信機
It's a GPM long-wave radio made by Mikado.
同じ世界の中なら通信可能距離も長いし何かあればこれで連絡を取り合おう
As long as we're in the same world, we can use this contact one another since the range of these are pretty good. Oddly enough, he must have known how inept I am with technology since he told me to leave it on and not touch anything. I take the communication device and after each of us finish preparing,
カヌス最優先事項は中枢部への到達ですあなたは一切を無視して最短距離を
yeah, Canus is a boomer. He can't touch technology. Like it physically breaks a lot of the time when he touches tech stuff. Anyway, Canus, getting to the Nexus is our highest priority. Focus on getting there as quick as possible.
分かったその言葉に甘えさせた
Roger that. I'm counting on you.
まあ美味しいところを持ってかれちゃうわけだけど
I guess he's taking the spotlight.
ここじゃあどう考えてもホームのカヌスが一番強いわけだし土地勘だってあるから有利だしね
But any way you look at this is Canus's home turf. He has a huge advantage in strength and tactics.
ついでに言うなら囚われのお姫様を助け出すのは騎士の役目
Furthermore, the one who has to rescue the kidnapped princess has to be knight, isn't that right?
ああ魔王はさらう側だもんな
Sure, and the demon lord is the villain.
そうだ
You're right. I feel my tension in my shoulder relax seeing their unchanged demeanors. But at the same time, I feel I must return Taiyo to the peaceful nature of this group.
ま梅雨払いは任しとけその代わりしくじるんじゃねえぞ
Well, leave the rest to me. Just don't screw this up, champ. I believe.
必ずや
Right, you have my word. Intermission, huh? Gradually, it feels like my senses are waning. Touch, vision, and sound. The one thing keeping my falling body intact is
ダメじゃ意識を失うな自分自身をなくすでない
Taiyo, you must not pass out. Keep a grip on yourself. Titania cries in terror before my eyes, and above my knees a single flower. From it, I can hear a nostalgic voice. I wonder whose voice it is. Where have I heard it? ... A gentle voice. A very, very lovely voice. My head is foggy and my consciousness blinks sporadically. Nia, haven't you had enough at this rate?
まだです。彼女には今しばし
Not
花嫁でい
yet.
てもらわなくて。
I need her to be the bride for a little longer.
言ったでしょ姉さん。僕は何を犠牲にしたとしてもこの世界中を殺す。世界を殺す。
Like I told you, sister, I will not kill Yggdrasil. I will kill this world no matter what it takes.
彼女を救うためならば彼らはきっと一切の容赦をしない。
In order to save her, they will not back down.
けれどかといって闇雲に世界中を攻撃すれば彼女の命が持たない。
However, thoughtlessly attacking Yggdrasil will only lead to her death.
そんな絶妙な加減が
So
必
pretty,
要な
right?
救
The
出
background.
劇。必ずや彼らは。いえ、カヌスはここへ来ますよ。
Their rescue requires careful planning. They will surely, no, Canus will surely come here. Hydrate, thank you for the hydrate. Background music's amazing, yeah.
その身に劇場をたぎらせて
He will be overcome with passion and he will certainly
彼女の敵を
cut down her enemy with this mighty
一刀
sword.
に伏せてみせるはずだ。
I wonder if Vienna is aware. If he's right, Canus's blade will be pointed at him. There's no way that Vienna himself hadn't realized this. Yet Titania is still... My chain of thought derails at the sudden roar of the trees. Give me more. Something is being drained out of me. I nearly forget my need to breathe. Taiyo, listen to my voice. Listen to everyone's voice. You must keep them. You must keep them in your heart. Those who are coming to rescue you. Keep them in your heart. Thanks to another surge of excruciating pain, I managed to stay awake. And as I was told, I tried to repeat someone's name to myself. I am the owner of Enchante, the barista for the regulars, and Canus. Now, Taiyo, this is it.
どれだけ恨んでくれても構わない。どれだけ憎んでくれても構わない。
You can hate me all you want. You can resent me for the rest of your life.
死にたくないでしょ。助かりたいで
You
しょ。
do not want to die. You want to be saved.
世界中が
You find Yggdrasil and I unforgivable,
許
huh?
せないでしょ。
And then he holds a single flower up towards me. The subtle fragrance tickles my nose.
叫べ。助けに来
And then
る彼らに
scream.
届くように。
Scream for help! When my consciousness nearly escapes me, I make eye contact with the man before me. Oh, is that like a phone? Contrary to the strong words, his eyes are drowning in sorrows. My mouth trembles as I spill the words. Canus. At this point, it was almost unclear who this name referred to, but I just had one thing to say. I believe in you. Taiyo. Despite my predicament, for some reason I have the strength to say that gently and with a smile. But this doesn't last very long. I know you can hear the scream. Come, legendary warriors of the universe! You are capable of destroying entire worlds as the legends speak. Then let's see you destroy the screwed up world and leave nothing behind! As they run towards the Nexus, I can hear intense laughing and screaming. And Michel, Ignis, do you hear that? As we strike down our enemies and continue making our way, the lack of an answer must be the answer. She never told me neither to fight Yggdrasil or to kill it, nor did she seek rescue. She only said one thing. Believe in me. After that, I clenched the now silenced flower tightly in my fist. You gotta do it after being told something like that. Sheesh! What a piece of work. But that's what makes our cafe owner special. Let's go, Canus. Let's go save her. I'm not guided by some inherited memory of someone else, nor am I influenced by fate blindly following a predetermined path. I only follow my own will. Yeah, I will. I will save her. Oh my gosh, you guys, I think we're actually at the finale. We're at the season finale, y'all. No matter how much it has changed due to the effects of the fairy world, the biological characteristics of the plant, receiving sunlight, conducting photosynthesis, and feeding off the land and water, should be no different from regular plant life. Yeah, sheesh. As the GPM R&D department head, Mikado had once analyzed. Though it is out of the ordinary, Yggdrasil is still a plant. It has no eyes to perceive tragedies, nor ears to hear the cries of fairies. It does not answer prayers, nor does it think or feel. Yes, the only thing Yggdrasil has is the eat or be eaten survival instinct. But now, Yggdrasil... It's getting almost there, this is so great, really? It's shaken with anger. Even when it desires sustenance to heal, its food source, fairies, cannot be found. The roots that are extended out to find food had only been cut down by someone, one by one. The lack of food and the swarm of enemies that seek to harm it are, for the World Tree, a threat comparable to what occurred 500 years ago. Thus Yggdrasil, guided by anger, an emotion the World Tree shouldn't have. Soul Eaters! At Yggdrasil's nexus, the Queen's quarters, the roots and flowers quickly became visible. Like a blooming flower, enemies began to appear one by one. The fairy siblings' expressions tightened. Impossible! How could they appear at a place like this? The Soul Eaters are tentacles designed to consume fairies' souls. Normally, they do not appear near the throne where the bride offers her soul. Even during Israel's chaos 500 years ago, they never once appeared in this location. Then why? No, I see. I understand now. Yeah. It's Canus's comrades. They must have evacuated all the fairies to Enchante. In other words, the only food left in Mado is us. Canus, where are you? Vienna backs up step by step while protecting his scornful sister. If they're attacked here, it would pass as a well-deserved punishment. Either he gets cut down by the Dullahan or eaten by the Soul Eater. Either way, that would be at the end of it. However, the sister must be spared. As if they sense the lack of combat skills, the rising roots extend themselves at once. However, the hands of evil suddenly soar through the sky. All of them abruptly stop in mid-air and fall to the ground in an instant. Time to shower? Okay, Viz. Go de-stink. What? What just happened? The squirming enemies seem to avoid advancing any further than a certain distance. At the center of it, obviously. Taiyo, did you stop them? They looked up to see Taiyo, who was supposed to be indisposed, holding her head up a little and stare at the Soul Eaters. You stopped them? No, impossible. A human wielding the power of your Drizzle? The Soul Eaters that surround Vienna and Titania still stand in shock, slowly close their distance between them. But... Stop! As if to be struck by Taiyo's voice, the Soul Eaters freeze in the position. Are you protecting us? Why? Don't do it, Taiyo. The Queen's powers will drain you of your life. Your Drizzle has always been eating away at your life. Using more power will only... From cafe owner to god in a week. From Taiyo's point of view, she has no reason to leave or protect them. They cannot believe in her actions. Despite Vienna's dumbfounded expression, Taiyo lightly smiles at Titania's plea. No, if I quit, you'll be attacked. You're my friend. You, my friend, have finally been liberated. You're able to use your feet now. Your own feet now to visit Enchante. I refuse to let you become the World Tree Bride again. Stop her from becoming the bride. Vienna suddenly loses his balance. He can hear the voice of a certain someone in Taiyo's words. Yeah, step out of it. Look how far she's gone. Do you still intend to sacrifice Taiyo? If all you want is to call Canus here, you've done more than enough, please. I can't. Yeah, why are you being so stubborn? If only I could. I want her to be released, sister. At this point, I would replace her. But... I was only able to release you earlier after hundreds of modifications to the throne. I cannot do it at a drop of a hat. However, from the beginning, the circumstances didn't allow for them to properly think of a plan. Oh no. The roots mobilized and Soul Eaters start to appear again in pursuit of the final source of food. Despite being stopped by the Queen's powers, the spirits slowly surround him again. Taiyo stares down at them once more. Don't come near! But as an act of defiance, the bindings of the throne violently and rapidly entangle her body. Not only her limbs, but her torso and breasts. They even firmly wrap around her neck. Taiyo! Sister! Damn it! Stay off my sister, Yggdrasil! Suddenly launched into D&D. Without any regards to anyone's feelings, Yggdrasil indiscriminately and relentlessly tries to consume everything, even the souls of all present living beings. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Boom boom. Boom boom. Oh, it's our selfie. It fades. Fades away. The many memories that make me who I am. Yggdrasil, which has a hold on my soul, chokes me and takes me away. The person that enjoys talking with regulars. The person that brews coffee while smiling and laughing at the counter. I don't want to lose any of them. They're all treasured memories, yet one by one, they become foggy and get ripped apart. Like a once colorful tree in autumn withering away in the winter. My memories, my recollections, myself, they're being stripped one by one. But even still, I will not forget. No matter how much of myself is stripped, I don't want to forget one word. This word only consists of 5 letters. Cat. And this. I repeat it, just repeat it so. Like a plea. Like a prayer. The one word that clearly holds passion. I will never let go of it. Canus. As if to answer my prayers, a single blade cuts through. The countless soul eaters and Yggdrasil tentacles that surround me are all destroyed in one instant. Even the throne that has constricted me has been cut up into 1,000 tiny pieces. My body is gently getting picked up. A cold and hard set of black armor. But I know the warm spirit that pulses beneath it. Taiyo, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Assertive and gentle, and as reliable as anything. Yes, he came. A person that I hope to never forget. That much is true. I am the knight you believed in.
Canus Espada.
I am Canus Espada! After noticing that I'm still conscious, he draws his sword once again, with his powerful tone intact. Hear me now, Yggdrasil! She is not your bride! No. No matter who it may be, I will not allow you to harm Taiyo! As her protector, and as her partner, I, Canus Espada, shall take her now! As if to be stunned. By his overwhelming dominance, the distant soul leaders in the surrounding area don't seem to move any closer. Taiyo, you look straight into my empty eyes and shone light. In order to live up to your faith in me, I swear to wield my sword to save lives! While still carrying me in his arms, Canus jumps away from the rubbles of the throne and heads towards Titanium Vienna, whom he had apparently also had just saved. Please, rest assured now. I shall never let you go from these hands again. No matter what, I shall protect you. Always. Yes, it's okay. I believe in you. All of you, Canus. Taiyo. After he gently embraces my body once again, Canus faces towards Vienna and Titania, who are still slightly dumbfounded, yet sighing in relief. Canus, why? What? Why did you spare me? Let alone my sister. I tried to destroy you and her. Do I need a reason? What? If I see someone suffering in front of me, especially that person is a dear friend, I will never hesitate to reach out and help. If it's punishment you want, you must wait. I did not come here to kill you. At that exact same moment, Venia bit down on his lips, trying to process all of these emotions they can't express. Yggdrasil begins to shake. Oh, what? This is... Now that Yggdrasil has lost his pride, it's starting to thrash and rampage. At this rate, everything around us, and at worst case scenario, Yggdrasil itself, will become a soul eater, and... At this point, even Canus and Titania begin to panic. The fairy world of Mado is finished. Although we may not been able to kill the Yggdrasil, we were able to destroy this twisted world. Canus, I know this may be disgraceful, but please take sister and the others and evacuate to Enchante. Though Vienna's worlds are filled with perpetuance, Canus responds, there is no need for that. That is all he said. What did you say? Like she said, believe in me. And if you can, my job is to honor your faith in me. I saved Taiyo, and I saved you all. Now, the fairy world of Mado too. I will save it. That is my role as the fairy of death, even for Yggdrasil. For I am the knight that protects this world. The quake is so violent that the collapse of the Nexus could happen at any moment. In the midst of the chaos, Canus's worlds are quiet, but unshaken, filled with conviction and determination. Another quake. It was large enough to topple over the soul eaters and tentacles that have been surrounding us. You say that? What exactly do you plan on doing? She may be the fairy of death, but you cannot possibly deal with this all on your own. No, I am not alone. I have reliable friends by my side. Canus says as he pulls out something from his chest. That's the... It's the radio I borrowed from Rindo. With this, I can communicate with the others that are scattered throughout Mado. Not sponsored. Mr. and Ignis were also along with me for a portion of the way here to the Nexus, but they believed in me that I would be able to save you, so they are in their final positions. Positions? Then, after Canus releases a large sigh. Men! This is our final push. Do you copy? With his low and clear-cut voice, he calls out to the others over the radio.
Hi hi! 我らがマスターのためなら魔王様は喜んで世界の脅威になりますとも。
Happily be a threat to this world for the sake of our dear cafe owner. Honestly, this is my time to shine, fellas. Look at all this shit to burn. As I reported earlier, the evacuation of ferries is completed. We are ready for mass destruction.
それとリンド、カリア両名からの伝言です。
Also, I have a message from Rindo and Karya. They are saying that they're waiting for our return.
さあ始めましょう。
Now let's
最
begin.
後は任せましたよ。
You
カヌス
take the lead, Canus. Time to combat, time to rock and roll, fellas. Over the radio, I can hear the voices of the most powerful beings in the universe, whom Vienna had deemed worthy. Suddenly, Yggdrasil begins to tremble and makes a loud creaking sound like a shriek. Let's break it down! One can sense what had happened without having to directly witness it. The others scattered throughout Mado must have attacked Yggdrasil all at once. I can hear Yggdrasil burn and collapse from the outer perimeters as to corroborate my assumption. This... their true power. While the siblings stand in awe of the overwhelming powers they can feel.
これが最後だ。
These are your final moments, Yggdrasil. Canus draws his sword and... after taking one step forward, powerful enough to smash the ground below, he starts dashing towards the troublesome Yggdrasil at an overwhelming speed. His animalistic drive can mean but one thing. Canus has just declared that this is Yggdrasil's final moment in existence. He aims at a single spot, the one place strongly tied to Yggdrasil, the place where sacrifice brides, the throne. Canus runs straight towards it in order to thrust his sword upon it. Yggdrasil violently shakes at the imminent threat. Highbright, with his quake, the numerous roots, and summoned soul eaters, Yggdrasil attempts to stop him in his tracks. But Canus does not even flinch. In the face of his overwhelming power, Yggdrasil's attempt at resisting does not stand a chance. Canus begins to focus on his approach, growing sharper and sharper. By drastically increasing his own powers, a single blow might finish it off. He follows up by saying,
世界中
Yggdrasil, no,
妖精界メリオよ
very world of Mado.
500年の時を経
After
て
500 years,
今こそ我は
I shall
お
now
前
bring
に死を与えよう
death upon you! He swings his sword with all his might, and while he slices Yggdrasil, he takes his final step forward.
我が名は
My name
カヌス・エスパ
is
ーダ
Canus Espada,
妖精界
and
の
as the
万
Fairy
物
of Death,
死を告げる
to
妖精
all
にして
things of the fairy world,
我が思い人
I
を
shall
守り
protect the one I love,
彼女にあだらす
and
者
will
を打ち
exact your revenge
ただ一人
upon
の
you
騎士なり
as the lone knight.
我が魂
Accept my soul,
我が
my
剣
sword,
我がことの
and my word! His strike is to bring death upon Yggdrasil, to destroy the throne, to put an end to all misfortunes. Canus imbues all of this power into his sword and... Yeah! With a thunderous roar, he swings. And after Yggdrasil viscerally cries in agony, without regenerating or retaliating, it has been handed its death and takes its final breath. With the death of Yggdrasil, which has held my soul at hostage, I begin to feel the movement of time once again in an instant. My body feels light again and almost seem to float unassisted in midair. My attention's drawn to the tranquil scenery. Ah, that's right. Now that Yggdrasil has died, those fairies are finally liberated in the real sense of that word. I'm sorry for causing you years of suffering, for bringing you so much grief. At this point, I haven't had the time nor the voice to apologize as I should. So at the very least, allow me to pray. I wish for your happiness, and thank you. My dear sister, my dear brother, thank you for saving them. How is everybody? How is everybody doing? Yeah, we're burning it all down. Yeah. There's some intense lumberjack propaganda. You're right, JC. The severed world tree, sliced and cleaning in half. And though its life force is gone, its remains still function as the land of Mado. Good morning, Cole. Did I wake you up with my yells? I'm sorry, Cole. But we just went through a really, really intense part of the story. Some time has passed since the climax of the event. It's almost sunrise. Canus and I are on our way to a certain location. A few hours earlier, once the battle has ended, Monsieur and the gang decided on going back to Enchanté in their respective worlds. Vacation with a new BF, please, right? When they parted ways, they knock on Canus's armor, congratulating his work. Seeing everybody made me smile. Normally, once the dust has settled, I would be home by now, but...
Master, どうか我と共に来てはくれまいか?
Taiyo, will you come with me? Those words were the only reason I need for me to remain on the world of Mado. By the way, with their congratulatory words, everyone struck Canus's armor one time and again. Are you guys like beating his armor up to congratulate him?
着いたな。
We have arrived. Canus stops walking. The whisper of snow echoes quietly. I trace his gaze to see the scenery we have once seen together. The place Canus claims to be his favorite place in all of Mado. But this place, too, now Yggdrasil has been defeated, will eventually wither away. But Canus does not display fear for such a future.
Master,
Taiyo, take my hand. Yes. He gently reaches out as if to prevent me from slipping in the snow. Supported by his hand, I cautiously walk as my feet slightly tilt diagonally. We approach the location where we can see the entirety of Mado. It's breathtaking, no matter how when I see it. Yes. He just wanted to show you his favorite place before it disappears, my heart. Yeah. Yes, it is true that Yggdrasil has tortured Canus and the others for centuries, even though it was a threat. At the same time, this is where my memories reside with Canus, and where I met Titania and Vienna. The single world is coming to an end. This is a major event. It's something that I couldn't have fathomed when I first took over Enchanté. I wonder what will become of the fairies, Titania, Vienna, and most of all Canus from this point on. That was certainly my concern, but...
Master, そろそろだ。
Taiyo, it's almost time.
よく目を凝らしておくといい。
Keep your eyes wide open. I didn't need to ask what it was. As a soft wind blows, I can see them start to rise. As the world welcomes sunrise. From every visible place, the light pours in from Yggdrasil's remains. Countless particles of light. As they rise and make contact with my body, they dissipate and vanish. Along with an warm sensation, an overwhelming sense of power grows inside. It feels as if all of the life Yggdrasil has been stealing from me is slowly being returned to me. No, that must be what it is. For this light is
世界樹が養分とした
the life force of the
無数の
countless
妖精たちの
fairies
生命力
Yggdrasil consumed as energy.
奴を切り死したこと
Now that I've cut it
で
down,
代々に蓄積されていたそれが
the
一斉に解放された
energy that has been accumulated within is being released all at once.
これで
Now,
あなたが吸われた命も元通りになったはずだ
the life that had been drained from you should have returned to you. Canus, after letting out a sigh of relief, he too takes a particle in his hand and embraces it protectively. Yes, the beautiful glimmers of light overflowing from the recently slain Yggdrasil belong to the lives of the Eaten fairies. Under normal circumstances, seeing life is not something an ordinary human like me can do. But, as Canus mentioned earlier, this time is really an exception. My body, which was tethered to Yggdrasil, albeit only temporarily, seemed to be exhibiting a fairy-like characteristics, which would explain why I'm able to receive life force of the fairies to recover my own life. Thank you. As I graciously thank the fairies for life, now coursing through my healthy body, I subconsciously utter, I wonder what becomes of Mado from this point on.
運命は変わらぬよ
Fate remains unchanged.
今我々が立っている世界
Yggdrasil, which we currently stand on,
そしてゆっくりと彼
will slowly but
消滅
surely
していくだろ
wither away and be annihilated.
うだが
However, Canus tells of a hopeful future in the direction of the floating light.
きっと今
These vessels
こう
of
して
life,
世界中に溢れていく命
seeds of you will,
種たちが
that are flowing throughout the world now,
今度は正真正銘メディオの命として
one day bloom this time as genuine life of Mado.
もしかしたら
Perhaps
今度こそ
now
生贄など必要とせぬ
nothing will have to be sacrificed,
正しき意味でのメディオの世界
and
中
maybe
誕生するや
a
もし
true world tree of Mado will be born. I see. The reason why this world tree was a disaster is because it originated in a foreign world and eventually mutated into this world. If it is purely made from life in this world, at the very least, he claims, the future will not be so grim. Hey, Candace,
なんだろうか
what is it? When that future comes, let's come back here together again. To the highest point here, to a reborn and truly beautiful Mado.
約束
Yes.
しよ
I promise you. Canus nods, and as if to engrave the scenery into his memory, he removes his helmet. At that moment, the world and the sunrise fully become one, as the lights shine ever so beautifully.
うやはり感慨深いな
This is truly moving.
我はあなたと共に
Will I
世
able
界が生まれ
to
変わ
be
る瞬間を
witness the world reborn with you?
ことができるのか愛おしい
With you, whom I love? Canus, after spilling these words from the depths of his heart, and with his helmet still full of, he once again turns around and faces me. I think we saw his face, but they didn't reveal it. Oh my gosh, we saw his face. Because he has fairy power. Remember? She has fairy power now. Yeah. Yeah. Y'all. Y'all. We just finished the first playthrough of Cafe Enchanté. Canus Espada's route. You just know Canus be the most handsome person in this game? Yeah, he is. And he's probably the nicest and sweetest guy too. He's kind of the lawful good large kind marshmallow boyfriend. Yeah. Yeah, he's the lawful good paladin boyfriend. We don't get to see his face because he's too beautiful to be shown. Yeah. Those were memories of childhood. I recall the warmth of the flowing steam and the wafting aroma of coffee.
なんだ楽しそうだなお絵描きか
Aren't you having fun, Taiyo? Are you drawing? Homework for kindergarten. Goo goo gaga.
何将来の夢
Let's see here.
最近は面白い宿題が出るもん
Dreams
だ
are
な
the future? Huh? What an interesting homework topic. Yeah! Aki says she wants to own a pet store. And Umi says Umi wants to be an idol.
いいじゃねえかで
Very
お前の
nice.
夢は
So, what about you? Grandpa!
な
Listen,
じいちゃん
Taiyo.
は職業じゃねえぞ
Grandpa's not exactly an occupation.
あとお前は女の子
Besides,
どう頑張ってもじいちゃんにはなれね
you're a girl. No matter how hard you try, you might be able to become Grandpa someday. But maybe not in this plot line.
えなぜにいいじゃねえまったく
Why not?
誰に影響されたんだその口調
Who taught you to talk like that?
カヌスの野郎か
Oh, must be that bastard, Canus. What?
まあ何はとも
Anyway,
孫娘の目標にされるってな
I'm flattered to hear that my granddaughter looks up to me. I imagine he looks like Black Wall underneath the helmet. Oh my god. No, he must be more handsome. Yeah, Taiyo's gonna be a coffee shop owner just like you, Grandpa.
その意気だ
That's the spirit.
そうだな
Well,
もしもだけどよお前が本当に俺の後を
if you
追っ
really
て
want to follow
喫茶店を選ぶ
in
っ
my
つうなら
footsteps and run a cafe
最初は俺の後を追うだけでもいい
to get you
手
started,
を引いてやるし
you
背
can
も押
just
してや
follow
る
me around and watch. And maybe I'll give you a task or two.
けどな
But
お前もいつかは自分で自分の道を選ぶ日が来る
one day you'll choose your own path.
もう
My own path? That's right.
その時にはも
Well,
う俺は近くにいないかもしれ
by
ない
that time, I may not be around anymore.
けど心配すんな
But
その時にはきっと
hopefully by then,
お前が選んだその道を一緒に歩いてくれるやつが隣にいるはずだ
someone will have come along and will walk by your side on your path. This prayer will never be answered. But if I could see Grandpa again, I would want to thank him for showing me the path when I was lost, and for introducing me to Canus and the others. Thank you. A month's time has passed since the incident in the fairy world of Mado. Cafe Enchanté is back to doing business as usual. The regulars who aren't here at the moment have been visiting the shop as if nothing had happened. No, I guess there were some changes, huh? That is... Taiyo.
カヌスに聞いたぞ。
Oh, yeah.
新しいハーブティーが入ったというのは誠か？
Oh my gosh, you can go to the cafe now. I heard from Candace. Is it true that you imported some new herbal tea? Hey there, Titania. Oh, the fact that we have new customer. New, beautiful, regular customer. Yeah, that's true. I tried to procure some rarer ones like lemongrass. Titania has since been liberated from Yggdrasil. Azusa! Azusa! Ah. Welcome back. Hi. Konbanwa. Now that Titania's become a regular, her love of red tea has affected the cafe. Yeah, Azusa. So, bot attack. Bot attack. But, error. Hi. Give me a second. ちょっと待って。Japanese translation. Give me a second. I need to translate. Google Japanese. Yeah. Oh my god. I don't know if this works, but I'll use Google Translation. Okay. This is... I don't know if this works, but... So what happened? So, the bot attack, and then lots of people unfollow. Yeah. Welcome back. Oh, Kaidi. Kaidi. Yeah. Now that Titania's become a regular, her love of red tea has affected the cafe. Yeah. Enchanté's menu, which consisted mainly of coffee items, now includes a very special red tea. Yeah. Titania takes the tea at the counter with a wholesome smile on her face, as if she's been coming here for years.
ならば早速それを頼む。
And I'll have that.
この間のシフォンケーキとやらも。
Yeah. And I'll have that thing you called chiffon cake on the other day too.
あれは絶品じゃった。
Yeah, Kaidi. Wait, I think I have to follow you back too, because it kicked me also. ちょっと待って. I need to click on your Twitch also, because it kicked me. Yeah. Okay, I'm back too. Yeah. Kaidi. I'm flattered to hear you like it, but don't eat it too fast, you'll choke. These days, the smile on Titania's face isn't that of the fairy queen, but that of an adorable young girl suited to her appearance. There's nothing that imprisoned her anymore. Yeah, Azusa! I want to play I play Otome games. I play BL, but Twitch, I cannot stream BL on Twitch because yabai, 18 plus. So I play Otome game. I like yeah. Yeah, I like Cafe Enchanté, and there's other ones I think that I want to play, but I'm not sure if I should. But I've been thinking there's other games that I want to also stream. I want to play more Otome games. Yeah. We're doing Canus Espada's round. It sounds like the job is going well for her so far. I used to go to Ikebukuro a lot. And Otome Street, yeah. What's it? Shoot. boku Nihongo super choto warui desu. Demo, I love Bijou Nobu Suki. Then, as if someone has noticed Titania's arrival, footsteps echo from upstairs.
今日も来たのか、北アリ
Ikebugo is regarded
が。
Dave. You have returned, Titania. You appear to be hooked already. That echo, gentle voice, undoubtedly belongs to one of the regulars who loves Enchante, Canus Espada. Oh, you guys, if you guys haven't checked out Azusa, I'm gonna shout out Azusa real quick. Azusa also plays a lot of games. I need to make sure I type your name out. Yeah, Azusa also plays a lot of games, and he's learning English on Twitch. Yeah, one of the regulars who Canus, who's returning from Mado just this morning, released a heartwarming sigh at the sign of Titania, eagerly awaiting her cake. But
このアンシャンテ
it is true, Enchante.
彼女のアンシャンテが居心地のいい場所なのは確かだな。
Specifically, Taiyo's Enchante is a comfortable place to be, but
あまりに抜け
yeah, no problem.
心配性の弟からまた説教を受けるのではないか。
If you leave Mado too often, your worrywart little brother will scold you again, will he not? The tiny queen's body jerks into stillness. Yeah.
姉
Sister? Ah, speaking of the devil.
さんアンシャンテへの来店は止めませんが毎日でも多いのに一日で2度など店にとっても迷惑でしょ
I won't stop you from coming here, but isn't twice a day, every day a bit too much? The cafe owner must be sick of you by now. The worrywart little brother suddenly appears in the portal room and lets out a sigh.
そんなことあるものか。わしらはお友達じゃぞ。
No, she's not. We're friends. Don't mind me. Do you know Genso Maenge? Otome game? Let me Google first. I might know it. It's so pretty. Kire. Oh, I want to play. I want to play, but is it going to be in English? I can only play if there's English. Cries. It's released. Oh no! Oh my gosh. Okay. You know what? We might play that game next, but I need to schedule time in to do it properly. As the owner of this cafe, I'm only blessed by Titania's visits. Yeah, my mama made a character. Wow, really? Wow, sugoi. That's so cool. So your mama, your mama. You guys. That's really cool. Did your mom draw that game? Yeah. And I'm glad I'm here too, Diana. So with that, welcome. Yes, pardon my intrusion. Okay, you guys. I'm gonna pause slightly. I'm gonna show you guys something real quick. Since Azusa's here too. Okay, so I had to move my game to the side. But switch. There you go. Wait, sorry about that. But look at that. Did your mama draw this game? That's really cool. Wow, so pretty, Kire. I might play this. in the future. But we gotta go back to the game. Yeah. Oh, hit a note. Thank you. Yeah, pardon my intrusion. Vienna, with slight awkwardness, breaks eye contact with me in response to my welcoming. Yeah. He didn't try to escape the situation. Rather, he took a seat next to Titania as if to watch over her. This time, he is here as the genuine guests. Yeah. Canus looks upon them in an emotional state. In Mado, ever since then, just as Canus has predicted, Yggdrasil, which has terrorized the fairies, had completely withered away and vanished. At first, the fairies were quite confused regarding the fate of Yggdrasil, their homes, and the fact that it had all disappeared. Wow! But with the new life that had light spread across Mado, plant buds had started to appear. And now the fairies are tending to the growth of the new life and are focused on Mado's revival. Yeah, super pretty. For them who never really had purpose in their lives, having something to work towards must be a fresh and invigorating experience. And now, it's safe to say that the bias towards Canus as the Fairy of Death has disappeared. Once Titania had announced to all the fairies about the truth of Yggdrasil and Canus has eliminated the threats, the way of the fairies has perceived them must have changed. Of course, it may be impossible to get along with every fairy from the get-go. Canus, who excels at growing plants, including the flowers in Enchanté's garden, is making good use of his experience, the fairies who were saved by Canus that day, and had expressed their gratitude to him, had been asking for his advice on how to grow the plants on Mado. In other words, Canus is now, in a way, the gardening guru to the fairy population. Oh, that's really cool. Just imagining this makes me smile. And... ... At the end of that incident, Vienna, who had caused Yggdrasil's rampage for Titania's sake, was given one punishment. That is... Vienna, I see you're honoring your promise.
それは
Well, of course.
他ならぬあなたとカヌスとの約束ですから
It is a promise to you and Canus of all people. To stay by Titania's side, no matter where she may be, and support her as the Queen's Chancellor for all of eternity. He deemed this punishment too lenient and that he should be executed, but ultimately, despite being bitter about it, he gave in to Titania's tearful plea and accepted his punishment. There you are. Sorry for the wait. I laid down the freshly made items in front of the two liberated fairies. Once they finished their well-mannered grace, they started to enjoy the red tea and desserts. As I watched them with a smile on my face. I sensed an awkward gaze at me from the table in the back. Is something wrong, Canus? Do you want to order something? No. Oh. It's nothing like that. Well, you know, I'm okay for now, I guess. But, you know, the afternoon may be better. He seems very inarticulate. It sounds like he's talking to himself. Titania and Vienna also looked at his demeanor with a puzzled look, at least for a second, until... Vienna seems to have noticed something and snaps his finger. Suddenly, he gently whispers to Titania, seated next to him. Having heard him, Titania busts out a full grin. I tried my best to listen in. Something about an article in a magazine that Canus was reading. Siblings quietly whispered back and forth as they repeatedly looked over at Canus, their smile resembles each other's. Alright, good night, Brady. I hope you enjoy the game. Night night, sleep well. 30 minutes has passed since then. The two haven't finished their food, suspiciously hurry for the exit, claiming that they're going shopping downtown. Night night, Brady. I'm glad to see that they're enjoying their freedom and the human world, but wonder what their gossiping was about. But now that the two are gone, no matter how hard I think, there's no chance of arriving at an answer. I decided to focus on the guests who are here, so I turned to Canus. By the way, Canus, you haven't ordered anything yet. Seriously, are you okay? You were staring at us the entire time. Oh, do you have something you want to ask me?
確かに用事はあるんだ。
Yes, indeed. I have something to say,
こ
but
こではまだ口にできぬのだ。
I apologize. I cannot say it out loud here just yet.
だから
So,
営業日だというのにすまぬが、
I know today is a work day, but
どうか我と共に新たなる妖精界メディオへ
will
と来
you
てくれないだろうか。
come with me to the new fairy world of Mado? Oh my gosh. Guided by his words. Though at first very curious, I temporarily leave the cafe to Karya, who had come in shortly after. Oh no, right. I quickly change my clothes and arrive at the portal with him. I don't mind going to the fairy world at all, but if I recall correctly, it was Canus, of all people, who told me I shouldn't go there for a while because of the instability of the land. But those doubts are instantly shattered the moment I arrive and lay my eyes upon the gorgeous scenery. Wow! It's a flower field! Wow! Wow! In a matter of seconds, less speechless, at the vibrant colors spread across my view. A blissful wind carries the sweet fragrance. The blooming flowers dance amongst it. They reach their petals pleasurably towards the sky.
喜んでもらえただろうか。
Do you like it? Canus utters as he looks at the flowers.
あの日、あの時、メディオ中に散り、この地に芽吹いた種たち。
That day, that moment, the seeds that spread throughout Mado were sowed into this land.
これらはその一部だ。我や妖精たちが
These are just a fraction
世
of
話
them.
をしていた努力が実ってな。
We fairies have been taking care of them every day and our efforts have paid off.
今朝ここで初めて一斉に咲き誇ったのだ。
The flowers here bloomed just this morning.
ゆえに、あなたにもぜひ見てほしいと思い。
That's why I wanted you to see it. So that's what it was. I'm really glad. Canus leads the way, saying he wants me to see more. Being careful not to step on the flowers. We make our way to the center. This is the newly born Mado. Yes,
だが、まだまだこれからだ。
but this is still the beginning.
あなたへと誇れる世界を作れるよう、
Thank you for the hydrate, Sylvie, and the posture check.
妖精たちと共にこの地に宿った命を育てていこうと。
I plan to nurture life on this land, along with the fairies, so that we can have a world that we are proud of.
我はこれから
From now on,
死を告げる妖精ではなく、
I will live
命
on
を育む妖精として生きていく。
not as the fairy of death, but as the fairy of life.
似合わぬ響きなのは自覚しているかな。
I know the title does not soothe me. Yeah, fairy of life. That's not true at all. The powerful and kind knight who put his life on the line to save me. Yeah, fairy of life. Fully deserves that title.
そうか、
Sokka. I see.
あなたにそう言ってもらえるのならば、
I'm glad to hear that from you. Suddenly, Canus had taken a comically deep breath.
新たな始まりを刻むこの日が訪れたら、あなたに告げようとしていた言葉がある。
Taiyo, There is something I've wanted to tell you once this world began to bloom again.
どうか聞いてくれるだろうか。
Will you hear what I have to say? Huh? Before I can ask him what he means by that. Huh? He removes his helmet, gently takes my hand, and kneels down in front of me. Normally, I would be looking up at him. But now, I'm looking down at him. It is a refreshing perspective, I thought, but... Canus? I have to question his actions. Maybe it's just in my head, but his hands feel slightly tense. Could he be... nervous? By the time I finished hypothesizing...
愛している。
I love you.
あなたを愛している。
I really love you. With a voice so gentle, heartfelt, and overflowing with emotions, Canus abruptly expresses his feelings for me. And as my cheeks blush bright red from the passionate words, he presents me Taiyo.
寡黙で不器用で
I am
表情すら浮かない。
reticent, inept, and expressionless.
だが
However,
しかしあなたを愛し守るという思いだけならばあらゆる世界の誰にも負けはせぬ。
my desire to love you and protect you is stronger than any force in this world.
花嫁になってはくれぬだろうか。
Will you be my bride? It feels as if time has stopped and everything has frozen in place. Bride?
無論世界中ではないぞ。
Yes. Of course, not of the world tree variety.
あなたが信じてくれたカヌス・エスパーダという騎士の花嫁となってほしい。
The bride of a knight who you believed in. A knight named Canus Espada. Does he mean?
本来妖精には結婚という概念はないのだ。
Marriage is not a concept that exists in the fairy world, but
あなたがティターニアに渡した雑誌の中にそれを特集した箇所があった。
the magazine that you had given to Tatinia included an article on the subject.
それを偶然読んだ時
When I coincidentally came across
す
it,
ぐにあなたの顔が浮かんだのだ。
I thought of you immediately.
だから
So,
この日を迎えたら
I had decided
その意思を伝えようと
to tell you this once
心に決めていた。
this day arrived.
無論我のような人外と生涯を共にするのは容易なことではないだろう。
Of course, spending a lifetime with a non-human like me may not be easy.
きっと苦労や寿命の差、そして顔が見えぬゆえのすれ違いもあるはずだ。
There may be hardships like our lifespans and misunderstandings due to you not being able to see my face.
だがそれでも
But even then,
我はあなたに生涯を共にする者として選んでほしいと思ってしまったのだ。
I would like for you to choose me as your lifelong partner. Aw. His love is straightforward and to the point. This is probably his first selfish act, considering he had always dedicated himself to the service of the fairy world Mado. My face reddens. Not out of confusion, but out of flattery. I feel as if I'm but a flower in a vast ocean of a flower garden. Canus, now staring at me, must be predicting my response to him. But no matter how strong the feeling, I have to choose my words to get my point across. I will happily reciprocate for the kind and sincere man who is looking at me, Taiyo, straight in the eye. I'd be happy to, and respond to my stuttering.
慌てる姿も愛らしい。
I love the way you get flustered.
だが、うなずいてくれてありがとう。
But thank you for accepting me, Taiyo. A blizzard of flower petals fly through the sky in celebration of us. Embraced by this warm celebration, Canus takes my hand and gently pulls it towards him. And a soft warmth seeps down into the back of my head. That is probably Canus, kiss of oath. Despite being faithless, he proves his love for me.
誓わせてほしい。
Allow me to promise you,
騎士としてだけではなく、一人の男として、
not as a knight, but as a man.
我はあなたの身も心も永遠に守り続ける。
I hereby solemnly swear to protect your body and soul for all of eternity.
我が愛しき花嫁よ。
Taiyo, my beloved bride.
我が愛を、我がことの葉を受け止めてほしい。
Please accept my love and my vow. Yes, I accept it with all my heart. And I will forever cherish your love and soul as your bride.
我もだ。
And
愛している。
as will I yours.
永遠に。
I love you, Taiyo. I will always love you. Thank you, kind knight. I am just a fragile human being, but I will be your place of comfort, and I will swear to protect your soul. As the owner of my enchante and your noble knight's bride. I can hear the wedding bells in my ear. Hold up. Wait, what is going on? Don't give me something ominous right now, please. Prologue 2? How many prologues are there? Solitude is lonely. Oh. A new prologue is now unlocked. Oh, we unlocked something new for the game. Uh-oh. Saving. Oh, that was ominous. Ah. 7 hours and 25 minutes, you guys. Today we have finished and completed Canus Espada's route. Yeah, woohoo! Ow! I mean, I'm not a wolf, but... Oh, did you guys like his route? He was so sweet. Don't you guys think he was sweet? Yeah, we're done. Bimu, did you watch? Did you see it? Did you see part of it? Oh my gosh, you guys. Oh. What did you guys think? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's unpack that together. Let's unpack that. You saw some of it? Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I hope you liked the stream. I hope you guys enjoyed. Canus Espada. Unpack with me, everybody. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. And like next week we're romancing Osan. Osan. Can we get a picture? Anyway, so we're gonna go for Mr. Rindo-kun. Yeah, and it's gonna be his whole romance route in one stream. Okay? Yeah. No problem. Monday night. Yeah, it was fun. And nice to meet you again. Oh, Kaini. Hi. Was it? No. That's that. I'm not a baller right now. I don't have to say the whole thing. But anyways, yeah. Fuzzy pulls VN feels. Yes. Yeah. JC, that's true. Rest easy, but I will forever bothered by her not expressing I love you. Oh wait, she didn't say I love you? Night bright. Bimu hello, Dora hello. Okay. Hi everybody. Sobi, thank you for sticking around too. We are going to raid someone very cool that I've not raided before. Yes, you guys, we're going to a very, very comfy art streamer. Nor Punk. And can Mod please bring out the raid messages? I'll see you guys next week and maybe some impromptu Genshin or Minecraft streams. I'll see you guys later. Bye bye. Let's head over to Nora now. Hi. Let's go. Bye bye. Let's go.